Hey, what's going on, guys? Xbox All In channel, hosting it forever. Had the day off, so I decided to do a quick little podcast. An All In rant. Have to bring back my showcase piece for the channel. Something that I like to do. Just get some of my bars off when it comes to this gaming community. And as you guys can see by the title, the honeymoon is over. And you know what? It didn't take long, right? If you guys are like me and enjoyed the Xbox showcase, E3 showcase for 2024, thought it was an excellent showcase, like the other showcases that Microsoft and Xbox provide over the years, at least once Phil Spencer has taken over. And you enjoyed it as much as I did, right? One of the things that always sits in the back of my mind, at least, is how long is this goodwill going to last? Because across the board, a lot of people are praising it, right? So kudos for that. Um, and rightfully so, man, because it was a great showcase. Talked about this in a previous video. Um, of course, my game of the show was definitely Fable. That's the game I'm looking towards the most. But every game on there, dude, I'm definitely gonna play. South of Midnight definitely gets an honorable mention. Fable only gets the lead for me because I'm a huge Fable fan. It's one of those games that made me a believer in the Xbox system, aside of Halo and excuse me, Viva Pinata. It was those three games that showed me that Xbox had the potential to get into the game industry and create things outside of what they were known for doing. And this goes even before the box was made, because as you guys know, Microsoft is the company that owns Xbox. That's their brand, right? And I was there ground one or ground. I was there day one, ground level, right? I got to see it in action, and I was one of those people because as a gamer back then, right, you had your core consoles, your core companies, and you had a company like Microsoft that was only known for software and more precisely Windows, right? And of course, everybody knew who Bill Gates was, right? I mean, it is what it is, And flash forward to now, they're definitely a brand in and of themselves, and that's what the E3 showcase, showed a lot of gamers out there, right? That they do have a lot of variety, that they are serious about their brand, they're serious about their console. They'll meet the gamer wherever that gamer is going to be, right? They put a lot of time into it, a lot of effort, and more importantly, a lot of money, right? But then again, as an Xbox guy, I've been rocking out with the brand since 2013. I've seen a lot of people trying to take Xbox out over the last 11, 12 years. And of course, I'm going to sit here and look at how everybody's enjoying it. And they did, man. Across the board, man. I actually took the time to watch channels that I normally don't like to watch, just for the simple fact that a lot of these channels are not, they're not, I don't know, I won't say I mean, they're just haters, dude. I'll just be honest with you, right? They do not like Xbox. They purport themselves to be gamers, right? But they have a specific brand that they like. One brand they praise and can do no wrong. Other brand like Xbox or even sometimes Nintendo, man, gets thrown under the bus. They tried to dabble and take on some PC guys, and the PC guys put them in their place, which I thought was funny. Um, there's certain people you can mess with, and certain people you don't. The one thing that the PC guys have over the console guys is a lot of those guys don't really care on that level, right? When it comes to console, man, we're kind of cut from a different cloth, and that's not good or bad, dude. It's neither here nor there. That's just the reality of it. That's the way I deal with it. That's why I don't really have any issues with PC gamers, man. PC gamers are PC gamers. I'm a console guy, right? So that's where I kind of lay my hat. So it was interesting to see the people give Xbox their flowers, man, and but they have no choice but to give them the flowers, dude. At this point, if anybody, and I'm not talking, and you see them, there's ponies out there, dude, people that are trying to bring the showcase down, right? The hardcore pony bots or the hardcore Sony ponies out there that was doing that, and that's just a handful. But even some of their staunchest critics of Xbox had to give them its props, right? Because if they didn't do, they just they'll expose. We already know they're frauds. Guys like myself, he bought Erock, Unlimited, Tuckmaster, Sega Man, all of the regular crew that you guys see on the podcast. We all realize, and we've known this for a long time, that a lot of these dudes are frauds, right? In fact, I don't really care about the ponies. As you guys know, we talk more about the pony bots. Right, and that's what we're gonna kind of talk about today, man. I mean, because it didn't really take long. I think we're like what 1 or 2 weeks out, and the honeymoon's already over, as you can see by the title. I mean, that's how that's how fast. I mean, if you don't keep your head on a swivel, man, you could get whiplash for the amount of hate and as many times as the narrative switches when it comes to Xbox, dude. To me, it's funny. At this point, right? It's comedic. I mean, all you can do is sit there and laugh. I do these videos on my channel just to point out the hypocrisy, right? And it's basically principle, right? Because of all the other companies, man, nobody showed out like Microsoft. Now I heard Nintendo's showcase that they just did was pretty AAA. I don't know, dude. I don't mess with Nintendo on that level, but a lot of people that I see online were talking about how great the showcase was. And the reason why I'll listen to those people because they just focus on Nintendo on the showcase. You know what I'm saying? They weren't comparing it to Xbox. They weren't comparing it to PlayStation. Well, you couldn't, especially they didn't have Jack. But they don't do that, dude. They're just focusing on their console, their Switch, and Nintendo as how they like Nintendo to be, right? So those are the type of people I'll be like, oh, okay, well, as long as they like their product, dude. I mean, that to me, it doesn't matter what anybody else says, right? And I've been dealing with this issue since as an Xbox guy since 2013. I got to sit here and look at people trying to destroy the console, destroy the games, destroy the company, the people that work at the company, for years now, right? And regardless of what the content is, regardless of what Microsoft and Xbox team has done to change the perception, to change the narrative, there is no other consumer friendly brand out there like Xbox is right now. There's no other brand that's giving you the options, especially in economic times like these when people are scraping up pennies. They give people options. And they also realize that hey, we got to give people variety as well, right? In the content that they provide across the board, man. This is why the showcase as it was. I think I will give it props for being a little bit. I'll definitely give it props. Hey, what's up, brother? Are you free? Do you want to jump in? I know this is a little bit off. I'm off today. I'll shoot you the link, dude, if you want to jump in. Hold on. I just kind of threw this together at the last minute. I was watching the WNBA. I was catching up with the WNBA. I watched I caught up with the game with the Fever versus the Dream. That was a pretty good game in a certain way. Hey, Day, I'll shoot you a link too, if you guys want to jump in here. Because I mean, I can't be the only one that noticed this, right? Um, it's funny to me, man, because it was that quick, dude. It's just like this. It was like a Hollywood marriage. You know what I mean? These people get married and within a year they're divorced. That's how fast it was. I mean, and it kicked off with the whole. I was wondering what the flashpoint was going to be for it to turn, right? Because they always got to find something. They just can't come after Xbox anymore with their false narratives, right? They got to find a way to get in there and then kind of start getting the hate and stuff started. And lo and behold, where did it come from? It came from a Capcom fighting collection, right? Of all places, Capcom fighting collection, right? This is why I'm doing this video, man, because these guys are a bunch of hypocrites, man. In fact, I saw one guy on Twitter. I guess he's an Xbox guy, right? I've never seen him before, but he was kind of like, well, because of this, I don't think I can rock out with Xbox. And I'm like, dude, if it takes just one game to knock you off of a console, given all the games that we have, right? Then you don't belong here. I was just honest with them, dude. I'm just like, this is not the console for you, right? Just the other day, man, I was stuck on Warhammer. Then that Ninja Sushi Hill thing came out, that game by Humble Games. Dude, I've been playing that game for like 2 days straight. I've been addicted to it, and that speaks to the power of Game Pass. That speaks to the variety that Microsoft has encoded in the games that they have and their services, dude. I mean, you can't miss, dude. Then you got the Stillwaters Run Deep dropped. My daughter's excited about that. What's that name of that game, dude? Crap, it's I gotta think of it. That horror game that just dropped, and I know it's not Stir of Echoes. I know what you guys. Callisto Protocol. Callisto Protocol dropped. There's a couple games that dropped, dude. My Time in Sandrock dropped. I was thinking about actually buying that game, but I've been so inundated with games that I have. Right. Hold on one second, guys. Let me get the messages out because I just wasn't sure who was gonna be. It's like in the middle of the day for me. I gotta go pick up my daughter later, but I got some time. We might have to do what we did last time, guys. We just end the podcast. I kind of don't like to do that just for the simple fact that I want to shout out the chat because our chat is always fire. Love those guys. Eva, I sent you the link. I'm gonna send one to Dea. Dea, if you can join, um, please let me know. Oh no, I'll just shoot it to you. I'm gonna shoot it to you right now. I'm just gonna shoot you the link right now. Yeah, Dea, I wanted to do a podcast with you on just me, you, and possibly Google. Google Poll wanted to come in on the podcast, so the three of us, and you guys can educate me in the ways of the PC. Uh, Let me send one to. I don't know. I think Sega Man might be working, but I'll send him one, and then I'll shoot one to Unlimited. I know Unlimited is definitely working. That dude be working on the podcast, man. And one of the podcasts, dude, I heard him typing, dude. I thought he wanted to challenge me, dude. I was like, oh, let's go, man. House of the Dead style, dude. Typing of the Dead. Yeah, it was kind of sad though. I was playing. So basically, you play this little robot, right? And then you're Hold on. Oh, sorry. Let me make sure this is working. Oh yeah, it's on. It's on. Three watching now. So, oh, okay, okay, okay. I want to shut off the YouTube before I'm on the wrong thing. Hey, dear.
Hey,
Hey,
how
dear.
you doing?
Oh man, it's been a crazy couple of days with Xbox, dude.
Oh, yeah. I guess yeah, you're right. This is perfectly titled. The honeymoon is over. Yeah,
Yeah, wasn't that fast?
it was quick. Yeah, I enjoyed it while it lasts. I guess you know.
That's all you can do, man. It was crazy. I was just in the midst of because there's a lot of people giving commentary,
hmm
from Kind of Funny. And normally I don't watch these guys,
I
but
don't
when you
either.
have a
Yeah.
showcase like that, dude, I mean, maybe they liked it. Maybe they liked it. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt
I
that way.
mean, I think they like a lot of Xbox games. They just hate the company that makes them.
Oh, that's crazy to me, dude.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know how.
crazy. I don't understand it, but it's nuts because, like I said, I don't like the way the Japanese do business in the gaming industry. They're very self centered. They're non consumer friendly,
Oh
and
yeah, yeah,
you know
and this is why I tell gamers to just move on. That's what I've done. I mean, I'm biased, right? Because I like Japan that way because I like to consume their products that way. But
I
I'm
I
also
like their products too. I just don't like the way they conduct business. They're not perfect, and what I get
mm,
irritated by is how people act like these people are infallible. You know,
I think that's
Nintendo is
the
not infallible, and neither is Sony.
well, I think that's the problem, right? It's not really the companies, dude. It's these people because
Right, it's the people,
they're a
right.
generation of. It's just like if you grew up in an area in a state, and I'll just use this as an example. I grew up Florida, right? So
Mhm.
either you like the Gators when I was growing up, or you like the Seminoles, right?
Okay.
and, and it doesn't matter how bad the season is, you just rock out with that team no matter what,
Right, right,
right?
yeah.
Then I moved to Hawaii, dude, and over here nobody cares at that level, dude. You have the UH,
Right,
you have UH. I mean, they have people support the university, but not on that level.
right, yeah.
And that's what we're dealing with. A lot of these guys grew up, especially in a PlayStation generation, and they just can't let it go, dude. I'm old school, this is what I hate about it. I'll be honest with you. I think like guys like me, Fireballs, Hebot, I'll even put you in there, right?
Mhm.
Um, we grew up with it, right?
Yeah.
And that time has passed. So like I like older people like us have accepted that fact. They're no longer like in the fashion industry, it was Paris and Milan. Well, now you have Southeast Asia, you have Asia,
Right,
all
right.
these other countries around the world that push
Yeah.
the industry forward, and that's how gaming is. But you have this contingent of people that just won't let Japan go.
They won't let that go. It's
They
there.
won't let it go.
It's moved past Japan now. Japan is
Well, we
not
have.
the focal
Honestly, we
point,
have.
you know?
Yeah. Because they don't really produce anything. That's what cracks me up. These guys will sit here and poo poo Xbox, right? They'll be like, hey, you know what, Xbox, you don't have enough Japanese games. Meanwhile, these same guys are playing Fortnite and COD.
Right, exactly. Because the Japanese don't do game. I mean, I think the closest maybe is Square Enix's MMO, that Final Fantasy MMO, maybe but it's not on the level of a COD or a Minecraft or a Fortnite, or a Madden. It's not on those levels. That's like gaming on those levels is like that's what's keeping the gaming alive because it
Mhm.
gets so much activity every day, every month, every week, every year. I mean, that's what most people spend their time playing, and then you have the hardcores like us who buy other stuff and play other things. We just like the art of gaming. But the majority don't, but they support
Mhm.
these like what I call like the elite games. Like they're not the best games in the world. Some they're fine, but they're not the best. They have that ability to just keep the retention of a lot of people all the
But
time.
that's why I think I like Japanese games more now than ever,
Hmm.
because I love games. I love the quirkiness. I love the weirdness.
Right,
Right. There's
right.
a reason why I love Yakuza, and
Okay, yeah, yeah.
it's them going into themselves that I enjoy. So I have no problem with it.
I
But I'm
don't
not
have no
going to sit
problem with it.
here. I'm not going to sit here and sit here and say that they dominate the industry like they
They
used
do
to.
not
They do
anymore.
not.
They did, but not anymore.
Yeah, and that ended a long time ago.
It did, yeah.
When shooters came onto the market, and then people started playing on PC, it was over.
It was over, and take it from somebody who's been on that
Yeah,
platform for a long. I had to, man. It was tough for me to learn how to game on a PC. It took me a while, but I'm telling you, it was nothing but FPSs. That's all it was. Like you
yeah,
could get those things a dime a dozen on PC, but they weren't really on console. So I was still mainly gaming on console in those days, where I would occasionally get on PC because it was not bad FPSs on there. That's
yeah.
all that it was.
No, and I agree. And then I think what changed that was definitely Halo for me.
Okay, yeah,
Because
right. Halo was a big FPS game that came to the consoles, and that helped bring that genre heavily into that in that area. And I don't even think it was COD. I believe it was Halo.
yeah,
First.
if Halo didn't make it, we wouldn't be here where we are
I
today.
agree. I agree
Oh,
100%.
Halo
Hey,
was
but
long time. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen?
Hey, how
How
you
are you?
doing, Ebot? I'm
Hey,
doing good.
I'm in pain, hot, driving my son to
really,
work. Figured I'd jump in, huh?
no, yeah. Thanks for being here, my brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you saw how every time I come on Twitter, I make Twitter popping on and popping.
Yeah,
Every time I come on Twitter, I could be gone for 2 months, a year. I come back, I'll make it on and popping. Everybody like, this motherfucker's back. Fuck this move. I was like, nah. You mad? They can't stand it. So like always, I can't keep people putting people in their place, or,
Mhm.
or or I keep on trying to antagonize them, and all they do is they leave chirping. Or here's the cricket, because all they are is all talk, all mouth.
Right.
Oh, you Xbox guy don't buy games. That's what Capcom will put collection there. Oh, really? Watch this. Blah, 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 blah. Look, that's my collection. Now show me yours. Where's it at? Let me see yours. Let me see yours.
yeah. I
Where is
saw
it?
you.
Then
That was awesome.
shut up! If you don't, shut the fuck up, because you
They
ain't
know
supporting shit.
good and well that Xbox gamers do buy games. They know they trying to turn their
Fucking
narrative
stupid.
onto the Xbox gamer. That's the
Listen,
issue.
Capcom, they gonna eat a big fat dick because they just trying to be lazy. That's all they're doing.
They
Because
are.
there's many
It is being lazy. You're right. It's not personal. Yeah,
solutions to that situation. Because first of all, they don't have a problem putting their games because next month we're getting that new game they make in that brand new
that's
IP, which is
true. That's true.
the Path of the Goddess
That's true.
on Game
Yeah.
Pass. Why? Because they got a big fat fucking check up front.
That's right.
Listen, that works because their pattern. If you look at their pattern, they keep putting a lot of their smaller games on Game Pass, right? And then
Yeah.
their big games, they charge you the $70. They don't put it on Game Pass, and then they'll take the Game Pass check. Like when the game's been out for like a year, like they did with Monster Hunter, and that shit was big as hell on Game Pass,
Right.
right? I see their fucking pattern. What they want is every little game to get paid up front by Microsoft by putting it on Game Pass.
Exactly.
The same way fucking Sega keeps on putting all their fucking games on Xbox when it's on Game Pass. Why the fuck they haven't brought over the Fist of the North Star yet?
See,
Huh?
this is my problem with Sega. See, this is why I don't idolize these companies like that, because
I'm about to go.
Sega. I,
I'm
I,
about to
I'm,
go off there.
I know. I mean, let me get this out real quick because I'll forget, man. That my mind don't work like that. I'll forget.
No,
Okay, so
I'm just joking with you.
you got a pretty keen mind there, Heba. But yeah, what I wanted to say was that with Sega, that frustrates me is that you would think that relationship between them and Microsoft would be much better, because
Yeah.
I really believe that Microsoft has tried to help support them through the industry. They're not going to do their job for them. They don't
They
own them,
they put
But
it out. They
right,
put it out. They were like, "Oh, we love the relationship we've had with Xbox and Game
of
Pass. It's
course,
been
'cause
tremendous. It's been
but
tremendous for our games. It's been helping our game sales, blah blah. Especially with Yakuza. Yakuza. Sorry, Daddy.
Yeah, but
Yakuza,
here's what
right?
I had the problem with Sega. It wasn't even that. It was when they had all these exclusive games going over to PlayStation, and knowing that Microsoft was being starved out, you would think that with their relationship that they would have thought, like, we want our games over there too. We don't have
Mm-hmm,
to just lock it up to one system, but they did it. They went to the very people who destroyed them and gave them exclusive
mm-hmm,
content, but ignored the company that
mm-hmm.
tried to help them when they had the
Some
Dreamcast and
motherfuckers. No
beyond. Okay,
integrity. No.
so none at all. So look, I love Sega's brand for what it was back then. I
Mm-hmm,
do, and I don't sugarcoat that. And my favorite console of all time will always be the Dreamcast with the
mm-hmm,
Series X second, because I love the Series X. But
mm-hmm,
with that being said, I never ever lose sight of who Sega is and
mm-hmm.
how they have behaved. And I would say the same thing about Capcom. I love their games. I do. In this game here that they not bringing out. By the way, let's put some clarity to that. They're not bringing it out to the PS5 either. It's not coming out to. It's not coming
Because
out to the Xbox One. I don't know why
the
it's not.
the reason why, well, I'll get to that. Well, what I
Okay.
wanted to say to you real quick was,
Okay.
or
Okay.
to you guys in general, right?
Uh-huh.
Yakuza sold better on Xbox when it went to on the Xbox Game Pass, right? The whole series, all of them.
You said all of it sold better?
The entire series of Yakuza sold better on Xbox, right?
Oh, okay.
When
So wait a
once
minute,
they put it on
was
Game
that
Pass, right?
was that day
It
and
sold
date like
and
new
played
or
was
older
played
game?
more. It sold and played and it was played more than it did when it was on the 11-year run on PlayStation.
Oh, okay, it was an older game. Okay, all right, got
And
it.
even themselves came out and said it. We have better what you call it, traffic and better sales on the Game Pass and Xbox in the short amount of time that it was there
Mm-hmm.
than we ever did on the 11 years, right? And of course, I'm doing it verbatim. It's not exact word for word.
Oh,
Than it
okay,
did
okay.
on PlayStation for the 11 years it was on PlayStation exclusively.
Right.
It was exclusive for almost 11, 12 years on PlayStation and still sold better on Xbox in the shorter amount of time through Game Pass.
Wow.
Okay?
Wow.
So
Yeah.
what the fuck does that tell you?
Exactly.
That they don't buy the fucking game. They all talk. That's all they are. Talkity,
Here's
talkity, 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 talk. That's
And
all they are.
this is what I don't understand. These are hard numbers that anybody can look at. Like if a company wanted to say, "Hey, Microsoft, before we commit putting our game on your platform, can we see how games sell on your platform so we can feel comfortable with that decision?" Then Microsoft say, "Yeah, go ahead, take a look at it." And they got hard evidence that can show you how games do in Game
Mhm.
Pass, and they can show
Well,
you
they
how
try.
games do in just sales if they never go to Game Pass, right? And if people are buying more games, what is the problem with these companies? Like, what is the
Listen,
now? Look, I'm not complaining because we got a lot of games. I got more games than I can play. I
I'm
don't
gonna
went
tell
back
you.
to
I'm gonna
Starfield
tell you what the
again.
problem. I'm gonna tell you what the problem is. The problem is everybody that heard and got wind of Game Pass and how it works wants a part of it. They already
Okay.
said that there's a bunch of people and developers, thousands of developers with games that they want to put on Game Pass, but they have to wait because there's not enough slots.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I guess they do a certain amount of slots either quarterly or every month, right? So when they don't have enough slots open, they have to wait till they take out other deals they did to put in other slots in, right?
Okay.
And
Right.
that has been and that issue. Nobody writes to bring up, even though they already said it themselves when they were talking. The people at Microsoft, they said that they have so many people that are on the waiting list that want to go on Game Pass, right?
It is a lot
Because
of long list. Yeah.
they want the money up front. Everybody wants to be part of Xbox to get money up front. And now everybody's trying to use that narrative. Oh, it's only worth putting on Game Pass because that's the only way they get game sales. I'm like, no, motherfucker, that's not why. It's because these developers are making ends meet, making a game, barely able to publish it themselves because everything's self-published in the store. You can't get a publisher unless you're lucky enough to get a publisher. And again, mind you, that's why E3 existed, you dumb motherfuckers, so that independent developers would go there and the big companies would see their games too, and then they would get publishing deals with companies like Ubisoft and EA and Microsoft and Sega, so that they would see those games. Oh yeah, we'll publish it for you. We like what we see. So it will make the process easier and less expensive. But now that doesn't exist. Everything on Xbox is fucking self-published. That's why you'll see an 8-bit game that would be on fucking on
Yeah,
what would
like
be
like
theoretically
like the
would be
little
a Nintendo,
pixel collection,
right?
like with
Would be theoretically
Phoenix
would be
or
something
something
that
like
you
that.
would see on Nintendo, right? For
Yeah,
example.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Also, did you see the price? And the price is $60 on this shit. I'm like, what the
Right,
fuck?
right.
What the $60? That's why. Because it's self-published. They spend all their money, and the only way they think they're gonna make it is by putting it at a high price. Because mind you, again, to anybody out there that tries to use the narrative, it's Microsoft fault. No, it's the developer and pop that develops the game that determines what price they want to sell their game for. It's them. Phil said it. They're the ones who say we want to sell it for this price, and we'll make the agreement. We say, fine, that's the price you want. That's the price we sell it for. It's not Microsoft that makes that call either, right? That's why again you see an 8-bit game that look like it belongs on the NES or the Sega Master System, and that just says $59.99 on it. And then motherfuckers
Yeah,
like,
that's
why
crazy. Yeah.
is this so expensive? Dumbass, because it's self-published. They probably spend all the hundreds of thousands of dollars they had on the game, and now they're broke. So they're trying to make money. Okay? So because of that, Game Pass opened a bloodstorm. And I'm telling you right now, with that Call of Duty began on there too, it's over, man.
It's
Listen,
crazy, man, because they know the
it's
eyeballs
gonna
are
blow
going to be
to like
on
50,
the Xbox.
60.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
shit's gonna blow up to 50, 60 million by the end of next year. I
It
guarantee.
is. It is. It is. Ain't nobody gonna be dumb enough to want to keep paying
With
$70 and stuff.
with shit like South of Midnight, with this Clockwork Night, fucking Clockwork, whatever the fuck it's called, game
Clockwork
coming.
Revolution.
Shit, dude.
I'm sorry.
Replay,
It's funny.
replay.
Hibot, you're breaking
You're
up.
breaking up. You're breaking
You're
up,
breaking up.
Ebot.
But Sawi, it's just I'm driving. I'm sorry, guys. I'm doing the best that I can with my situation, given my situation.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's read what Nene. We want to welcome Nene.
See you guys later.
And let's read what he said here. At the end of the day, my opinion, these companies are Asian based and will stick up for their own kind instead of an outsider. And he says, I'm meaning Capcom and Sega are Japanese companies. And I kind of agree with him on that sometimes because it seems like their relationship, because Sega has a long running relationship with Microsoft, a long running relationship.
Yeah.
And
He's absolutely right. He's not wrong.
Before Microsoft was officially even in gaming as a console, they've been in gaming for much longer than that. But as a console, though, yeah, they had a long running relationship, and it just sometimes surprised me of the behavior of Sega with PlayStation having destroyed their company.
Absolutely.
That surprised me. It just.
Well, remember, Dale, that's not the same Sega we grew up with.
That's right. It's not the same Sega. That's true. That's
And
true.
another thing too, to Nene, they also got shrinkage, right? They have other issues in Asia besides video games right now. So I mean, yeah, this is why they had a big push to the West, right? Which didn't work out for them. And nobody talks about it on the Sony side, right? Sony shut down their whole Asian division.
They did. All of them are gone.
Yeah.
So there's all of that stuff. I mean, one of the things is, if you notice with their culture, right, and this is happening across the board with Japan, is they're just internalizing everything, and that's how they've always been. Just to give you some background on what's going on over there.
Can you guys hear me or no?
Yeah, you sound a little better now. You're breaking up from time to time, though. That's what's happening.
I think maybe your mic is why your mic is.
No, I think it's because I'm driving. So wherever I go, if there's a lot of wires and stuff, it'll interrupt.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm driving. I'm driving again. You can see me on the.
Oh yeah, there you go.
I'm like,
just real quick, Nene, just to answer your thing. I mean, I personally love it that way because I mean, look. When I go to a restaurant and I want a steak, I go to a steakhouse, right? If I want a hamburger, I go to some place that's known for their hamburgers. When I want to consume Japanese content, I want it to be like the purest, unadulterated form of their content, right? And that's what they're producing right now. The problem that we're having, that's what I was saying today earlier. The problem that we're having is not so much Japan or Asia in general, dude. It's all the weeaboos that live
I would agree with that because Japan is not asking people to act that way. It's just people are acting that way who are fans, and that's not how you handle your fandom.
Well, the thing is, a lot of these younger kids, that are becoming fans of anime, manga, Japanese games, whatever the case may be, they think like that's the end all be all. It's like this
Oh,
the stupid stuff.
actually, since I'll say this, dude, it's not really the kids, Hila, dude. It's the 30 to 40-year-old people that didn't grow up yet.
Yeah, and yeah, that's true. That's a good point too, because a lot that's where it started with those guys. Absolutely, that was like late, like mid PlayStation 2 era. Those type of guys. Yes.
Because my kids right now, they don't care anything. I mean, Aria will play on
Mhm.
console, right? But I mean, they're mostly on mobile and PC. My son plays
Right.
nothing on PC.
That's what I was telling people. Those kids are and stuff are on PC and mobile. That's what, and you know what? People who say that Nintendo is just all the kids all flock to Nintendo. I'll read that in a second for you, second for. But
Yeah.
but you know how people are saying like, well, you know, some people are trying to say that Nintendo, well, somehow Xbox needs to be terrified of Nintendo because if they have a strong portable, if they have a strong handheld, you know, this next Switch or whatever like that, that somehow Xbox needs to be concerned. I'm like, these people, do they even see what Microsoft is doing? Microsoft is not going to compete having a bunch of children IP on their handheld. That's not how they're going to do it. They're going to take over mobile. That is what the way they're going to do it. They're going to be strong on mobile. That's what they're going to do. That's how they're going to get the next generation. People don't see that.
I think they're going to take over everything there. Seriously.
They might, but mobile is going to be their door to the younger gamer. It's not going to be the look. It's a bunch of old guys. It's not. I'm not saying it's not their kids, but it's a bunch of old dudes and women or whatever who are playing Nintendo's, reliving nostalgia over and over again with the same games that come out every year and junk. And then they're the ones that's mainly buying these games, and then they get it for their kids. But when they kids get old enough, because what they see with their friends and all that, they're on mobile or they graduate to PC. That is what is happening.
I'll give you an example there, right? So I took my kids to McDonald's, right? And you know how expensive McDonald's is, but my daughter wanted to go just to get a chocolate shake. I drive through McDonald's, right? I order, and then I say, okay, well, she wants a cheeseburger or something. So I just, you know how you substitute the drink with a milkshake, right? So I did that. I substituted, told the guy, okay, we'll substitute, and I want a large.
Right.
So we go to the drive, we go pick it up. He hands me the shake, and I'm like, oh, I said a large, not a medium. He goes, oh, that is our large.
Wow.
So that's Nintendo. That's Nintendo in a nutshell.
Okay.
Right? To me, because again, you know, I talk about this all the time. I mean, if I played only on Nintendo, right, I couldn't play the majority of the games that I play are not on Nintendo. They're just not, dude. They just it's not built into me.
That's why I tell people, no, Nintendo cannot carry the whole industry. I've been asked that before. No, because most gamers are not playing Nintendo games. They're not. You know, you got these old people who grew up on Nintendo that play these games. Oh, that's what it is. And then they have their kids have it. They just look at this. Some people who don't know any better, they say, okay, these are kid consoles. We'll get them a little switches. Nothing wrong with that. I'm not complaining, but I'm just saying that is the market. But that's not carrying the majority of everything else. You know how we liked Starfield, we liked Hellblade 2 and all. You never get that out of Nintendo. You're not gonna get games like that. You're not gonna, you know, they couldn't even get a Pal World out, which Pokemon should have been, if you ask me. That's my opinion. But that's what Pokemon should have been. That's like the next stage it should have been, instead of the same thing they hatching out every year. Because I have a friend who plays that all the time, and I'm like, don't he ever get tired of the
my
same
daughter,
game?
My daughter will do that. This is why Nintendo is a good secondary console, right? It takes them so long.
It's good for that, yeah.
Like I heard about the new thing, right? And then everybody's raving about Link, Zelda.
Oh, Realist is there.
Yeah, Realist. Do you want to read Cygnus now?
Yeah, I'll read Cygnus and okay, let me do this real quick. Cygnus, welcome. Welcome Ziggy Crossman and welcome Realist. They all joined us. Okay.
No, what I wanted to say there. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I have to read Cygnus' statement real quick. Okay, Xbox could easily fix this by paying Capcom a porting fee on top of Game Pass deal, like 10 to 12 million.
No.
Situation for Xbox. Capcom paying the gamers.
Pay Capcom if Capcom puts the shit free on Switch and PlayStation. No, fuck that. No, fuck you, Capcom. No, if you listen, Xbox is a gaming company and it's a competitor. If you could put it free on Switch, and you could put it free on the PlayStation. You could also put it free on the Xbox. No, fuck all that. Now, if it's a Game Pass deal, that's different. That makes sense. I get it. But that bullshit excuse. We got to stop that shit too. No. Xbox don't got to pay shit. Fuck all that. They put it free on another console. They can put it free on Xbox. I don't agree with that at all.
Hey, Cygnus, this was how Microsoft could solve it by just buying them. That's what I've been telling people. Like, everybody's been losing their mind over that fighting. Everybody's been losing their mind over the fighting collection. I'm like, hey, here's a thought.
Yeah.
What if they do that, but then it releases next month in Game Pass? They've done that before. They could just put it into Game Pass, or they could just buy Capcom.
I think the game will probably come over eventually at some point anyway. Yeah. It's just, it's an old game anyway. It's old.
Well, we got like My Time in Sandrock just came into Game Pass the other day. That dropped.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And that's the game that I've been looking for to play. And Microsoft does that all the time. Callisto Protocol. Right. So I don't bemoan these companies for doing what they're doing, because we don't have to worry. Here's the thing, guys. We don't have to worry on the Xbox side, because as Sega Man always says, we eating good over here. Like they just said a few minutes ago. Right, when we have our games, dude, we have so many games. It's hard to find the time to play all the games. That's how good we have it over here. This is what pisses me off about the Capcom collection, dude. I was like, dude, I played that game in the arcades, and then I played on every other console. After
I was gonna buy that for my husband until I found out it wasn't coming out for the Xbox. The reason why he does not play PC at all. So I can buy it on PC, but I don't want it there. I want it on console. So they don't get any money from me, because if it ain't on Xbox, I'm not getting it.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. I'm like, okay, I guess you don't want my money. Well, that's fine, because Fist is gonna drop off, I think, at the end of the month. The one that he bought turned me on to this game. It's called Fist. And it's gonna drop off. And guess what I'm buying? I had actually forgot about it. I played it kind of like religiously when it first came out. Then I fell off because of other stuff.
Right.
Knocked me off of that. But then when I saw that I was leaving, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that game. I'm just gonna buy it and put it in my backlog.
Yep.
See, that's the thing, Ziggy. Like, as Ziggy says, Xbox always dead last. Ziggy, that's the thing about that. This is why Microsoft don't sweat it. This is why you have a showcase and Phil's still happy.
Yeah.
Because
but listen,
would you rather be last? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I said I wouldn't. I don't care about Xbox being last as long as they keep doing what they're doing. In my opinion, we're doing good here. I don't care about.
But when they say last, what they're talking about is those Japanese games, because every time it's a game that skips, it's never from another. It's never from another country. It's always the Japanese developed game.
Yeah.
That's how you know it's a Japanese developer problem. It's not an Xbox problem. It's a Japanese developer problem. The Japanese do not like Americans the way that we think they do. They just don't. It's a fact.
I don't think it's. I'll tell you this, dude. It's not. I'll tell you, they're gonna do the same thing they did with their televisions, right? They're gonna do one thing like they did with their televisions, and then South America is gonna sweep in. Right now, it looks like it's gonna be South Korea and China.
South Korea.
The games my daughter plays the most time, it comes from China on mobile.
Oh,
she plays Honeymoon Rail and some other weird game that her and all her friends don't play video games, but guess what they do? They make time for this, dude. It ties right into the K-pop they listen to. It ties into the shows that they watch, into the animes.
Oh, okay.
It all ties in, dude. So if Japan wants to do this as far as the gaming, dude, all that's going to happen to them is just going to lose the market like they did with the TV. Somebody's going to come in and build a better product, dude. But they're going to build a better mousetrap.
At some point, somebody's going to step it up. Yep.
This is why America always stays on top, because you have a bunch of greedy capitalists.
Look, why do you think?
A bunch of greedy capitalists.
Which I am one of them, dude. But what they do, this is how they continue to dominate. Unlike Japan, right? Because what Japan does is Japan is more culturally sensitive to this kind of stuff, and I'm fine with that, dude. I am totally fine with that. When I go to Japan, I want Japan to be like Japan, right? I have no problem with.
Look, it's such thing as being rude and things like that. It's certain things I won't tolerate from Japan. I just think that it's like you treat human beings like human beings. You don't sit up there and act like we supposed to take whatever crap you throw at our face. I don't go that far. All I ask for Japan, look, we support their stuff sometimes more than our own. I Xbox as an American company. I do not want them to disappear, because I want that American presence in gaming. We should be there because we were the forefronts there. So I don't want them to disappear the way all these other people do. So, I just want them to have a cordial relationship with us as the consumer and Xbox as the one American company that's still standing. That's all I'm asking for. They can do that. And I'm sorry, I'm not giving the Japanese a pass for that, saying it's cultural. It's not.
Well, check it out. we have that and stream service, right? That you can get on Xbox. It's only on the Xbox
Oh yeah, I
as
gotta
far as
get that. You
console,
just
right?
reminded me of that, He-Bot.
I
Yeah,
I
thank you,
have
thank you.
right, and they have good games
They
there, right?
do, they do,
But
yeah.
here's the problem. I noticed that a lot of that stuff from Konami, from Data East, from Capcom, it's not there. And it's because they know that they are an American company catering to Xbox. They know that. So that's why they don't give them a pass and make it easy for them to port it over. Look, I can't play all them games. Like when you see my channel, I've been playing all them old retro arcade games through the emulator on the Xbox, just
Yeah,
like I would on a
yeah, to
PC.
emulate,
It's
yeah.
easy. It is not hard, and you play arcade perfect, and you could even make it better. You could expand it to 16:9. You can add HDR. You can play it in 4K. You can have better texture quality. You can add better filters to make it look more modern. You can play it in 60 frames, 104. Look, I just did a playthrough of the GI Joe on the PC demo that's coming out, the beat 'em up, to consoles later this year, and it was with no problem, right? So I could do the same. Right now, I got Model 3 games, a bunch of them. Emergency Ambulance Call. I have Harley Davidson and the Marble Man. I
Okay.
have I have the Star Wars trilogy. I
Oh
have
wow, okay.
Sculptor, and I can do videos on. I'm playing them on my Xbox. I played the Punisher already on my Xbox. I could play it right now. It doesn't
Okay,
matter.
that's nice. Yeah, yeah.
The point is, I'd rather have it physical where I can
Right,
preserve it
right.
natively on the console. I can actually play it, get achievements, and own it, right?
Right.
I would rather have that. So I would pay and buy the collection immediately.
Right, because they have a
Especially,
physical version of it. Yeah,
es-
right.
especially that Marvel versus Capcom 1, Marvel versus Capcom 2, Street Fighter versus Capcom, fucking X-Men Children of the Atom, Street Fighter versus the X-Men, all those fighters, if you try to get them physical for the Saturn or for Xbox OG, the games are going for like 300 plus, right?
Right, yeah.
And the excuse that they're giving, or the so-called quote-unquote reason, is because they built that collection on the MT engine, right,
Uh-huh.
which is the older engine, and
Right.
Microsoft stopped supporting it after the Xbox One in 2022, right?
Right,
But
right. They did, yeah.
here's the thing.
And that's what
Oh,
Nanny's.
Yeah,
here's the thing.
Nene is saying that. Yeah, yeah.
But here's the thing. Xbox Series X consoles is forward compatible. So I can still play any MT
Oh,
framework game
that's a
on
good
the
point.
Series X, and I can play it online. I can literally send you an invite now on the Capcom Beat 'em Up collection that came out in 2020,
Oh
right?
wow, okay, that's a good point.
It has
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Commando, it has Captain Commando, it has the Knights of Valor, it has all those games in there, right? And
Hmm.
I can play them via online with no issue because the Xbox consoles are forward compatible. The PS4 version that they're coming out with, because there's still 50% of people on PlayStation 4. Okay, you
Yeah.
can still play it on the PS5 because the PS5 is forward compatible and you can play it online. So don't give me that excuse that you can still make an Xbox One version, even if there's more people on the Series X, right? And
Yeah.
I thought the whole quote unquote narrative was, yeah, most of those gamers that are playing on Xbox, they're still on Xbox One. But now you're saying that they can't because they don't. There's not
Yeah.
enough people on Xbox One.
Yeah.
Which
Which
one is
one
it?
is it? Yeah.
Either X. Which
You
one is
got,
it? Right?
you're dying. Your mic. Can you say that again?
Can you repeat that? You cut out
You
there
cut
at the
out. Can you
at the
What I
repeat?
said
beginning.
is, what I said is that the whole narrative was that quote unquote Xbox gamers were still on the Xbox One and not the Series consoles, right?
Hmm.
And if that's the case, then why is it you're saying that you're not bringing it because there's not enough people on the Xbox One? You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
So then which one is it? Either there's not enough people or everybody's still on the Xbox One. So right there, you know that most people are on the Xbox series of
They're
console.
right. They've
Whether
moved
it's
on.
the X or whether it's the X. But my point is, you can still bring it out for the Xbox under the Xbox One banner. And when you put it on your Series X or S, whether you buy it digital or physical, it's going to
It's
still
gonna
play
right.
because
Yeah,
the
you're right.
forward compatible.
You're
So
right.
that's the excuse.
You're
And if
right.
that's the if that's the case, okay then, how come you're putting Ace Attorney, the complete collection that was on DS, on the Xbox because you put it on the RT engine, right? Which is the new engine. So then make the Xbox version on the RT engine, even if it comes out at a later time. But don't be acting like, oh, we can't do it, because that's a lie.
Okay.
It's Capcom is straight lying. They just don't want to do the work. They want Microsoft to do the work for them or to pay them to put it on Game Pass. That's what they want. I'm not stupid.
I think you're right about the Game Pass thing. I think you're right. I think
they are.
Yeah.
All of the collections. I have the Darkstalkers one. I have the Street Fighter 2 one. I have the Beat 'em Up one. I have the Arcade Classics Volume 1 and 2. I have them. Those are all MT framework. And I can play them right now on my Series X online with you or anybody else, even PC, I think is crossplay, with no issues. So don't use that as an excuse, because you can still bring it out under Xbox One and the Series X consoles will recognize it and play the game.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. It's still going to play. And you're still going to be able to play online, especially that Microsoft has dedicated servers. If you want to put it on their dedicated server, it's going to play even better than any other. How do you think that you're going to add these classic fighting games that are so demanding that people play them like crazy, right? Or love them like crazy, that you're going to put them on the two inferior consoles online? They have the worst online ecosystem, especially Nintendo, right? And you're putting it on those consoles, and you're going to give me the bullshit running around there. Oh, we can't put it on the Xbox. This is an empty framework. Bullshit. You just want Microsoft to do the work for you. Or you want to get paid to put it on Game Pass. That's it.
Did you hear what Sarah Bond said about Wukong?
Yes.
What did she say?
Now we know the truth about Wukong.
What did she say? I missed it. What'd she say?
Okay, basically they found out. She was asked, this is a conversation that she had. She was asked about, Wukong, it's supposed to come later.
Being delayed on Xbox?
Yeah, being delayed. Right. So
okay.
Basically she wouldn't go into detail, which is she shouldn't. It's not her place.
She's just being a professional. She's being professional.
Right. But what she said that it was not due to the Series S. And I'm putting it in a polite way, because King David is the one who
you're paraphrasing.
Right, paraphrasing. So King David is the one who asked. He went there in person and had a conversation with her, and he was, careful about what he shared. But he said that he asked her, "Hey, is it Little Man?" Quote unquote. He calls the Series S Little Man. Okay, so he said, "Is Little Man the problem? What is going on with these companies skipping Xbox?" He just wanted to know, right? He asked her. He took it directly to her. She's the one over the hardware, right? She said, "No, it has nothing to do with the Series S." She said it was a business decision, and she left it at that.
She left it at that.
So so King David
means that Sony paid them for a time exclusivity.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, that's a fact. Because if it's coming out to PlayStation first and it's not coming until a later time on Xbox, that's because Sony paid for a time exclusivity. That's why she said it's a business decision. She's not going to say it flat out because she's a professional.
She can't. Right.
That's
she can't. Yeah.
what it means. Sony paid for a time exclusivity. I'm telling you, Daya, this bullshit, I've been seeing this since the OG. This is BS. We've been seeing this shit since the OG. I remember when they gave a hard time to put GTA and Metal Gear on the OG, and when it finally came over, the games were better versions and people went nuts and bought them, because the only way Sony can compete is by paying for time exclusivity, because they don't have enough software of their own internally to compete with Xbox.
Exactly.
It's that.
Okay.
So by doing that, by them doing that, what they're doing is creating the perception, oh, you could play it first on PlayStation. Right. You don't have to play it on Xbox.
They have to pay to do it, but that's unsustainable. But let me address Realist real quick. Realist at 6:45 p.m. says, business can mean anything. What do you think it means, Realist? If it doesn't mean the hardware, Sarah Bond has just verified it's not the hardware. What do you think it means? What does business mean? It has to be something related to money or something, some kind of thing. It has to, because they're releasing it everywhere else but on the Xbox. So what do you think it means?
And it doesn't make sense that Microsoft paid them so they could delay it on the Xbox, does it?
Right. It does. Right. So it had to.
No
You
sense.
know.
Now, I will say this: if Wukong, when it comes out on Xbox, comes out through Game Pass, then that's what she meant. That's the only way. If it comes
Okay.
out on Game Pass, and again, it just goes to say the same thing. They want to put games on Xbox as long as they get paid first
Yeah,
by,
but
and
okay.
that's bullshit.
If they wanted to bring it out on Game Pass, they can do date and date. So why not do date and date?
But they probably didn't want to. They probably like,
Why?
oh no, but it might hurt sales because they probably think it hurts sales because you know that's the
How
narrative.
is it going to hurt sales though? We've
Because
seen numbers that
they,
it doesn't hurt the sales.
because they think, right, with their old thinking, that getting a game for $70, somebody to buy it, is more profitable than putting it on Game Pass. Because you're getting a certain amount of money and then you get percentage of whoever buys it or whoever plays it or downloads it going forward. And they realize that they're going to make more money because you're going to have more engagement. If it's on Xbox, it's going to have more engagement. And that's a Souls-like game, like the other one, Wulong, that they put on. And a lot of people played it, but it's not a game that sells well. But then the bullshit, is, so it didn't sell well on PlayStation either. So why would you make that type of deal? Why would you have a problem putting it on Game Pass?
Well, here's what Realist said. Let's say, because he's addressed what I asked. Okay, he said, okay, this is what his answer was: a business decision to stagger the release on Xbox, make money, and that money supports the additional development time. There is no timed exclusivity, at least not paid. That's what he believes is going on.
Why need more time on the Xbox if Sarabon just confirmed that it's not the S's problem?
Well, I'll drop a bomb on you guys, right? So what I was reading is that the developers didn't want to take any DEI money, so they were hurting for money because they wouldn't take any DEI money.
Oh, okay.
So
DEI, what do you mean by DEI money? What do you mean?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah, it's these companies that's out there that be blackmailing these developers and stuff into doing what they want them to do in these video games. It's been a big thing, and people have been digging into it.
You're talking about the Sweet Baby shit.
The Sweet Baby.
To extort them.
I can't hear you breaking up. You're breaking up.
The Sweet Baby deal. They were trying to extort.
Yes.
The Wukong developers, right?
Yes, and they exposed that, but I saw a video of the woman explaining how they do it. I actually saw a video of it. They do that. Now then Wukong comes out afterward and said, yeah, they wanted $7 million from us, or they were going to attack our studio, our game and everything, and hurt our game. So they came out with they exposed it. Yeah.
And IGN is helping them because they have a deal with Sweet Baby.
Yes, they do.
So
all these companies have deals with Sweet Baby.
They do. And look, another thing I say is that I don't believe all these games even want Sweet Baby involved with them. I think that they be extorting these companies in order to get the money out of them. That's what I believe. Because you even got some Xbox games tied up in that.
I mean, a bunch of them.
All over the industry. They all over the industry.
Flintlock tied up with it. Fable is tied up with it.
Yep.
This one, the South of Midnight is tied up with it. A bunch of the games are tied up with Sweet. But that's supposed to be for the inclusion area, to make games more inclusive with other race and nationalities. That's existed forever, which that's stupid. But the point is, right? Again, she says it's a business decision. The only two business points or aspects that it could be is, number one, that they're trying to make a deal to put it on Game Pass after the fact, right?
Right.
When it releases on Xbox, or that Sony paid them for a time exclusivity. That's the only thing that makes any sense. Because Microsoft's not going to pay them to delay it on their console. They're not going to do that. That makes no sense.
So you don't agree with what Realist is saying on that? You think it's related to? You think they're getting money? They have to be getting money, right?
Realist has an open way of thinking, but me and Sega forever been here forever. We've seen this. It's not the first rodeo. We've seen this happen many a times, and then later on we find out exactly what we said, that it was this, and Sony had an involvement, or Nintendo had some type of involvement. This is not something new. I don't know why people try to act like the industry is all innocent. No. Nintendo and Sony are the two dirtiest companies in video game history. There's facts there They've done it multiple times. You can look it up and see all the things they've done through the years. They've always done this shit, okay? Because they think that they're kings and the king and king of the hill and the ones that run shit because they're still under that Japanese mentality, that way of thinking. They think that everybody wants their shit and only their shit is the best and that their shit don't stink. That's their problem. But like Sega forever pointed out, if they keep in that direction, eventually they're going to lose that market as well, like they did with the electronics and they've done with other things. You cannot stay stuck in old ways of thinking. You can't do that because eventually it's gonna catch up to you, and either you're gonna falter or you're gonna have to learn to adapt to continue growing. Right. And that's one of the biggest problems that Sega had for years. Now, what is Sega doing? They're doing things a little different, and that's why they started making money, because they started making deals with Microsoft, and it paid off into their favor. All right, but what I don't like is that people are trying to say is that there's people out there trying to say that, oh, the reason why developers don't want to put games on Xbox is because it's not like it doesn't make sense, or it's not profitable unless they put it through Game Pass.
Yeah, I don't like. In my
bullshit.
Opinion, there's more money freed up because of Game Pass to buy games. It just is. And then what did Xbox say, what do people do after your game is about to leave their platform, if it's leaving Game Pass? And I'm just talking about Game Pass. We're not even talking about the other games outside of that. What happens? Right, people rush and go buy it because they know the game is leaving.
Absolutely.
So you got
100%.
You got the engagement, and now you just got some. This is what happened with Sega with the Yakuza series, right? We was just talking about that, right? People was buying those games. Even GTA 5 people was buying that game when it was leaving the platform. Everybody rushed to go buy it. This is something that Microsoft reported themselves. So I don't know what people are saying with that.
You know why? Yakuza did so well. Why it did so well? The Yakuza is the same thing. Like when you look at Netflix, when Netflix had something like Catfish Hunters on their service, right? You put something like that that's super cheap, that's affordable, that's everywhere. They stuck that, and then people was doing marathons on those type of shows, and Netflix picked up on that. That's why if you look at the correlation between Game Pass and what Netflix does and Game Pass does, they'll do stuff like that. They'll put these games in there, right? Because you want engagement, number one, but you got to give people a reason to stick on your service.
Yeah.
Especially now, like that's the hard part about it now. And this is why they're kind of counting beans right now, right? But for me, I don't care. Like, it doesn't matter to me, like, what these people do. At the end of the day, man, Microsoft has cornered the market, right?
That's right.
They got COD, right? They bought Bethesda. They just had a E3 that could have been 3 days just on their stuff alone.
Yeah,
they could have ran their own E3, right? With content that's finally coming out, right? And then when everybody switches over, and then all these companies, and I don't know, like, we don't know for sure all the details, right? We just, like Hebot said, we're reading the tea leaves, and we've been around for a while. We can see stuff that other people can't. But what I'm going to say this, man, they're not going to leave any room for error. So if you get up to 100 million subscribers, right, and you were showing your ass to Microsoft, they remember that stuff. They do.
They do remember that. They do, because I noticed that Phil does not do business with people who burned him in the past. And
well,
if you think otherwise, show me somebody.
Look at Platinum Games.
Yep.
Platinum Games.
Look at him.
And look at how they haven't even catered to Cliffy B, even though he's the father of Gears of War.
I
know. Listen, they're the type of people that you screw them over, okay, no problem, but that's it. You're on your own after that.
That's it. Yep.
Because that's what they did with the people from Ori, and look how long it's taking the guys from Ori to develop their next game.
Yep.
Because now it's all out of their pocket. Whatever they made, whatever profit they made, they got invested on the new game.
Yep.
And they were lucky enough to find a new publisher, because you see they went to another publisher immediately, and nobody published the game until they finally found the publisher, and now it's going to get published, because it's expensive. You cannot just throw games out of your pocket and think you're not going to be ass broke unless your game sells. That's not how that works. That is not how that works. And they know this. So Microsoft, look, Platinum Games came out and said, when everybody was saying, oh, it's because Microsoft don't know how to establish relationships with the Japanese developers. Oh, it's all Microsoft fault. They stupid. And what happened? They came out themselves and said, listen, listen, we feel bad that Microsoft took the fault for Scalebound. It was not their fault. It was our fault. Okay? And they came out and said it themselves. Then when that came out, people tried to act like they didn't see it. Oh, I didn't see that. What you talking about? I didn't see that. Of course you did. And nobody wanted to talk about it. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So what happened is now you saw Kamaya multiple times begging Microsoft to give him another chance to finish Scalebound.
Yeah.
And they're just not listening.
Yeah.
Because now they have to learn on their own the hard way. You gave us your back. Now you're going to learn the hard way. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Plus, Microsoft moved on. Microsoft
They
has so
did
many
move
deals.
on from there.
Yeah, Microsoft has so many deals in place.
They
This is
do.
what we're seeing now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's another thing. That's another thing that I'm glad you brought it up, because they have brought that up a couple of times before in the past. They have so many deals that they just can't just grab every deal either. That's another thing.
That's true.
Because people be like, oh, well, why the fuck you didn't grab this deal with this game? And it could be like something smaller. But then you see that they got shit like the Dooms games coming out, right?
Yeah.
Or Indiana Jones, right?
Yeah.
Or the those are much bigger IPs.
Yeah.
So they're going to gravitate to what's going to be bigger and more potentially profitable than a smaller game. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade was supposed to come out on all consoles. The Korean developer, what he did, he made a deal with Sony. Sony said, we'll help you fund the rest of the development. And that's why he put it exclusive on PlayStation. That was going to be a multi-plat. Microsoft probably wanted the game on Xbox, but they opted to probably pay for Indiana Jones.
I don't know.
So
that might be on Microsoft too, man, because their comment that they came out with the way the girl looked when they said that, I was like,
about it too. Yeah, because that's also another problem. Since Microsoft is trying to cater to the stupidity of what's going on in society, they're trying to be down with the Joneses in that sense.
Yeah,
they'll do certain decisions based on the stupidity just so that they can look good as a corporation, which is stupid because that shouldn't have nothing to do with the corporation. They need to stay on business. Listen, we need to do this, we need to do that, and that's it. So, that's also their fault, because if they didn't want Stellar Blade, right, and they didn't care about putting it because the girl has a nice tight booty, right, in those spandex, right? Yeah, those spandex. That's pretty dumb on their part, because they always were the ones to support that stuff back since they started with the OG before Nintendo or before Xbox. I mean, before PlayStation. You see what I'm saying?
Well, that's why you don't get Tobunaki, and that's why you don't have Cliffy B coming back.
Right.
Yeah.
But
that's what
you know what though, with the Stellar Blade though,
he's a man's man. Yeah. What happened?
With the Stellar Blade, I realized though, Xbox went and got their own. They worked with the Chinese to get theirs. So I'm starting to wonder sometimes if they're getting closer with the Chinese rather than the Japanese. They could be like, we'll get.
Well, another thing too is
Japanese.
Tencent's out there and they're trying to buy a bunch of shit, and Tencent is a Chinese company. You know what I mean? They don't like us.
But the thing, because that game that came out on it was just on the showcase. It's called Wu Chang something Feathers or whatever. That game seemed a lot like the Stellar Blade game. It doesn't have all the jiggle physics and all that, but the young girl fighting creatures and all this other stuff. It seemed just like that. It's like their version of.
Is more hack and slash, like the traditional sense, like the way I like like Ninja Blade.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's more like that.
Yeah. So they kind of, but that's a Chinese.
That's why
developed.
Call it. I like it because it's more in that traditional sense as far as the combat.
Yeah.
But that feather shit. That's another Souls-like type game. I don't know why.
That's what I think it is.
They try to keep bringing those over to Game Pass, thinking that it's going to help a lot because they think since that's the fad. Everybody, I love those Souls games, and now that Sony's getting more of the old traditional ones with Stellar Blade, with the Lost Souls, and that other one that's coming out, the Phantom Blade. Now everybody's like, oh, I think it's time to go back to the traditional hack and slash because there's Souls-like fatigue now. Of course they're gonna say that because now Sony's getting the other type of game. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Microsoft does everything. All you have to do is open your Game Pass. They got every single genre. They got mixed genre. They got all kind of stuff in there. They're doing every single thing, and they don't get credit for that.
That's
And
true.
also on China, just remember they just reopened Overwatch.
Oh, that's true. That's an excellent point.
Yeah,
You're
so
right.
they've
So they
been
have
making inroads. Yeah,
That's right. Way better. Their relationship it sounds like it's getting way better than what Bobby Kotick had when he had Activision and stuff. Yeah, you're right. That's it. And it was almost like to reestablish Blizzard over there. They could have been working with other things over there and getting a better established relationship with the Chinese over there, the Chinese developers and stuff. So that's a good point.
It's still considered a big market, even though they're struggling financially.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Countries. But that's the great thing about Microsoft. Microsoft looks at everything as a whole, right? So whether it's a Souls-like game, like they're looking at it like, okay, like there's games that I like. Look, I'm playing a robot making sushi, right? I'm playing a Humble Games game, right?
Yeah.
And Humble Games isn't for everybody, right? But they know that there's enough people, right, that they're gonna have because they want you in the ecosystem is what
Okay.
they want you in that ecosystem. They'll get you in that ecosystem, and once you're in that ecosystem, right, they got you.
Right. That's it.
Because I'd be sitting on my soapbox complaining about DEI, complaining about Microsoft, and that time of the month, all this stuff I'll be claiming. What I do, I get a notification on my Xbox. Hey, by the way, we have these 10 games on your wish list on sale. Then I'm like, ooh, let me go check it out. Right?
Ooh, sound like a kid in the candy store.
Principles went right out the door. Everything I was like talking for 3 hours on a podcast just went right out the door, and they know this. This is why I'm not worried about them. This is why I'm not worried about the content supposedly we need or don't need.
Right.
I mean, Microsoft is at that point there because they went through it, right? Because at the end of the day, for all of you guys who are talking about the Japanese stuff that you want Japanese stuff on there, Microsoft, like Cygnus said right here. Was it Cygnus, bro? Wait,
He
let me read
said
this.
right here at the one you got on the screen, it says building relationships with Japanese developers means Xbox has to pay them. No, they don't. When Phil shook hands with Square Enix, there was money involved. Look, Square Enix went to Phil begging them to come back. Phil wasn't looking for Square at that point in time. He wasn't.
And even if they pay them Cygnus, it doesn't matter, right? Because in the end, they'll get their money and they'll put their stuff on there. Then it is up to us.
It is right, exactly.
To go out there, like all you millions of people who want Japanese games, which I don't see you guys. I've never seen you guys. I don't know where you guys are. Right, this is something of our time, right? And so Microsoft looks at the numbers and they say, "Wow, these guys see this, but then they do this."
They do, yeah, right. Yeah.
So where are you guys? Where you by the look of this, dude? Like these games should be the number one ranked games of all time.
That's true.
Right, on the sales chart, but it doesn't happen, man. This is why a lot of you guys talk a lot of crap, and I know you guys do because I'm on social media. You guys talk a good game, man, but when it comes to follow through, you guys ain't there. I'm not talking about you specifically, Cygnus. I'm just talking about the gaming community. The gaming community, as it is right now, is just full of crap. Right? They don't play games, right? They spend more time, like how I'm doing this podcast right here, right? But at the end of the day, I subscribe to WNBA. I'm gonna go watch a couple more games, and then I'm gonna go make some more sushi as my robot to grow my town. Right? That's what I do. Yeah. Right? Where you guys at? Because I don't see you guys. I don't see you guys when you guys talk about all these games, and then Microsoft goes and gets these games. Now, the great thing about it, why Microsoft will continue to doing this, and for guys like me who like these games, and why I'm not worried, Microsoft will continue to do this because they got this little service called Game Pass, and that service needs content. Right?
Yeah, always need content. Is king. Yeah. So and they never turn down content for Game Pass. They need to feed it.
Because what it is that was the answer. Because they realized a long time ago when you guys was complaining about AAA bangers on consoles, which with Sony's situation, now we all know that's a lie. We look at Sony right now; they have absolutely nothing. Right? Because it was all smoke and mirrors.
Yeah.
It was all smoke and mirrors. That was all a lie. Microsoft knew that. Microsoft put Game Pass because for some reason you guys think Game Pass is free, and it's not. It's a subscription, but it's such a good value that you guys don't even know that it's a subscription. You guys think it's free, and Microsoft is sitting there going like this, like, oh yeah, and then they're dinging you on stuff. It's like, hey, we have the publisher spotlight sale. Hey, we have horror sale. Hey, we have an anime sale. Hey, we have this, we have that, and you guys feed into that beast.
Right. Yeah.
They don't. This is why everything that they do is predicated on Game Pass. And you guys want to sit there and call people who use Game Pass broke gamers? Everybody's broke gamers.
Everybody, yeah.
Unless you're buying games,
I'm
sorry.
not looking to pay no $70 per game all the time to game on everything I'm interested in. I'm just not, I
I'm
wouldn't
sorry.
be able to do that. Hi, Sega Man.
Sorry,
what's
sorry.
up,
I was off
guys?
screen.
What's
I
up?
was off screen.
Oh, I want
Hey,
to say real quick hi to Mr. Kima as well. He
Hey,
joined
Mr.
us.
Kima.
And hey, Zink. Oh, and Zink had a question. I didn't even notice that. I'm so sorry, Zink.
Oh, he was talking about realist. He knew.
good day.
Oh, he knew. Okay. Oh, he was talking to Realist. Oh, okay. I
No,
thought
no,
he
it's
was
funny because all I have to do is mention Caitlin Clark, and this, and then realist and other zinc will be going.
Before Sega Forever, before I got kicked out, what I was trying to tell you is, I agree with you 100% about them trying to put, like all types of games. That's why they keep putting the Souls like, but one of the biggest genres that they're missing, that they don't have a lot of,
Mhm.
is the traditional hack and slash. That's why I said games like a Stellar Blade or Phantom Blade or the other one that's coming out, Souls, Lost Souls, whatever. They need to put those on Game Pass or on Xbox in general because they don't have a lot of offerings when it comes to the traditional hack and slash like Ninja Gaiden. Because
Yeah,
that's
I
one of my
love that
favorite.
game.
That's one of my favorite genres,
Me
and that's
too.
why I said that they shouldn't do that and just cater to that one. I think they do it. Yes, I agree because of what you said. Because then you're like, oh, they know it's a market for all those types of gamers. But I think they should stop acting like for example, they haven't had a real, true, great arse old school style platformer in a long time since the 360, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like they need to make one
I
Well,
think
because
they
you
are
know,
making it,
Super
but they
Lucky
got
Tales, Super
they
Lucky's Tales was not theirs.
but they made
Ori,
Psychonauts. They made Psychonauts, right?
yeah, Psychonauts, yeah, but
is
Psychonauts it was because of they made the purchase. I'm talking about from like their own stuff. Like they haven't made another Conquer, another Torch, another
what
fucking
what is
shit.
what do you
So
think
flip.
Toys for Bob and Playtonic is making for them?
Blinks the
Because I
I
know
think
Currency.
they're
both.
gonna. I think they're going to do. I think they're gonna do a platformer from them. Which one it is? Probably the same one that everybody keeps mentioning, which I don't think it needs one because the one on 360 was fantastic, which was Banjo Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. It's a fantastic game,
Man,
ahead
that
of
game,
its
that
time.
game is too hard for
Yeah,
today's
yeah, it's
audience.
hard. I know, but it's ahead of its time. It was ahead of its time. That's why I said.
I
But
love it.
I feel like they need to do like a new Torque, a tough,
I would like to see Conquer.
Blinks the Time Sweeper,
I would like to
fucking
see Squanch Games do Conquer. I've said that many times because I like High on Life. I would love to see that type of humor in a Conquer game done by those
yes.
people. That's what I
Yeah,
think they
but
should do.
but then it goes back to what Sega Man said. I mean, Sega Forever, because of the whole we want to look good in the public eye. Conquer is too toxic. Conquer is a man's game. You know what I mean? If you fight you fight a Dookie monster for Christ's sakes, you got to throw toilet paper at it. You see what I'm trying to say? Which I think is hysterical. You got to
Oh
throw a
my
fucking toilet paper. You got to throw toilet paper at that motherfucker. I thought that was fucking hilarious.
You see,
And the
that's why
motherfucker crunches all the time.
God.
that's why I
Listen,
think Staunch Games would be good for them because they were able to
Squanch
pull it
Games would
off
be
with
perfect.
yeah.
absolutely. Go listen. Look at Battletoads. Battletoads did well. Have they even greenlit a sequel? No. And the game did well because Battletoads also has, some type of toxicity behavior, what they consider, which is really not. It's just manly behavior. Shit, that's funny. It has that sense of humor when it talks about women or drugs or alcohol. It's just stupid shit. It's a video game at the end of the day. It's not supposed to be taken seriously.
Well,
You
look,
know what I mean?
Xbox is going to have to support their IP because that's the only way they're going to grow.
Well,
I
that's what
think
I'm
they're
saying. They look. They didn't greenlit a Recore. Why not? If it's a great game, good foundation, and it will do well because now it has recognition. They haven't done another Rise. They haven't greenlit that to
they
try to
can
do another Rise. They haven't
they
done
don't
another
own
Quantum.
that, do they? Do they own Rise?
No, no, no. They don't own it, but Crytek said they would do a sequel if as long as it got recognition long term, and it did.
Honestly, I
Rise
think
has
they
long
should just
term
buy.
recognition.
I think they
You
should
see what
just
I'm
buy
saying?
Crytek. Honestly, that's what
They
I.
didn't want to be bought. They tried to. They didn't want to be bought. So did Remedy.
Oh,
They tried to buy Remedy too. That was all in the court document.
oh,
That was all
okay.
released. They tried to buy Nintendo. They tried to buy
Yeah,
Remedy.
Nintendo was the
They
one that
just didn't want to. Yeah, they said no. Yeah,
They
Phil.
should just buy everybody.
I bet you they're regretting that shit now.
Buy everybody already. Say, let me,
Yeah,
let me,
Stop
let
and
me,
try
um,
it,
let me
hasn't he?
respond to Cygnus. Let me
they
respond.
try to buy Sega also.
Oh,
But
where
I
you buy-
guarantee you, everybody that said no is regretting it now. I guarantee, because Remedy, none of their shit is doing well.
Okay,
None of
you're
their games
right.
did well. None.
Right. You're right. Financially, they're
You know
not.
what I mean? The
Yeah.
only reason they try to boast up Control was because it was finally a Remedy game on PlayStation. Did anybody buy the remaster for Alan Wake 1 on PlayStation?
No.
Hell fucking no.
I bought it,
No.
but no, I heard nobody else bought it. So I was
They
like,
haven't bought it. They is all bullshit.
yeah, I
PlayStation
like.
fans are casuals, the majority. The biggest percentage of them are casuals. And what do I mean by that? It's literally people that come from other countries to this country. They know it's the popular thing and they buy it because it's popular. They don't buy no more games unless it's soccer, Madden, GTA, or Call of Duty, or Minecraft.
Or NBA.
That's it.
Okay.
Or NBA. That's
Yeah.
it.
NBA 2K.
Or even the wrestling. That's all they buy. They're not gamers. They're people. Look, I've seen so many people come to a store. Most of them, either they're Mexicans, Dominican. Oh, dame PlayStation. Yo quiero PlayStation. Oh, porque, oh, because es solo hotness. Es lo que está en moda. Basically saying that that's what's in style. That's the hotness. They're not gamers. They just buy. It's like when they come here and they buy Jordans, or they come here and they buy Lacosta, or they come here and they buy iPhones. It's the same fucking shit with Nintendo Switch and PlayStation. It is the same fucking shit. People buy it because they want what's popular. And we're talking about people that don't even know how to speak English. Okay? They just buy it because it's popular. And everybody thinks, oh no, everybody wants PlayStation. No, fuck you. It's because it's popular. That's not why. I've seen it with my own eyes. I live in an area where it's basically turned from being Hispanic and black, right, in the project area, and it became completely into Little Mexico and South Dominican Republic. That's what it become. That's all it is now. So, and all they do is buy whatever's popular, or they try to chase whatever's popular. They do not care about the culture, the business, what is good, what is not. They don't give a fuck. They just want to play Call of Duty. I want to play Call of Duty. I want to play Madden. I want that GTA. That's how they talk. That's how they play. That's all they want. That's it. It's a fucking fact. Listen, y'all can hate it. Y'all don't want to hear it. You can think I'm a racist. I don't give a fuck. I know who I am. I'm just telling you the facts. And I see it everywhere I go. Everywhere I go. Look, I can go to the shit to where Sega Man lives in Pittsburgh, and I guarantee you it's the same shit.
Yep.
It's the same shit.
It is.
The same shit. New York, you go, same shit. Everybody that you see that plays on PlayStation is because it's popular and they buy it. And every time you see it, it's mainly Dominicans or Mexicans. That's it. Anybody you see mainly on Xbox or that buy Xbox is mainly either white, Hispanic, like Puerto Rican, or blacks. That's it.
Hawaiian.
So,
You got Hawaiian too, you know.
well, say how many Hawaiian? Let's be honest. Let's be honest. How many Hawaiians you actually see on YouTube talking? I think Sega Forever is one. Sega Forever is one of maybe five.
Yeah.
Nah, Hawaii is a Sony land.
You know exactly. They follow what's popular. That's all it is.
You see? Yeah.
That's all it is. They just follow what's popular. Don't get that shit twisted. I'm telling you. Motherfuckers don't want to talk about that because they go, oh, that's toxic. No, it's not toxic. Those are the facts.
Yeah, I
Look,
can't
I
even
got
speak on it
pictures.
'cause
I got
didn't know that. I never heard.
I got Black Friday, and fucking what's his phrase? Iron Wolf got pissed the fuck off because I pointed it out. I got pictures of Black Friday when I went to Best Buys, right? When they were selling the Spider-Man bundle for $200, right? For PS4.
Yeah.
And I saw this lady and I took a picture of it. The lady had like 5 carts full of PS5s. And she was Arabic. Arabic.
I got it figured out. I got it.
What the fuck you think they were buying that many fucking consoles for? To send it to their country because it cost them less money from shipping it themselves so that they can sell it in their country because it's what's popular.
Yeah.
That's why she did that. Look. You could go on any GameStop. The highest rating of trade-in consoles is always PlayStation. Right now, PS5 is the most traded-in console. And I have the data. I could show you the actual data where I got it from. The return from companies is PlayStation 5. The most effective console is PlayStation 5. Listen, there could be 100 million consoles, and the reality is they probably only have like 60. Because 40 of them are either not active, defective, or traded in. But they still count it because once they make that sale, it counts as a sale. That don't mean that's what's out there. You see what I'm trying to say?
Right.
And that's the little details that all these other YouTubers that have all these hundreds of millions of people following them, or thousands, right? That they never bring up because they know that if they bring that shit up, they're not gonna, the people that follow them not gonna like to hear that. They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear the truth. I'm gonna tell you the fucking truth because I don't give two fucks. I want the truth to be out there, not bullshit. Because that's all it is. It's bullshit. Now go look at the ratio for trade-ins for Xbox. It's way lower, right? And if it's traded in, it's traded in to be upgraded to a better one, like S being traded into X. You see it all the time. Go to YouTube. You can see how many videos and since the fucking show happened, right? Since the show happened, look at how many people doing videos talking about they just bought a Series X and upgraded or just got it for the first time because after the showcase they had to get one.
And on Facebook. And on Facebook in the Facebook group, Sega Man can tell you that we're part of like 2 or 3 of them, and you see it. I just got my X finally.
Yeah, I'm
just got an X finally.
Yeah.
Because Xbox, like Sega Forever said earlier, like we've been saying for like 3 years now, is the best value in game. You cannot beat the value that you get with Game Pass, with the trade-up value they give you, with the fact that they also can give you the ability to get the game console through Xbox All Access, which still exists.
Yep.
You can buy the fucking console for basically nothing. You just get it with your credit card through them, and you pay no interest for 2 years, and you just pay $37 a month, and it comes and it has Xbox Game Pass included and online for the 2 years as well. And you get no interest. None.
You can't beat it.
So again, exactly, Sega Man. There's no way in hell that you're gonna sit there and say that people are gonna be stupid forever. No, they're not gonna be blinded. After this Call of Duty hits this Game Pass and people start saying, "Oh, it's on Game Pass," it's on Game. Watch how that shit's gonna the floodgates. It's like Sega Forever was saying, the honeymoon is over, bro. The floodgate. Everybody's just gonna migrate over, and when they see that migration, then everybody's gonna want to be sucking Xbox cock. Oh, we want to be on Xbox. No, you don't, motherfucker. You want to be now because that's where the money is. Stop lying. Stop lying. You fucking hypocrites. And that's why you're starting to see these guys trying to say, well, I never said I was only a PlayStation fan. Reforged Gaming said that. Like, motherfucker, shut the fuck up. All you ever do is 90% negative Xbox shit. And now you're trying to act like, oh, I do all types of shit. No, you fucking nope. You're a fucking PlayStation shill. Shut the fuck up. Same thing like MBG. I never said I was a Sony fan like that. I like all consoles. Yeah, right. Shut the fuck up, dude. You started as an Xbox guy. And when you saw that Xbox wasn't popular, wouldn't get you views, you immediately switched to fucking goddamn Sony. That's what Next Gen did.
You're breaking up, dude. You're breaking up, Ebot.
Ebot, you sound like Zap from Roger. I want to be your man.
We can't hear you now.
Yeah, his voice is gone now.
Yeah. You know, brother, when he's on a roll, he goes. You still there? You're botting.
You're botting.
You're botting real
Just,
bad, man.
drop out and drop back in.
You won't see me.
Nope, you're botting.
Yeah,
Hear me now.
Can't hear you.
That's better.
Yeah, that's better.
God damn it. Can you hear me now?
You sound like the robot from Mass Effect.
From Mass Effect?
Yeah.
You ain't shit, Sega Man. You ain't shit. You ain't shit. So anyway, like I was trying to say, can you hear me better now?
Yes, yes.
All right. Good. So what I was trying to say was that's why you see people, like MBG, he was Xbox, and when he saw that he couldn't make no money with the Xbox news, because everybody was always sucking on Sony, he changed to PlayStation, right? He turned coat, like we like to say. Next Gen did the same thing. Colt Eastwood, when he was having the relationship, doing the stuff with Dealer, same thing. They separated because Colt wanted to do for all types of shit, while Dealer wanted to stay Xbox. Same thing happened with D, and they separated because these dudes just want to make money. They don't really care about spreading the actual facts and real messaging about gaming as a whole. They just want to make it about profitability. And okay, I don't hate on your game. You want to make money, but have some goddamn integrity. You need to have some integrity. You know what I mean? A man's word is more valuable than anything else. If you're saying you want to do one thing and you want to talk about something, do it, but do it the right way. Don't do it like a little girl. Like, oh, you're not popular anymore. It's like the girls in high school that they stopped dating a dude when he stopped being popular. Like, what the fuck? What are you, a bitch? The hell? Like, get out of here with that shit. So, and that shit is corny. It's corny as hell. You corny. When you do shit like that makes you corny. You're corny. Real corny. So again, you can't respect people like that. But that's what it is. That's all it is. They want to get the views. So that's why you can't. No, I have no integrity with none of those. None. And they all did it. Rich Review Tech, Angry Joe, fucking. Huh?
Crater Face?
Yes. Creator Face also. Even fucking this dude did that shit. And he tried to act like he did it. Like, what's his face? Like, I don't like Matt. He played for that same reason. He's another one. You could tell he's never played Gears. Now he's doing videos about him playing Gears, and people are actually sucking up to his stupid shit. I'm like, yo, dude, shut up.
Look,
like,
what I noticed from a lot of these people, they get idolized, man. You know, he's so
Bro,
great. He's so
it's
I be
crazy.
looking at in the comment section. I be like, my God, how far can you go up there behind? Like, geez.
Well, it's like a lot of the guys that do the Marvel stuff and the comic stuff. Yeah. They always suck on PlayStation because of that Spider-Man.
Oh wow!
But that's all they ever talk about. Oh my God, that Wolverine. Oh my God, they don't talk about other shit. That's how, and they're real PlayStation heavy because they have that Spider-Man shit, and now the Wolverine. It's the same way. It's the same thing. Those ain't gamers. Those are not gamers, dude. They're not. They're casual. You're a gamer because you play video games, but you're not a gamer in the sense of the culture, the history. That it's a lifestyle, that gaming, you love gaming, you live and breathe gaming. What type of genres, what's important for a game, what's not. Those types of things is what real gamers that are hardcore know. How it started, the lifestyle of the arcade, how it correlated with PC. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that's the difference. So you want to follow casual, by all means, go right ahead. But don't try to say that you can compare them and put them in the same bracket as somebody like us that know what the fuck we're talking about, that really know the ins and outs, that are real purists, and try to compare us to fucking people like that. Because no, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. And when they say, oh, because PlayStation stuff, no. I told you, it's the popular console, just like the Switch. That's why they fucking sell. There ain't it's not because everybody wants it because it's better. No, it's because it's popular. It's that simple. The day of those consoles don't have popularity, you'll see that nobody will support it and it won't be the same. It'll be completely different. And that has a probability of happening now with Microsoft doing all these shifts and getting these big deals, especially with this Call of Duty and now the stuff from Bethesda and all that stuff. That's why I said more power too. They need to keep everything there. Keep it all on Xbox. Because the PC community, like I said, they really don't bother. And it's not going to hurt us because they don't play as much as, let's say, as console gamers, because PC gamers have their style of games they like FPSs or RTSs or MMOs. That's really the strong point in the PCs in landscape and community. But with consoles, when it comes to consoles, the Xbox gamers predominantly play all types of games. They play all types of genres, right? So that's why I say they don't hurt Xbox. They just help, if anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They don't hurt, they help. So that doesn't matter. But when you want to compare it to Nintendo, when they look how everybody went crazy for one game, Metroid. Yes. Oh my God, they had an excellent listen. Their showcase was all remasters, old ass
It
games,
was,
and
yeah.
and they fucking showed Mario Luigi, the RTS that used to be the turn based that used to be I think on the DS, which they're remastering, right? And because they're bringing it out on a console, oh my God, everybody lost their shit. The Luigi's Mansion 2 that was on DS that they're bringing to console. The Donkey Kong Country's Tropical Freeze or Donkey Kong Return, that's a remaster of the Wii U. All that shit they had was old ass shit. Dragon Quest, Fantasia, all them games. All old shit. The only shit they showed new was fucking Metroid. And that game, the way it looked, you can tell that it's going to be for the next system. For the Switch 2 or whatever they're going to call it. Because no game on Switch looks like that with the fidelity that game looked. So I know it's not the new Switch. I mean, the old Switch. And that's why it's coming out in 2025. Because they said that's when the console comes out. And everybody went, oh my God, it was a straight A. The best of the best. No, dude, that shit was dog shit. It was so ass. I couldn't stand that show. I was like, damn, bro. These motherfuckers don't change. They just get credit for anything. They're going to make a game about Princess Peach taking a shit or changing her tampons and people suck on it. Like, I'm like, bro, for real? Like, holy shit. Grown ass men. Oh my God. 40, 50. Oh, Jesus Christ. Look, oh my God. Like, dude, grow the fuck up. I appreciate old school games, yes, but I'm not retarded. I want new shit too. I'm not going to say that those games are in the level of something like Hellblade 2, let's say, for example, when it's a newer game, or like the Dragon's Quest. I mean, what's the one that they showed? The Dragon's RPG, action RPG that looks awesome also, that's coming out. I forgot the name of it.
I forgot.
That's the one from Bethesda, I think it is. From the Dragon Age, is it? Dragon Age?
Is it Dragon Age? Yeah, I think it is Dragon Age.
Well, the new Dragon Age they showed, that shit looks awesome. You didn't compare that shit to that fucking RPG, that Legend of Zelda RPG that they showed, that looked like that you could have played it on the GameCube and shit. You serious? And you're gonna tell me that you see Expedition 33 that was shown on the showcase for Xbox, and you see that turn-based, and you're gonna say that you're gonna be hyped for that other shit that looks like it was on the Super Nintendo back in the day and on the 16-bit era? Like, come on, bro. Like, you gotta stop. Let's be real, bro. Stop. We gotta cut that dumb shit out. We gotta stop. Always damage controlling, making sure like, oh, Nintendo. Listen, I'm gonna piss all of you off right now. The only reason Mario is popular, it was because it was given out free with every Nintendo Entertainment System. Sonic wasn't given out for free. Sonic, you had to buy it. And when it got big and sold well, then they packed it on the Genesis. So how about that? I pissed all y'all off. Fuck y'all. Fuck Mario. The fuck? Shit crazy. They absolutely stuck. And they don't want to make it seem like it was on the same level as Xbox Showcase. Like, no, it wasn't. Not even close. You crazy? Like, stop that dumb shit. Oh my God, it should get me so mad. And Capcom got me heated, not giving me the Punisher and the arcade collection. Oh my God, I think this motherfucker got me mad. I can't do it. Yeah, so that's how I feel about that.
Yeah, go ahead. Whoever's next.
I think Sega Man's next. He's barely talking.
Wait, what I caught up with brother Hebot and you guys. So what were you talking about beginning Sega Forever before I came in?
Sega Forever?
Is he there? Is he there, Dan?
Yeah. I
Buddy,
think
he's there. He just said, whoever goes next, go next.
Well, basically, he was talking about the honeymoon is over and how people are turning, people are flipping out over that one game being missing, and all the good accolades towards Xbox is disappearing, and all of a sudden, they getting back to the same old rhetoric again. That's how he started out.
So after the most magnificent show ever, of gaming, they're going back to their old ways again, huh?
Yeah, because Capcom want to be fucking dumb and not bringing the collection over. Now it's over. Xbox is over.
Wow. You
No,
know,
that's what everybody was saying on Twitter. It's like, man, that. Sorry, I had to go get food. But everybody was on Twitter was like,
well,
it was funny to me, man. It went from the greatest showcase ever. Like they were excited about the showcase on the games, and then this Capcom thing dropped, and all of a sudden, Xbox has no third-party support. That's how fast it switched.
well, we all know we all know the game. He bought all of us First Lady of X. We all know the game. That's how they are. We knew it was coming anyways. But you know what? It didn't ruin nothing for us. We know we got great games coming. Day and date in the Game Pass, phenomenal games coming. Call of Duty, when Call of Duty comes in there, it's going to take over. They're all going to come back, trying to crawl back on the ship. And I can't wait until they do that because we'll be out here making in front of them, man. You know what I mean? Coming back. And like Hebot said, they're all making videos and podcasts and saying like, oh, well, I never really, I was always an Xbox. I just want them to do better. That's all. I just want them to do better, like stuff like that. You know what I mean? But they've been doing good. Like I said, they've been doing good, man. You know what I mean? And Hebot made a lot of good points on that, man. It's they always got to say something else to try to put Xbox on. I will tell you this, Sega Forever, the dude that's in here named Sickness, that's actually Christopher Fart. He's a troll. So just to let you guys know, that's the dude, Christopher Fart. He's like a troll that's for Sony. So, because he likes to try to push people in Xbox's podcast, try to push their buttons, but that's a fraud dude that comes in here, guys.
Yeah, that's fine. Cygnus, you can say whatever you say. It's not going to change.
Yeah, right.
It's not going to change anything. I mean,
it doesn't change facts.
I mean, it is what
it doesn't change facts.
Nope, Cygnus says, yes, that's why Capcom situation is easy fixed by paying them. Same with Wukong did pay them too. How do we know that Microsoft didn't pay them already? See, this is the kind of stuff we don't know. Yeah, but then a lot of people on social media, a lot of people in the gaming news, they assume this stuff. And
I was gonna say, you guys let me parking on the side.
These guys look like idiots, right? Because then they have showcase drops, right? And all of these guys, right, have to backpedal. All right, Sigmund, go ahead.
No, but like I was saying, man, we just they're just ass hurt, man. They're ass hurt, bro, because Xbox is just really, I mean, they're killing.
Say hello to my daughter. Look, that's my daughter, Anastasia.
Hey.
Say hi, Mom.
Hello. How you doing?
Hello.
Hi, I'm good.
They can see you. That's why. I put on the spot.
Why are you putting her on the spot? Stop it.
I'm just trying to be nice. It's my job. That's what dads do.
I don't know. I mean, look at he bought happy for a lot of games that are coming. You are Sega Forever. I am. I can't wait to get E-Day. Gears of War. There's a lot to look forward to. Man. Yeah. With Xbox, man. They killed it this year. They were the best out here when it came to showing games that are coming to our platform. I mean, like Hebot said, the PlayStation 1 was fucking terrible. That State of Play was garbage. State of Gay, that was garbage, dude. I actually watched that. That was terrible. You know what I mean? And then you got like he said,
he said State of Gay.
I actually didn't even. I saw a little bit of the Nintendo one. Hey, I don't play Nintendo games. I don't have anything to do with Nintendo.
Yeah.
And I was watching those games. They seem so kiddie, and I was just like, "This is." I was just like, "Look, no offense to people like that, but those games seem so, to me, underwhelming."
They
Okay.
Because
they seem so simplistic. I was just like, oh, okay, this is what they're playing.
There you are, a 50-year-old crying because he see Mario on screen. There's a problem. There's a problem with that.
I was like, this is what they saying we're missing. And so I'm like, okay.
They act like Mario has been gone for 40. They act like Mario's been gone for 40 years, and they just got a new game.
Yeah.
When they got a new Mario last year, and it was the same shit, 2D side scroller. Like, come on, dude. If you're 50 years old and you crying with emotion, like, oh my God,
Mario. Yeah, I just got balling and stuff. He was like, I like it. Really?
Listen,
I gotta say something real quick. and you guys might disagree with me, man, but I finally watched that Mario Brothers movie.
It's
What
All
about
excellent.
it?
right,
It's
all
excellent.
right. Everybody was telling me like it's the best one, and we're excited to watch it.
Right,
The
right, right.
animation was nice. I love my boy Chris. My boy Star-Lord was in there. But as I was watching this movie, I was like, all right. I mean, am I wrong? Did you guys like it? I don't know. Dude.
I,
I didn't
I,
even.
I
It
like
was an excellent movie animation wise, but it
right,
was just
right.
Mario. It was
It was just
nothing.
Mario. I
It
think
wasn't
I'm sorry.
nothing like it's never been done. I'm sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I agree with him. It's a well-made movie and all that stuff, but I actually prefer the Sonic movies. If you ask me, that's
I
just
know.
me.
I still didn't
I
see that. I need to get
I love
Sonic
the
2.
Sonic movies, so
I got to get
Okay, go ahead.
Sonic 2 on 4K. I got to get it.
I love the Sonic movies. I was laughing so hard on those things that I don't know. I just like those better personally. I like those better. So go ahead, Hebot.
Oh,
Uh oh.
Oh, I was trying to say that
Oh, there you go.
it
Okay.
was a good movie. It was excellent as far as the animation, but that also has a lot to do with that it's the same team that did the Minions from DreamWorks, the Minions movies, right? Which are
Yeah.
also or in Despicable Me, which are excellent as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there was
Those.
good writing, but there was a lot of nostalgia on there. But
Right.
again, it works because it's in animation form. It would be more impressive to see if they can do a live action movie based on the property and actually make it good and make it work. That's a lot harder to do.
Loophole.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
here's the
Um,
scuttlebutt. Here's the scuttlebutt. Here's the scuttlebutt on that. Because I was watching the show, and if you guys realize, Peach was kind of prominently figured in. And so what I had heard was that Nintendo of Japan, because she was actually supposed to be the star of the show. And when Nintendo of Japan found out, they were like, they put a bosh on that real fast.
Hmm.
But even as I
mm,
watched the show, I was like, I could see the direction they were going in.
Let's see that.
Because look, dude, we're all Americans here. Yeah, we grew up in like the eras of the movies we
Yeah.
grew up in.
One's supposed to
I'm
be a
like Strong
small one,
Woman.
one's supposed to be
Right? Do I have to say like Ripley from Aliens and stuff like that?
Hmm.
But
yeah.
that's what I had heard. And then and as I was watching it, I could pick up on it a little bit. I mean, it
Right.
yeah,
didn't.
they try to make her the star of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
I
try to
felt
make
the same
Mario
way
kind
too.
of
But
yeah. And I
they
thought it was
did.
funny because I watched it and I was like, okay. I mean, it was all right. I mean, I saw maybe my expectations were too high. You know what I'm saying?
That's my one complaint about the Mario movie. I don't think Princess Peach felt very Japanese to me. Like like how women are typically written in. If you watch anime or just any of their dramas or whatever, anything like that, there's a certain type of way Japanese women carry themselves and how they're written in stories and things like that, right? In my opinion, Princess Peach felt more American. That's
Well,
that's my opinion.
because the studio's
Modern to
American.
modern American, the way they make those women today in most games and stuff. That's what she felt like. Like she
Yeah.
can fight everything up and all that. I'm like, how is she doing all of this? Is she? I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Princess Peach is supposed to have all these magical powers and or do all this stuff. I don't know, but I was just like, how is she able to do all of this stuff? Honestly, I was asking myself, what's special about Mario if she can do all of that? Like, why do they need Mario? I'm just logically asking questions here. That was my one complaint about the movie that, in my opinion, didn't make sense to me. Right? Is Princess Peach, because if she's that good and she's able to do, why is she training up a Mario who doesn't know what he's doing? Maybe I'm spoiling things. I'm
Well,
sorry.
they almost made it seem like if she was saving them.
Yeah,
You
thank you.
know what I'm
That's the
saying?
impression I
No, that
got.
was the goal. Yeah,
That was the
the
impression I
Japan.
got.
Yeah, Nintendo Japan put down and said you better change that, or they're pulling
Okay,
out
okay,
because that was the direction that they were going to go, and you can see it.
okay. That I thought that was just me. Okay, that to me that was the one weak area, and why I say that she didn't feel Japanese, because it's a certain tone and a certain way they write the females in their works, in my opinion. And I want to say
It also depends on the type of manga or anime it is too.
yeah, they can be like strong and all that stuff. That's not the issue. The issue is just how they write them sometimes. I don't know. It's a difference. I don't know how to word it right now. I have to think about it. But yeah, it's, in my opinion, she felt a little bit too Americanized. And I can usually identify that. And I thought she didn't feel quite as Japanese as I thought she would. But I just wanted to say hi to Google Poll. Welcome.
What's
Yeah,
up, Google
Google.
Poll?
He's crying and he says, Xbox, please don't die. He said
Xbox.
Astrobot and Lego Alloys is so powerful.
You know what? The only game that they're hyped for and excited for was a game that started out in VR, and that's Astrobot. That's
Yeah,
what they're
Astro.
talking about now. That's the biggest thing. But I thought that Xbox had too many kiddie games. But you guys are all over there praising Astrobot now. Really?
I actually commend them on that. I say they should take something like that, make it into an IP. Why not? It's small.
Zeke knows what
They
I'm
can
talking about.
afford it. They can afford it. And I think they should do stuff like that. They need to stop trying to do everything AAA because they can't afford that. They need to be able to make like single and AA games sometimes. So I actually think that's a good step in the right direction for Sony because Sony needs to try. They're trying to fight to keep that number one position that they think they have. I don't believe they're in
Right.
that position anymore personally,
Right.
but they're trying to fight for that, and they're trying to fight for the perception. But they need to stop and let that go if they want to save the business. They're not going to be Xbox. They're simply not. They can't even keep up with what Xbox can do. And Xbox showed you in that one show that not only are they able to give you a lot of games, they're able to give you high quality games at that level. Like it was at the level that people couldn't even tell there was gameplay in there. Like, do you guys know that there was actually gameplay in State of Decay 3?
Yes,
They
I
thought
knew
that
that.
was all. People thought that was all CGI.
No, that was gameplay.
That's
was-
why
it
they have
was
to put
gameplay.
gameplay in there, Dale. They
Yeah,
have to put gameplay in there because they get crap if it's only CGI.
exactly. And they showed you some gameplay. We know they're clearly still working on it, but they showed gameplay. People's like, well, yeah, I actually saw people say, because like you, I watched some other people's reactions. I just wanted to gauge how other people thought, because I thought the show is, again, for me, a 10 out of 10. It was I couldn't find one flaw with that show, not one. And so I wanted to see what other people thought. And yeah, it was people in the comments said, they State Decay 3 been nice. I guess maybe these people liked the game or something or was interested in it, but they just said it'd been nice if that wasn't all CGI. And I'm like, I just jerked back. I was like, there was gameplay in there. But that's Xbox's new thing now. I think that how every publisher kind of have their identifying feature. I think that's going to be Xbox's moving forward. They're going to take that whole Hellblade thing and run with it, like where you can't tell between the cutscenes and the actual gameplay. That's going to be, because I noticed they had a lot of games that did that.
Well, because it's been because even when they show gameplay in the past, people wouldn't believe it. So
Yeah,
that's why they do it. And, it's just like the refrigerator, right? When they came out with the new box, and everybody's, oh, it looks like a refrigerator, and then they went
Yeah.
Refrigerator Perry.
So that's how they're, when people say that they don't advertise, this is what their advertisers are doing. They have a crew of people that are working on this to try and nip it in the bud or
right,
trying to flip it on people, the Jedi
Right.
mind trick, so to speak.
right.
And so, okay.
I'm still having a hard time. I got to talk to Dave. I'm still having a hard time with that Hellblade where she's I think I told you about before, where she's in that cave, and I'm trying to turn that, go through that portal, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I get it to come down. I get it to come down, but when I go across to the rocks over there, I can't get over there. So I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing wrong. I'm trying to figure it out. It seems like the puzzles get harder and harder.
They do. They get what? Okay, so what I'm gonna need to do is, do you think you can send me a screenshot or show me a screenshot
Yeah,
of where you
could.
at?
Yeah, I could, because it's where I'm in this cave, and there's this big sphere ball, and when you look at
It's
it,
floating it's up like close to the ceiling, right?
yeah, it flips up. When you look at it, it'll flip the board up, and I'm trying to get to where I can go through that little shiny looking cave, like it's up on the ceiling, and then when you focus on the sphere, it comes down, but half of the part that I have to go over there to get over there goes up in the air. You know what I mean? So
right. So that means that you can't use that yet. So like if you're flipping it and you can't get to where you need to, it's something else you have to solve before that.
Ah,
Right. So that's what that means. Like, yes, you figured out that you do need to move that, and you see what it's doing, right? You see, like if it's flipping it and you see, okay, that part moves there. Okay, I got that. But that means that there's something else that you have to solve that can help you to reach it. I would have to see what you're looking at exactly, and then I can tell you and point out what it is and why it's that way.
Do you want to read what Zink wrote?
Oh,
what do
okay.
you-
Let's see. Others Inc. said Sega Man 101. When the board is flipped, it opens a new path to go. Okay, so Zink knows what you're talking about. He must knows the part you're talking
yeah,
about.
he must. I gotta talk. Yeah, I'll talk. I gotta talk to Zinc because I'm trying to figure out. I think I'm getting close, Zinc,
It will
and then
activate
I end
what
up
you
messing it
need.
up again. Yeah, I end up messing it up again, but I want to get it because I'm trying to finish the game.
Yeah, you should. You're gonna
You know what I
want to.
mean?
Zink said it will activate what you need.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just give Zink credit for playing something other than Gears.
Did you play Sega Man? I mean, Sega Forever. I mean, did you play it? I'm sorry. Did you
Not
play?
yet. Yeah, I'm
Oh,
too
you
busy
haven't? Okay.
playing. Yeah,
Oh,
so
okay.
I know
I've been
everybody
playing
got
work.
games, so I done went. I done started going back into Starfield. It done hooked me back in again. So the updates and stuff, like, oh my gosh, I'm loving it because man, I'm moving so good now and everything because he done increased the FPS and everything. Oh my gosh, but yeah, I decided. I'm gonna start a new game, so I'm starting a new game, and I'm gonna go through everything again. But yeah, I just started Starfield again. And
But you
before that,
redid
it
it.
was
You
Palworld.
restarted it.
Yeah, I still got my other game, but I wanted to start it again because it's a lot of new stuff, and I wanted to go
Well,
through it
you
again.
know what, guys, and you know what looked at that show. Remember the show, right? Sega Forever and
Mm-hmm.
Lady
Yeah.
of X. What
Yes.
really impressed was this, like Perfect Dark and like Tomb Raider. Like my game was Gears. Don't get me wrong. I actually screamed at that. I was so glad to see that. But
Mhm.
those other games, man, like that Perfect Dark looks
Perfect
so
Dark
goddamn.
looks so
It looks
good.
so advanced.
Oh
I
man,
mean, that's gonna be
that
a
looks so
badass
good.
game.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a badass game, Sega Forever. Let me tell you, bro, that game's gonna be badass, man. It's totally futuristic, which I like. It's
It's
right up
cool.
my.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
cannot wait to see that. And that Indiana Jones, I think it's using ray tracing. I mean, it looks incredible. It's
It is.
incredible. It's
Yeah.
incredible.
I love the narrative, and I love that they got the humor down.
Yeah.
But there was people complaining about this one part where they stand and looked at each other. I'm like, obviously, you guys have not watched
Well,
the Indiana Jones movies because
Oh,
that was back back in the day. Right, the comedy's there, the writing's
It
there.
is. The comedy is there. Because I was laughing at that part with the last one they showed at the showcase. That
Yeah.
whole scene. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
a funny scene. Yeah.
Classic Indiana Jones.
Very, very much so. My favorite part is when she placed the grenade in the guy's hand.
Oh,
He
yeah.
got the stone. He dropped. The other guy was trying to catch it and fell and died. I was
But
like,
it-
oh my gosh.
You got some guys online, and I would tell them straight up. They were like, "Well, this doesn't look like a game for me because of that." And I was like, "Oh yeah, it's not a game for you, but that's why it's in Game Pass,
That's right.
right?
Yeah.
And if you don't like it, you can play other things like
Yeah.
Nene
It's not
said
for
this.
everybody. It's not.
It's not for everybody. Sean Layden came out and said games needed to be shorter than the irony, right? Yeah, you know the great thing on Microsoft, they got short games, they got long games,
They do. Yeah. Yeah.
they got indie games, they got AAA games, double
Yeah,
A,
they
single
do.
A.
Yeah.
They got third party, they got first party, they got every party.
They got
Yeah.
RTXs. They got all kind of games. And again, Microsoft's filling in a niche with that new studio, Elsewhere Entertainment,
Yeah.
I think they're called. Yeah, they do story narrative style games. So
Yeah.
anything that they have a gap in, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, so if you guys don't think that they don't listen, they are. They've always listened, right?
Yep.
But it takes time to do this kind of stuff, and then you end up with this showcase, and then everybody's eating crow.
Yep.
And I'll be honest with you, that's why I went back and watched a lot of it just to enjoy the salt. But
Oh,
these
you
dudes,
did?
man, they would not like. What they did was they won't admit their failures. Destin kind of did, but even Destin, he's the worst, right? He kind of
He's
he kind of
real
goes
bad.
into it, though,
Yeah.
in his podcast. But I'm like, yeah, dude, but you're gonna turn around and do the same thing
Same stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, all the time, dude.
He
And
never
it's
even
that time of
seems
the it's
enthusiastic
that time
about
of the
Xbox.
podcast. Oh, sorry. It's that time of the podcast where I wish Sony dies. Okay. Go ahead, Dan.
I just said he never seems enthusiastic about Xbox. He seems like he's just kind of trudging through it, you know.
I think he should move on with his life.
Yeah.
I don't mean that in a bad way. I just don't think gaming's a part of that like it used to be for him. And I don't think it ever really was, to be honest with you. But I
Yeah.
remember even from back in the day. But definitely now for a lot of these guys, like I went through that. I went through that spiel, and what held me over was COD.
Oh,
COD kept
okay.
me engaged, right? Because I had a family, I had kids, I didn't have time to really game, but I
Okay.
had time to play COD, and that COD kept me engaged. And if it wasn't for COD, I probably wouldn't be here.
Oh, wow.
No, because when
Go
you have a
COD
family,
then.
yeah, living in Hawaii, you have a family, and then you got to focus on so many things,
Right.
And then Xbox came, and then they're like, "Oh, here's the Xbox One. It's got my all-in-one system." And again, this
Yeah.
is why I focused on them because I'm like, well, I can play my games and watch my content and do all the stuff I like to do. Right? It's going to be an entertainment box, which everybody said it was wrong, and I'm like, no, that's why I'm buying it.
Remake Station 5. That's funny.
COD saves lives. Yeah, that's Google poll, by the way. That's
Yeah,
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
now Google will say, or Remake Station 5 will say, gee, for a guy who owes COD his life, a gaming life, I'm not really good at it. Yeah, okay, Google. Look, I dropped below the 50 percentile. When it comes, I used to be better, right? But as you get older, you know, you lose that first step.
Sega Forever and First Lady of X. You know what? I want to touch on what Hebon said earlier.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's right about the PlayStation 5 and 4 things, because down here in Pittsburgh, when I go to my game exchange, and I go and I look at the front counter, there is a couple Series S's up there, but there's a lot, and I mean a lot of PlayStation 4s they turn in, and there's PS5s up there. He's right about that. There's a couple Xboxes, but there's a ton of those PlayStation 4s and a lot of PlayStation 5s that were traded in. He's telling the truth about that. There's a lot.
There's a reason why Sony fought so hard.
There really is. And next time I go up there, I'm going to take a picture and put it on Facebook, because there's a lot of them up there so people don't think I'm lying. A lot. Bundles. You can buy them without the box, everything. Tons of PS4s.
Okay.
You can get PlayStation 4 now for $120. So, I mean, there's people turning in a lot of their PlayStations, bro. There is. It really is. He's not lying. He's not lying.
They're prepping for COD.
Yeah.
They're
That's what I
prepping
think.
for COD. That's what it is. That's why Sony fought so hard. I've seen so many videos of people, and I'm talking across the board, guys, older, younger, guys, girls,
Mm-hmm.
everybody in between, and their videos are like, oh man, I haven't played a COD. This is how it goes. I haven't played a COD in years, or my last COD I played was Modern Warfare 2 or whatever, right? But if they put this in Game Pass, right, because they don't necessarily want to buy it, but by having Game Pass, you get COD Plus, right? But you can choose to engage or not, right? And that's what's happening, right? So
It's true, man. Hey, it's the days of it feels like the old days of the 360 days when they did that show. It felt like them days again. I mean, it's a new era, but it actually felt. I always was excited Sega Forever for our shows, regardless. I always was.
yeah, me
But
too.
it did feel like those days again with what they're doing. With all those games, dropping all those games like that, man. I can't wait. Like Game Pass I'm telling you, Game Pass is going to go way up. I think it already has. After that show, I think a lot of people went out and subscribed to Game Pass. I believe that. I believe the numbers went up. I really believe that.
I think the number they give us is the constant number that they have.
Right.
Because it fluctuates, so they probably give themselves a bumper, but I'm pretty sure it's above 50.
Yeah.
At this point, that people are participating just by playing. I play Warhammer, and I know that people buy it. Again,
Warhammer,
shout out to the PC community there for keeping the game. I can actually get into games, and a lot of the guys I play with are on PC, and I know that they play on PC because they can type. Right?
Yeah.
I'm on my controller, and I'm like, okay, GG. Like, I'm fumbling through my controller, right? I got caught one time. The guys had to come and save me, and they were kind of like, yeah, just play, dude.
Yeah.
But they're typing like whole manifestos. One dude was talking about the lore, and he's like, go to the emperor and all this kind of stuff. I was like, dang, dude. If I had a keyboard, man, I'd be dangerous. Yeah, but when I play, dude, it's all PC. Well, and there's Xbox guys. Definitely, right? But there's a
Sometimes I
lot
play
of...
games where it's just nothing but console gamers, and I still have a lot of fun. So it doesn't matter to me. I'm just like, it's just gamers at the end of the day, and that's why all I've ever wanted for us to all to come together and game. and have fun and enjoy the hobby we all
Well,
love, you know.
after what Phil said at the showcase, right? When he mentioned the
Yeah,
numbers.
yeah,
Yeah, he said it, right? What did he say? Like double, triple,
yeah,
quadruple?
yeah.
And he's happy, right? Because that's something they work for.
They worked hard for it.
They
Yeah,
worked hard for it, and it's paying off, dude. I
yeah.
mean, it's paying off across the board. But I remember he said it was like they love the numbers on PC.
Yeah,
Let me ask you guys this. I want to get you Daya's opinion and yours, Sigafar. What do you think about the part with E-Rock's girlfriend, Sarah Bond?
What?
That's my girlfriend. That's not you, girlfriend.
That's his girlfriend. But what do you think about the part where she announced what do you think about the new Xbox Series X with no disc?
Oh, that's fine for people
What do
who
you guys
don't.
think about that? The discless Series X. Do you like it? It's white.
Personally,
white-
I like the one with the disc, but
Yeah.
but for those who don't have a physical library, they just mainly have a digital. That's perfect for them. Why should they have to pay for the disc if they don't use it? You know, so I like that option for them, and they have now the powerful X version. That's instead of just only being stuck with the S. Nothing wrong with the S, but they didn't have choices for the people who like the digital console. So
Right.
now they have a choice, and that's what I like about it. And it's good for people who are getting it, just not getting a console for a COD, because I know a lot of people were talking they was going to get an X after that showcase. That's what I saw. So
Well, that other one was cool too. There, the other one they showed where it looked like it had like green specks in it.
that's the Galaxy.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is actually really cool. And I'm actually thought about. I don't know if I will, Dea, but I thought I have a Series X, but I kind of like the way it looked.
Mm-hmm.
But
it's nice. It's not plain black. It's supposed to look like stars, like little galaxy. That's why it's called the Galaxy. And
I thought
it has
was cool.
2 terabytes.
That's gonna
that's right.
That's gonna be expensive though. That's probably gonna be like $7.
No, it's $5.99, right?
Is it $5.99?
Yeah.
I
think the digital white X is a little less.
Yeah,
than
3
that
something. Well, no, 4 something. Right?
Yeah, it's less than that. Yeah, so
Is it?
Yeah, so
but it has a 1 terabyte hard drive too.
It does. It has the same thing that the regular X has, so you get the exact same thing.
I think that you know what, guys? I think that's a good strategic move because a lot of people bought the Series S, and a lot of people like that thing because it was diskless and it was on digital. So I think that's going to sell.
Yeah.
That's why all these developers, quote unquote, coming out saying they don't like the S. Well, it doesn't matter what you like or don't like, dude. That's where the customers are.
That's what the customer speaks, and they sold a bunch of S's.
Mm-hmm.
That's
yes, they did. So yes, they did.
The way I look at it, developers, this I'm like, if you don't want to develop for it, then don't pretend and don't do it. Then stick on the other systems.
Well, who's happy?
You can make that choice.
Well, you know who's happy about them saying that? Humble Games, Focus Entertainment.
Right.
These are the companies that are like, oh yeah, don't put your games.
They will come in and give them. I tell you, a company that never fails. Like I knew it when I saw them in the showcase. Annapurna. Those people always drop games. They love Xbox. They always have. I played so many of their games through Xbox because they love Game Pass and they bring their stuff. They have no problems doing that. So for the people who developers, if they ever see this, for those of you who do not mind dropping on Xbox, I would gladly support your games. I've played them games, support them games, however it is, because that's the way I look at it. Because Annapurna always dropping games. I was like, oh, Annapurna's back, because I played so many games on it.
And their quality too. Their quality, they might not be a cup of tea, but you can't argue like the quality, and they just keep on getting better and better.
Yeah. And they give me like different experiences. That's why I like Annapurna. They're just different. They're unique, in their experiences.
Then to have that game that they dropped, it looked amazing.
Yeah, it looks real good. Yeah.
So what's the new? I mean, we had Hellblade, which was a great gift, but what's the next big game to drop?
The next one, let me try to remember the dates. I think it's Stalker 2. If you're talking about like the big one, that
Game Pass. Is it Stalker?
I think that's the next one. Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to work on getting that. I'm gathering up my points, like my brother Sega Forever. I'm trying to get enough points. I want to get the whole Stalker collection.
Oh, okay. So, I highly.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it. I'm getting it there. I'm definitely gonna get it. It reminds me of Half-Life a little bit.
Yeah, it's in that vein. If you don't
Yeah.
mind the game like that, yeah, it's in that vein.
I love
Obviously,
Half-Life.
the
Yeah.
Stalkers are older, but I think they did some enhancements or something with that collection or something.
Yeah,
Did you ever? Did you
yeah.
guys? Did you ever play Sega Forever or Dead? Did you ever play? It looks really. It still looks pretty good and holds up today. Did you ever play the Orange Box on the Xbox?
Oh
no, I never.
man, no, I
You're-
don't think I ever played that. No, I
Well,
heard about the Orange Box, but I never played it.
yeah, it's all the Half-Life games in one. It has that in there. It has I think Portal in there and the one shooting game. What's that?
Okay, that's why, because I own all that stuff on PC. That's why.
Yeah, the Orange Box was all their.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably why I probably bought those things at different times, so I wouldn't have bought it.
Yeah, we
if
know
they
what
had
you meant,
those
yeah.
games.
I
Yeah,
know what you mean.
I'm like, oh,
Oh yeah,
okay.
you console please can have that. We
Yeah, I got the portals. I got but that's all over there. I never bought it on console though.
Yeah.
Portal I would do on console because it like Portal 2 you can do co-op with that. That would be fun to play with somebody
Yeah,
else.
that is
Couch
cool.
co-op. Yeah, I would love to do that.
It's a day. If you get a chance and you ever find it, you could probably find the Orange Box. I'd say probably like $10 or something, and you play on Xbox. It's really good. That's all
Yeah,
I have.
I would get it on console because see, I do
It's
double
awesome.
dip. I do not all the time. It depends on the game. I do double dip. Like I double dipped for RoboCop. Because
Yeah.
for some reason that game was I looked all over the Xbox store. I wanted to get it on the Xbox store so I can have a PC and console. I could not find it. I don't know why, and so I had to double dip for that one.
You
So
know
I
what
don't know
game?
why those games don't always show up where what they call that with the games you can get them and you buy them once and you can have it for PC and the console.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a term that they call it, but yeah,
I know what you're
forever.
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I want it because I love RoboCop. I've told you guys several times I love RoboCop, right? So I was like looking and I was like, something must be wrong. I searched the whole store. I looked all and I couldn't find it. I was like, where is it? And I saw it for console, but
Yeah.
I couldn't. It didn't translate over to PC, so I had to double dip. I was like, oh shoot.
Yeah, Nacon makes a lot of great games.
You know, brother, Sega Forever, I was happy the last backwards compatibility we had, and I had all the games on disc, and I was happy that it came backwards compatibility, and it was a really crazy game called Fear. I have all the
Fear. That was a good game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good game. I wish they would make another one day. I don't know what company makes that. Was it Sierra?
That was Monolith that made that game.
Monolith?
Yeah.
I would like to see another Fear. I wonder if that could ever happen, though. I don't know if they still in existence.
Monolith doesn't have it. I think they lost Fear after 1 or 2. It was like part 1 had like these like I don't know, they call them DLC now, but I think they were like expansions or something. I don't know what they were called at the time. But and then Monolith lost it, and I forgot who picked it up after that.
So somebody else owns the IPs?
Yeah, I think Monolith is I don't even think they even around no more. Let me see.
They were just good. I have them all day. I bought them all. I bought all the Fairs. When I first played Fair 1, I got into that so much. I have them all physical, and I replayed every last one of them on the X, and with the upgrades, it looks like a whole totally like new game. Some of them,
right.
Some of them that they redid on there, and I love that game. I wish they would bring that back. Like make a new one, not a remake. Make a new one, make a new Fair. I would like to see. So
okay, I'm looking at it now. Yes, they made Fear and Fear 2. They did not make Fear 3. I think that's when they lost that game. And
they didn't make Fair 3. It's somebody else.
Yeah, somebody else made it.
Look what Zink put.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking on some. Double dips with her 90. You know what, Zink? The next time we get in Gears, I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to shoot you.
And then blame it on Sega Man. Oh no, that was me. That was Sega Man.
Oh my gosh. 90.
Yeah, that was fun, man. We had fun. A couple of the guys we played with were rusty. They kept getting because Zink wanted to put that on the hardest. I'm like, don't do that, Zink. We're gonna get destroyed. When you put it on the hardest on Gears, you're gonna get destroyed, bro. You better have your A game. When you put it all the way up on hard, that AI is punishable. Very, very punishable, man. I was like, no, we better go down some, bro, because we're gonna get hit really good. If you put it all
I
the way up.
didn't
You
know
have to be
this.
really good there. If it's all the way up, man, you have to be. I mean, I think it's one hit and you're done or something. I mean, I'm afraid to go to. I think he plays it all the time. I don't. I don't play that. I don't play the whole because I told Zink this one time, guys, I actually play Horde by myself. I just play with the AI characters.
Oh, wow.
Oh
I just do
wow.
that. I do that because it keeps me focused on the Horde mode. Like when these new gears come out, so I don't get rusty. So I always play by myself with the AI soldiers, or if my friends want to come in and play, we'll play. But usually when I play there, sometimes I'll play with the public. I will. But
Mhm.
most of the time, if I'm playing Gears 5, I always put it on just me and the AI.
Oh,
And
okay, that's
I'll,
fine.
I'll play it
Yeah.
to like level 20. Or I think one time I actually beat it with the AIs. But it
Okay.
took a while. It took a while. But I always do. I always done that. But I do play with other people online. But most of the time, if I don't know anybody that's on, I'll just use, and I don't feel like playing, I'll just use the AIs and go through the game, go through the horde.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. The AI is pretty good. They're not great, but you always hear them say, "I need help over here,"
Man,
and they're
I
all
I was the Ultimate Collection AI. I don't care what anybody say. That AI is so horrible in that game. I was like pulling out my hair. I was. Hey,
really.
True Man. And by the way, uh Google poll remake
Damn,
station. He
Zink.
said that Monolith. Just so you know, Sega Man, that Monolith, they're still around. He said they got acquired by Warner Brothers,
That's
and they're
it. That's
making
it.
the
Nine.
Wonder
That's
Woman
it. That's
game.
not. That's it. Nine. It's Warner Brothers. He's right.
Yeah,
It's
Warner
Warner
Brothers,
Brothers.
and they're making the Wonder Woman game. So, but they were a great studio. Honestly, Monolith was good back. I just haven't played one of their games in a little
Well,
bit, but
see, if Warner Brothers has it, I don't think Warner Brothers is going to do anything. They'll probably just let it sit there. I don't think they're going to make another. I don't think they probably even think about making another one. Maybe.
I would.
No,
Well,
it did
I
no
think the
use for
Fear
nothing.
franchise. I think somebody bought that though, like because they made 1 and 2, but I don't. They didn't make 3. That's what I'm trying to remember.
They didn't think.
Hey Google Poll, do you remember if they sold the Fear brand to somebody else? Because I can't remember.
Toolman might know.
You
I,
said yeah, Condemned is also. Oh, they did Condemned too. Oh my goodness. I'm
I
sorry.
thought. I
I
thought.
just get caught up in.
Wait,
Oh
I
my
thought
goodness.
Sega did Condemned. Sega did
Did they
Condemned.
do Condemned? Let me see, man. I
Yeah,
gotta
but they
see.
might have done the game and Sega published it.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, that's what
okay,
I think.
okay,
I think
okay.
you're right, brother. Sega Forever. Sega published it. It has Sega on it. It does.
Does it? Let me see.
Yeah.
I gotta see. Now y'all got me curious.
I beat that. I beat Condemned 1
Not
and 2.
Sega, man. The last 2 decades, they've been basically doing a
Oh,
pinball.
they did Condemn Criminal Origins and Condemn 2
Yep.
Bloodshot.
Yep, Dale. Yep.
Oh,
They're good games. Those are good games too. You're getting your ass
yeah,
beat in the dark with a pipe and shit.
yeah. And that was on the Xbox 360,
Yep.
and then the second one came out on the PlayStation 3 and the Xbox. Oh
Yeah,
wow.
and their
Okay.
backwards compatibility on Xbox.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. Remember
Wow.
the basement
They
level?
made some
Yeah,
pretty good games.
I remember. Zink, you're crazy, man. Did you hear what Zink said? He'd be playing it by himself on Insane. Dude, you are insane.
Oh my gosh, Zink.
Zink, you are insane.
You're crazy.
Well, you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful because Zink thinks Caitlin Clark's the best basketball player.
Yeah,
I
those
can't
games
do it.
were ahead of the time.
I can't
Google,
do it.
yeah.
I can't do it, man. If I play by myself on Insane, I'm gonna get destroyed. I can't do it, man. I'll try it halfway, Zink, but I gotta get my skills are good, Zink, but I gotta get really good. You gotta have really good skills. Zink has real good skills. I have good skills, but Zink is diehard. Like I'm diehard, but Zink, man, if he could play Insane by himself, that's what's up. Because that shit ain't easy, man. I'm telling you, that AI will whip your ass. Telling you, man. And when this new Gears comes out, if they have that, I think they're gonna have Horde in it. That's gonna be nice. The E-Day Horde, that's gonna be nice, man. And I think it's gonna be using the new Unreal Engine.
Oh, that's good if they use the AI. Because I mean, I'm hearing rumors. I don't know how true this is, but that it's going to be like some AI chip built into the hardware or something. I
Yeah,
don't
they're
know if
starting
that's
to
true.
do that. Yeah, they're going to be doing that. They're going to be utilizing AI more now. You know.
Oh no, here we go. That's how. Right.
Yeah, yeah. Did you hear about that Sega Forever? I
Okay,
think they're
Nene
gonna.
said Warner Brothers own Fear. That's who I
They
know.
do own it. That's what I'm saying. I don't think they're gonna do nothing, Day. I think they're gonna just let it sit there. Warner Brothers. I
Oh,
don't think they're
well,
gonna.
they stopped at 3. I guess I don't know if they'll make another one. I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh,
Warner Brothers.
Vivendi Games published the first one. Oh, okay. Nene knows his stuff too. See, I
Yeah.
can't remember all that game is old to me. You know, I played Fear so long ago. It's like been ages since I played that game.
Fear.
You
Yeah.
guys
Yeah.
are. You
That was
guys are
one
a
of the
bunch
first
of
games I
nerds.
bought.
You guys are a bunch of nerds.
That
Yeah,
was back.
they were good.
I bought those games to learn FPS gaming. That's why, because I'm so terrible at it. I was so bad.
Oh, are you Tool Man? I actually have those. Tool Man, if you buy Gears 2 physical, it has an extra bonus disc in there. I watched it where it's showing you the making of Gears 2 with Cliffy B. It's the
Oh,
same one you're watching. I think Gears 1 also. I think if you buy those special, I have all the special collector's editions, but I know 2 definitely has where you can watch how Gears 2 was made. Yeah, those are good to watch. Watch them all. They're very good, man. It's just like watching the Xbox one. You know how Xbox started out, like watching those. Watching Gears ones is the same way, man. It's really cool. You'll like it, man. You'll dig it. It's really cool how they started out and everything like that. You know, a lot
I
of
was
people,
I
a
was
lot of
just
people
thinking,
hate
like,
Cliffy B.
if Xbox was to buy Warner Brothers, they would be able to make those games.
There was a rumor a
Yeah.
couple of years ago, there that they were gonna acquire them or try to acquire
Yeah,
Warner
I
Brothers.
think they actually did look into it, but
Yeah.
I don't think Microsoft buying nobody without no IP though. That's if you ask me.
Microsoft should buy Netflix already. I keep on getting
Netflix.
these things for Netflix for games.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, dude, just let Microsoft buy you guys and they can stick Game Pass on.
Microsoft. You always say that. Like you say, I think Microsoft's a buy them.
Microsoft, like I said, Microsoft should buy everybody.
Well, Brother Sega Forever, you know who might possibly just might be next? Might be Sega.
Yeah, they should have done bought
There's a
Sega.
lot of Sega
I
shit
don't
going on there.
think they're gonna do it. I think they're gonna stay
You,
at
there, you might have a point there, but it just seems like there's a lot of Sega stuff going on. There's all the Yakuza's, everything. Maybe they can purchase half of them. Maybe they'll let
half
them
of
buy
them.
half.
Oh, you mean invest?
Yeah. They might not let them buy them all the way there. You might be right about that, but they might let them do that. They might let them do that
The money talks, brother.
because they always had a relationship. They always had a relationship since the Dreamcast days.
Here's what I don't want. I don't want to repeat a Tango Gameworks. I don't want
No,
Microsoft to
never.
buy them and then all of a sudden all the people leave and stuff as soon as they've been bought. I don't want no more of that junk. And if that's going to be the way things handled over there, I'd rather Microsoft just invest elsewhere.
Well, I mean, we just need I know this might sound cold-hearted, but I just want the IPs. And then the thing that Sega does, they're a true third-party developer, right? As you can tell,
Uh-huh.
they go outside. So they would be a perfect fit for Microsoft, and they would be great for content in the Game Pass.
Right.
Plus,
I
I think
agree.
they are actually helping them with their new. You remember they did that release last year? They showed all their retro games coming back.
Right. I do like those. I do plan to buy
Yeah,
those. I ain't
somebody
gonna lie.
gave them money for that. Somebody gave them money, and there's only one company that I know of that can afford to do that. And that is,
So you think Microsoft invested in those games?
they definitely have to get money from Microsoft, from
Really?
somebody. They have to get
Okay.
money from somebody, and it wasn't in chart. It wasn't Tencent, and it wasn't well, they're dead now, but
I don't think it was PlayStation. Because where they getting the money from?
no, PlayStation has no money. No, it's either Tencent, Microsoft, and then I forgot the guys in Europe. The guys in Europe that had what's their name? They begins with an E, right?
Oh, Embracer Group.
Embracer.
about
There's
that?
only
Yeah.
3 people that could do that.
Okay.
And Microsoft has a good relationship with Sega. Look, I know a lot of you. I get comments from people all the time that I'm out of my mind. I don't care. I don't want them to buy. And one of the reasons why I think they haven't bought them is because the whole FTC fiasco.
Well, you know that's done and over, right? They lost. I mean, they've stepped away. They let it go. Now
Yeah,
it's gone.
they should have done stuff. They shouldn't have even brought the case.
It's crazy. I know. That woman, Lena Khan, is. I'm telling you. I'm
That
not
whole
just saying that.
administration.
Something's wrong with that woman. I'm telling you, something wrong with her.
Dude, that whole it's a power trip thing, right? It's about it's big tech versus big. I say
Yeah,
this all
it's
the time.
just
Big tech
it's
versus
dumb
big
because you know how many jobs she would have destroyed if she had her way.
Oh, she don't care. That's not their goal. Their goal is their agenda, right? They know that big tech is their biggest enemy, right? And so they
Right.
know that because they're look, dude, it's like Highlander, man. There can only be one, and they took the first shot.
Right. Yeah.
The first shot at tech because tech is huge as well, right? And they know that they have to control them.
Right.
They have to control tech. Either tech's gonna rule it or government is, and government took the first shot. Trust me, I work for the government, guys. I know how they think. And it's unfortunate.
I don't doubt you. I don't doubt you.
Well, it's unfortunate because they put us back. They put us back to a point where some of this stuff might not happen.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunate, man, because I think gaming could have grown exponentially.
It could have. And what's worse is that probably somebody overseas will be able to do it and they won't say nothing. But as long as Microsoft's not doing, they'll be okay.
Yeah. Well, luckily overseas is hurting as well, so that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I don't mean that for the employees, but you know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. That it's just leveling the playing field for everybody. Yeah. Yeah.
Because a lot of people were worried about China, but a lot of these people, which blew my mind, they forgot that China's communist. So
yeah.
They're the next
they was
big
gonna
thing.
abandon communism for capitalism. That's not happening.
Well, just the realization for some of these people, like they actually asked this question, like, why are they doing this? Why is the government in China doing this? Like, it's a communist, man. They don't care about that. They just want to care because if what happens, like China got so productive, right? And they got that taste, they got that taste of actually having money and stuff like that they have to curb all that crap. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to go down that road. All I'm saying is I just want Microsoft to buy everybody, and I want Sony to die. What else do I want? I want Microsoft to win, Sony to die. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all. That's what I want.
Well, you know what, Sega Forever. I mean, they're trying to. If they keep doing what they're doing, I mean, I think they're trying with this new guy. But if they keep going down the road they're going down, they are going to die. They really are.
Yeah, I think Sony's their biggest problem.
It's true, though.
I think the biggest problem is their fans and their consumers because they expect a certain thing from Sony, and they can't deliver.
Yeah.
So that's why you see, like you said, Sega Man, you go to the store and you see a bunch of things being turned in because they're gonna find out what Xbox 360 found out. And they found out the hard way was that they had Xbox fans and they did.
Yeah.
And so that's what Sony's gonna find out. I experienced that firsthand because I was an Xbox fan who played COD, so I didn't cross over, but a lot of people did because my friends list absolutely changed.
Yeah.
So. Turnabout is fair play, as they say. So
I don't know, man.
Sega Man, are you there?
Are you? They can be bought.
Yeah, Realist said to me, I was talking about them dying, and Realist was saying, "Well, Apple could step in." I was like, "Oh, I didn't think about it that way."
Apple could step in. That's still a very likely thing because, they can get a good foothold in gaming just by making that purchase, sort of like the ABK thing was for Microsoft.
Yeah.
But Realist, you have to rain on my parade. I was like, look, let me just celebrate this. I was on X saying all this stuff, and then he comes in with his little, like his wisdom stuff coming in there, and I'm like, hey, I'm not thinking straight right now. I just want to wallow in. Look, dude, I just don't like Sony. That's the bottom line. But it'd be interesting, even if they're bought out. I mean, they'd have to bring some type of expertise to whatever company buys them. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if Apple could do that. Oh, wait, Remix Station. Apple would be interested in their other stuff like cameras and music and movies. Oh, okay, yeah, I could see that. I mean, but they don't really have a market share, do they? Global or Remix Station, do they have a market share anymore? I mean, they've been taking. I mean, man, South Korea has just dominated everything.
Oh yeah. I don't know, man. They just got too big for their britches, man.
Well, they were saying like we were saying earlier, Sega Man, they got complacent. That's the problem with all these other countries, right? They can take what you give them, or they can see what you did, and they can make it their own. But The West is the only thing that creates stuff mostly. Not every single thing, but the majority of stuff is created here in the West, and that's because in the West, right? The West will do stupid and crazy things that most other cultures won't think of.
I've Sega forever and day. I always just wonder one thing: all this stuff we went through since, honestly, since the Xbox One came out, what are they so? What are they so threatened by? Really, like,
Who you mean
because
who?
Microsoft wants to be in the video game business? Are they that? Were they that? Are people that threatened?
Oh, who's threatened? Sony.
You know how people say, well, Microsoft shouldn't have got into gaming, and people always wanted Xbox to die. But my one main reason is, honestly, why would they really want Xbox to die? Why? For what reason? What's the big reason that they don't like Xbox being in the gaming?
In my opinion, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
You go ahead, Dad. What would you think, Dad? Why do you think they honestly? Because you always hear it. Oh man, Xbox and Microsoft. They should never got into gaming, and they're just gonna make everything go bad. Why do you think they say that, Dad?
Okay, I think it's two reasons. I think one reason, people who started out in gaming when gaming was strongly American and all that stuff, really, to them, gaming, it just moves around, it shifts around. Sometimes different people enter the market, sometimes companies come, they go. We've seen companies live, they die, so it's nothing new to people like us. But the generation that came in, where it seemed like Japan was strong, that was something that Sega Forever and I was saying.
Yeah.
They seem to think that, at least from my understanding, it seems like they feel like, like America is pushing its way in on something that it has no business in. And even though they don't really understand the history of gaming.
Right.
And I'm talking about from younger people who were not around when you had all of the old school consoles out there. I mean, it's been a lot more consoles than just Nintendo and PlayStation, but these people just don't know that. They know about Sega, because Sega, it happened in that generation, right at the beginning and stuff. But they don't know about all the other ones, like Atari and all. They heard of it, but they don't really understand it. ColecoVision, they don't understand all those companies, right? So, so I think that's one thing. They think like, oh, Microsoft is just coming out of where they're dominating to push their way into gaming to, try to dominate with their money and this and that. This is how I think they think.
Yeah.
And the problem is, I can tell you from personal experience, number one, the gaming market was never just a Japanese thing, ever. It started out American.
It
Number
wasn't.
two,
You're right, Dad. It did start out American. You're
it
right.
started out American, and then they got in later, but they were not the ones who started it. Number two, Microsoft has been involved in game. I always tell people this: look up how old Microsoft Flight Sim is as a game. You're going to be shocked at how old that game is.
Yeah.
And that Microsoft was involved in gaming before they had a console. That's what people don't understand. How do people think that they were able to play the Fears and other games like that? Because, by the way, those games came out on Windows and stuff.
Exactly.
Because Xbox was already working with software and all that to help, to help with the gaming industry, the PC gaming industry. They were already involved.
Right.
Okay, so they started off there with the software first, and then they came into the console game. So that was a natural fit for them, because they were already doing it.
Right.
They were all and they was already making their own game. Like I said, Microsoft Flight Sim is an old series. Look it up. So so that's another thing. So they don't know the history, and I think that's the reason they see Microsoft as a threat to Sony, which they are. They always have been. I think they always knew that if Microsoft ever fully backed Xbox, that would be the end of Sony. I think they knew it. They pretended they didn't know it. They would act like, no, it doesn't matter. They knew it. They knew that if Microsoft ever had to support the way Sony supported the PlayStation brand, there is no way they would be able to hold up to it. And this, if nothing else ever proves that, look at how this generation has turned around.
Yep.
And the one fundamental difference between this gen and last gen, we know that Satya was given feel some support at the end of the Xbox One, but a lot of turmoil happened in that gen, right? Let's just look at where Xbox was having acquired a few things and stuff like that, and started moving forward with the full support of Microsoft. This is what Microsoft's look like when it fully backs something.
Right.
That's what it looks like. And you're going to see how much they innovate. Okay, look at Zink. He says here, 1982, Microsoft Flight Sim. 1982.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's how long they've been involved. And then, because I knew it's an old game. It shocks me that Microsoft Flight Sim is still hanging on and is still reinventing itself. So that's like one of the oldest running games that's out there. So
right.
I respect what Microsoft has done in gaming because they have helped it in front of the scenes and behind the scenes. But a lot of these people have come up during the PlayStation era, where the Japanese was getting more dominant and stuff. I say right when Sega kind of fiddled out and stuff like that, and right that area, that's what the ones that came up at that time, Nintendo, that they see gaming as just being them.
Yep.
That's it. They don't see anybody else, and we haven't really had anybody other than Microsoft try to push into the console market. And look at what happened with Google and stuff. When they do come in, because it's so much of an effort to try to really get into an established industry like this, and it's not an easy one. You really do need to understand games, how to make them, how to work within that market. And Microsoft again has always been involved in one form or another, so they were able to do it. But Google didn't know what they were doing. They didn't. They had some good ideas about some things, but they didn't have a complete vision, and they really was going to need to stick it out. They were going to lose money in the beginning, and that was just something I don't know, they weren't prepared for. But That's my opinion. I know that's a long-winded thing, but that's how I see the whole picture. That I think that people have misconceptions of what the gaming industry is and what it always was, and that they see Microsoft as a threat. And they are a threat, and now they're even more angry. All the things they claimed they wanted from Microsoft's doing, and notice that they're even more angry because Sony can't keep up. And they know what this means for Sony. They know. So unless Sony gets acquired, they know that their favorite console is not going to make it, at least not number one, But that's how I feel. High Unlimited.
You're right, Dea. You're right. I think you're absolutely right about that, because you remember back in the 2013 days, and Sega Forever can vouch for this too, when they would say, "Well, it looks like a VCR. Oh, it's the 720p box. Oh, well, Phil, you need to make it more powerful. Well, Phil, you need to make better games. Oh, you need to do this and you need to do that." And like you said, they answered. They answered everything that these naysayers were saying out here, and are even more angrier after they're doing exactly what they said. Xbox got no games. No, Xbox has all the game now, don't they? They have all the game now. They have the most powerful console now.
They do.
You remember, and I keep preaching this, and Sega Forever and Unlimited, everybody knows Zink. Phil Spencer said we will never, ever be
lose
in the power narrative
console.
ever again.
Yeah, right.
Remember he said that there, and he's delivering. He is. When he said that, it was game over, because that's all they talked about. Oh, it's weak. It's only the 720p box. The PlayStation's more powerful. Greatness awaits. These guys in the background, Phil Spencer, Sarah Bond, all these people, Matt Booty, whoever, all these people were listening to that, man. They don't see, that's the thing. Maybe they don't think they listen, that we just listen, but Phil Spencer and them do listen to them talking like that in these podcasts. I believe that they do listen to that stuff. And that's why where we're at today, and I always say, I got to take my hat off to the Pony Bots, because, man, you really brought me and all our crew, like, man, we got all kind of games now. We got the most powerful system, best controllers,
great services,
yes, everything.
Yeah, you can't. Honestly, I don't care when people say they leave. I don't care. It's not going to affect what I do. They just desperately want to kind of convince and drag other people to do what they do. I don't care. I'm going to be where I want to be and where I want to invest my money. That's as simple as that.
I was told that day by this girl. Her name was, and people in the chat probably know her, and I think Sega Forever know her. I used to be friends with this girl. Her name was Titanfall Princess. her real name is Nancy, and she had a I think she still has a YouTube channel, but she used to play on the Xbox, but her preferred console was the PlayStation 4.
Okay.
We always used to play Killer Instincts together because she was good at fighting games. And man, let me tell you, she whipped my ass every single time.
Yeah.
She was really good. She beat my ass every single time. But she kept telling me, why don't you get a PlayStation 4 and play all these good fighting games, all this stuff? I was like, I'm not really into the PlayStation though, man. I said, I mean, that's cool and everything, but she would always say every time we played games, she would say, you really should get a PlayStation 4 because it's really good. It got all these Street Fighter, this and that. I'm like, nah, I like the Xbox, man. I ain't knocking that you like the PlayStation though, but I just like Xbox, man. I'm an Xbox dude. I bleed green, you know. I don't have no problem with PlayStation, but I'm not a PlayStation dude. I'm a collector. Like I collect OG. I got stuff I collect, but I'm not a PlayStation dude. I'm an Xbox dude.
Mm-hmm.
But she could never understand why I would never get a PlayStation. I told her, I said, I don't know. I don't like God of War. I don't like The Last of Us.
Right. Yeah.
I don't like their games. That's basically
that's the main thing, right? It's not the
basically.
console. It's just in this case, the console is pretty bad, in
It's
my
just
opinion.
They're boring games, Dad.
Yeah.
They're boring. I tried them on a PS3. They're boring, Dad. They're boring. It takes too long to get into the game. It's like you're watching The Young and the Restless. It takes forever to get into the game because it's like you're watching a movie. If I want to watch a movie, I'll put in a 4K movie. I want to play a game. I don't want to watch a movie, dude. I mean, come on. It takes forever. Like Last of Us, it took so long to get into the damn game. It was like watching a movie, and I lost interest, and I sold it back to the store.
Okay.
You know, I was like, man, Uncharted, slow, clunky. God of War, terrible. I just didn't like the stuff you had to do in there. I couldn't get into it. I just couldn't.
Okay.
I tried all their games.
Look, those games. See, sometimes that's a bit. Look, I think your friend there, she wanted to play some other fighting games with you, and I think that's why she asked you.
Right.
Because you said she didn't have a problem playing on Xbox or PC, so I don't think it was ever a console thing. She probably had her preference, and that's fine. But I think it was that, and this is why I like crossplay, because I don't try to convince people. I do try to set the record straight when I think they have misconceptions about Xbox, because I'm actually here now, and I had a PlayStation up to 4, so I understand that the both platforms, but I don't mind if a person prefers PlayStation. That's why I like crossplay.
I'm gonna tell you this, and everybody here, I brother of Sega Forever. You know, I'm a collector. Was it last week? I think it was last week or the week before that. I actually got a PlayStation 4, and I got it for $20.
Yeah, that's good.
Because
actually, it's a lot of people who still on 4s with you, so you're not alone.
I got it in a trade. I traded in some old stuff like old DVDs and Blu-rays, and I got these trade slips that I've been saving. And I looked at it, I said, should I do it? Because I'll only be paying $20 for it.
If it's that cheap, why not? You know, look,
so
Unlimited bought a Switch, but it was dirt cheap. His Switch, I think.
Yeah.
So you know,
and let me tell you, brother, Sega Forever and First Lady X. When I turn that thing on, man, dude, it's oh my, I don't even know how can I explain to you. When I turn that thing on, man, it looks just like the same old interface as the PlayStation 3, a blue background, playing this goofy ass fucking elevator music. And then when you put a game in, it takes 45 goddamn minutes for it to download, because at my library I can rent Xbox One games and PS4 games. So I rented Miles Morales Spider-Man just to see what it was like. It took 45.
Yeah, you're better off getting that on PC since
to
didn't
download.
They move all of that? Yeah, they I don't know how much they moved over to PC.
Bro.
But yeah, you probably would have a better experience on the PC than the old PlayStation 4, I think.
You know what I did there? I told he said, no, Sega man. Play the first one first and then that one. So I just said, hell, I uninstalled it and took it back to the library. So it didn't even play it. I just uninstalled it and took it back to the library. It took forever.
Yeah, well, it's an older console. So
yeah, I'm like, God damn. And then it started taking off like a like a fucking DC-10 airplane. I was playing
it
a
can be
little
loud.
indie game, and
Yeah.
all you hear is the fans blowing. I'm telling you, it sounded like a damn jet taking off, boy. It wasn't even a game that had like, it didn't even take. It was megabytes. It wasn't even a terabyte. It was not terabytes. It wasn't gigs. It was megabytes. It was some little game, some little shooter game, and you could start hearing it start up the fans. I was like, God damn! It sounded like a jet taking off, man. I'm like, this thing is, man, it's collecting dust now, man. Like I said, the only reason why I bought it there is because there's fighting games on there, old school fighting games, old school shoot 'em ups that will never ever see the day of light on Xbox because of the way the Japanese are. I like those kind of games, and if I want to play those kind of old school shoot 'em ups and beat 'em ups, I have to get a PlayStation because it's not going to come to Xbox. It's just not. He said you can forget Sega, man. They're not coming to Xbox. You would have to get a PlayStation. And that's the only reason why I bought that thing. Right now, it's just sitting there, turned off because it was just horrible. The way the interface was, and it was so slow. I mean, it was terrible. I'm like, man, this thing is, man. I know it's an older system, but 45 minutes? God damn.
Yeah. Let me read this real quick from Remake Station 5. Oh boy, that X-Men game missing Xbox meltdown by the pony bots again. He says it does suck that game is missing Xbox. Japanese trying to flex as usual, like with Final Fantasy. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, the weird thing about that though, they're bringing it to the PlayStation 4, but not the PlayStation 5, and they're not bringing it to the Xbox One at all. They said it's because Xbox has discontinued support of it.
And you know what, Dea? That's
everybody had pretty much moved on the Xbox side.
Dea, that's another thing. Now they need to apologize to us, and you know why? Sega Forever and everybody can vouch for this. He bought everybody. They said that the Series X is holding back gaming. It is PlayStation 4
that is
holding back gaming.
What's doing it,
because they keep bringing out games for it. It's not Xbox. It's PlayStation.
Even Xbox is making Doom, the next Doom. They dropping that over, I assume, day and date.
Right.
They're doing that for the PS4 as well.
Yep.
So that's what's holding everything back. It's the fact that half of Sony's gamers are still over there on the PS4.
Yes, they are. They don't even have a PS5. Like Big Forehead, he don't even have a PlayStation 5, and he's talking shit. Porter Rock is still playing a PS4. He don't have a PlayStation 5.
Well, and he's supposed to be a PC dude now. They claim they all buying.
Supposed to be.
They won't last 5 minutes over there. I mean, that whole console crap doesn't work over there. It just doesn't.
Nope, it doesn't.
That stuff he'll do and stuff. Oh, PC this, PC that. That doesn't work. You just get grifters like Alex. Oh no, it's Alex is just making money. I'm telling you now. When he's hanging around other PC gamers, there's no way he's talking like that because they don't talk like that. He's a grifter. I've been trying to tell people what Alex is. I can see right through him.
Who? Oh no, it's Alex.
Yeah, he's just using the console wars to make money.
Yeah.
That's all he's doing it for. I'm telling you, that's what he is.
Takes off his shirt.
Yeah, he's an entertainer. That's all he is. It's not personal to Al. I'm telling you now, he's not. Now he can truly believe that he can truly enjoy the PC platform. That could be real. But all that other stuff he said, I don't take Alex serious at all. I really don't. All them guys that claim to be PC, I think they grifters, man. That's what they sound like. They just don't sound like. I don't know anybody who talks like that. Oh, they might think that way. Like everybody thinks that something that they've invested years or hundreds or thousands of dollars into, whatever, on their platform. Of course, they're gonna think their platform is really good. There's no fault in that. Whether you Xbox, Nintendo, whatever. I mean, I understand that if you've been with something for a long time, you're gonna think that your platform is good, right? But if you're a multiple person, you'll have a preference, right? So I've always been multiple. I've never just played on one thing. So so I've always had a preference, right? But I think Alex is a grifter. I think he's just using it to earn money. He's inserting himself in the middle there, so he hops on both sides too. Like it's times he attack Xbox guys, and then it's times he attack PlayStation. He doesn't care. He's just making money off of it. That's what it is. That's why I be telling people, don't get all riled up over Alex. It's not even personal. That guy's just making money. That's all he's doing.
Yeah,
I mean,
just about.
as long as the people who watch him understand that and just treat it like entertainment, they'll be all right. Just treat it like entertainment. It's not even nothing to take serious. Now, when you guys talk, you're serious about it because you're bringing out hard facts and stuff. Unlimited brings out his stuff. So, like, if you're gonna challenge somebody over here with that, you better have your facts. That's a whole different thing. But Alex, I'm not saying Alex ain't right about some things, but he's a grifter. That's what he is. And look, Realist said that too. He said, I know he's a grifter and I don't give him money. See, there you go. He's a grifter. He's not to be taken seriously. He's just not.
Yeah. Oh, that, oh no, it's Alex.
Yeah, oh no, it's Alex. Yeah. I'll be telling Xbox people, do not let him get under your skin. That's just, he's doing it for money. That's all.
Well, you know who they hate now? The pony bots, they hate Andy Pants.
Why?
because of him getting on X. They hate him, boy. They don't like
Oh
him.
yeah, he's a guy. He's like, he reminds me of, like, I say Realist is like Andy Pants. It's a few people that they don't like, you don't hear him all the time. Like, they ain't got a show running all the time. Even though Andy Pants has a show, he doesn't do it all the time. He comes on and then he goes, because I am subscribed to him, right? But when he comes, he knows his stuff. Like, he pretty much knows his stuff. Like, it's hard to argue against him when he comes on like that.
Oh yeah.
I consider Realist like that. Like, he has a lot of knowledge too, and so I don't always agree with every single thing Realist say, but I agree with most of what he says.
Yeah.
He said Andy Pants trolls him. I agree with that. I think he be purposely trying to get them.
He does. Andy Pants is funny. He's funny. He really gets under their skin, boy. He always says, what does he say that makes him mad? He says, he said, I don't really like enjoying those anime body pillow huggers or something like that.
Yeah.
And they get all mad.
They get mad. Yeah.
They get really mad at that dude.
And another person who knows a lot is Google Poe. That guy is a living library, man. He's like, he knows a lot. Like, I'd be shocked at some of the stuff that Google knows. He knows the stuff. Like, if you ever, he get on the show, I think he could tell you a lot of stuff. Because I'd be like, wow, he knows a lot. Even stuff I forgot. Like, he'd be bringing up stuff like, oh, man, he's right about that.
Yeah, Google Poe, man. He knows his stuff.
He knows a lot. He knows a whole. Like, I pay attention to what people actually say, so I can usually. Yeah, I pay attention to you, Google. I do. I can tell you really know your stuff. Like, wow, he knows that. Like, sometimes he surprised even me. I'll be like, wow, look at Zink talking about that Caitlyn Carter again. What are you talking about her again for?
Hey, Dad, guess what I was saying forever? Guess what? I'm playing a really old Xbox game. Can you guess what it is? You probably even forgot about this game.
You went back. You playing retro?
I went back on my 360 and I'm playing a retro game backwards compat on my 360. And this game, actually, I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to show you.
Okay.
This is a game that I thought was pretty good. Scary, kind of gory game.
A gory game? Oh, okay.
On Xbox. And it is, hold on, let me see my camera here.
They arguing again in the chat. Oh my God. They back to arguing about that again. Okay, go ahead, Segment. I'm watching.
Ready? I'll show you here. Look, see it?
Oh man, I played that game so long ago.
You remember the thing?
Yes.
I'm playing this. I was playing it again on the 360. It's kind of dated in the graphics, but it's still kind of good though. It's still it took me back, but it's back compat for your for your 360.
Yep. It's got some terrible dialogue in there though.
Oh, it does. It does.
Yeah.
I think it's the only Thing game, isn't it?
Yes, and John Carpenter actually worked on that game.
Right.
Yeah,
John Carpenter artworks. Yeah.
He worked on the scripting, the story, like so that it was. He said he considers that technically his part too. Like if he would have directed a part 2, it would have been similar to that game.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. See, that would have been cool. That would have been cool.
Yep. Because they did a lot of interviews and stuff of him at the time that game was being made, and he talked about it.
What's his name? What's his name? Real voice was in here. The dude that played what's his name? He was
Kurt Russell. No,
Kurt-
he did not because his his part was so small in there.
Oh,
So,
he didn't do the voice?
No,
voice?
he didn't. He did not. I know what you're talking about. I don't think he did that voice because
That guy sounds just like him then.
it was such a small part. Because I don't know if anybody else in the chat ever played that game, but it takes place right after the movie. You get the rescue team that comes in that's looking to see what happened to the Antarctica station.
Yeah.
And that was what John Carpenter said would have been his part 2 to the thing. So he actually helped with some of the writing and everything with that, and he gave it his endorsement.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Yep. But the game is old, and it's got some. Well, I say the dialogue because they was trying out this new system called a trust system.
Yeah.
Where you had to. It was so hard to balance that though. That trust system, you could not let your teammates get suspicious of you because nobody knew who the thing was, right? So like you had to you couldn't do anything that would set off their suspicion, or they would shoot you. They would they would get panicked and they would think you was the thing and stuff like that. So you had to balance that a lot in that game, and it wasn't that great. I would love for them to redo a game like that today, like with more improvements, like with some of the AI we have today and all that stuff. I think it could be done better, but it was the very first time they ever did something like that with that game. So I appreciate it for what it is,
And you're right, Dad. They would shoot you.
Yeah, they get suspicious of you and stuff. Like you had to be real careful about how you handle your teammates, and then you had to monitor their sanity in a sense because
I'm freaking out.
They're freak out because they're scared to death. They're scared, and so they're trying to manage their fear of the thing because they don't know, then their paranoia and stuff starts kicking in. So I thought I liked the premise of the game a lot,
Yeah, it was a decent game. I never finished it. I remember getting kind of far in it.
Oh yeah.
But I never finished it. But I said, hey, let me turn on because I still have a 360 hooked up. So I turned.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, because I bought a couple. Oh yeah, guys in the chat, y'all already know this. Remember July, it's the end of 360. So if there's any games you want, you should buy them now. I bought a few.
I have to take a look and see what
I'm gonna buy a few more because in July they're shutting it down. They're shutting it down. I wish they wouldn't, but they're shutting it down. I'm gonna get a few more.
Yeah, I wish if what I would like to see them do is turn it over to somebody who want to archive those games.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, that
would be really cool. Yep, that would be really cool.
Yeah,
Sega Forever. What do you think, man? Dad gave her opinion. What did you think?
What was the question again?
It was about why they hate Xbox so much, and why did they want them to be into gaming and stuff like that? And Dea said what she felt. What do you think it is, brother?
Well, seeing as we're talking about Caitlin Clark, I'll use Caitlin Clark as an example. Yes, is that like Dale was saying, a lot of these guys, they grew up in we're the way that gaming is exploded. There's a generation of PlayStation guys that dominate the industry now, as far as consumers and fans. We know that for a fact because I said this before when I was playing video games and it was not cool to do that. A lot of these guys, because of games like Madden, right?
Yeah.
Would come to me and ask me about consoles. Now they would come to me because they knew I played video games. They knew I played video games. I was friends with them because I used to ball, right? So a lot of these guys were like dude bros. They're dude bros. They're guys that like hung out at the gym, played ball. They were not gamers, okay?
Yeah.
So they would come to me because they knew I played video games, but they didn't want people to know that they were interested in gaming. And they wanted to play Madden. Yeah, that was the game. I didn't like Madden. Growing up, right? So I played more Tecmo Bowl. And at the time I had all the consoles. So they knew I was the nerd to come and see. and I had to keep it on the down low. But a lot of these dudes, they crossed over into gaming. And what happened with the PlayStation? PlayStation actually made it kind of cool, and then PlayStation kind of expanded the gaming industry because of all the free agency they allowed, right, to come in. And it was more of a bot. It was more of an electronic device. It was no longer a toy. It was no longer something a nerd had, right? It was a device, an electronic device. And then one of the ways you knew that is not Circuit City. Yeah, Circuit City, which was still around. They're the first.
Oh, I
stores-
remember Circuit City. Yeah.
Yeah, they're one of the first stores that actually had that on display. So people looked at it differently, and it brought in a whole another group of people to play. And that's what you're dealing with right now. All those years, like 3 decades ago, back in the '90s, laid the foundation for what you're experiencing now.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you look at Xbox when it came in, right, it was kind of a, you kind of considered it a joke in a way because it's Microsoft. Right? It has nothing to do with gaming. They're going to stick Windows in it. They're going to, all that stuff. That was being said back then. Right. And then even to this day, though, but that base is so strong. The brand is so strong, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that Xbox right now is like, it's kind of like, this is where I say it's Caitlin Clark, right? They're coming into a league, like Caitlin Clark's coming into the Zay Gill like this. Caitlin Clark is coming into the WNBA, right? She's the new hotness. Off the bat, she gets $28 million.
Right.
And there's people in the WNBA that absolutely can't stand this girl for various reasons. There's a whole spectrum of
reasons why I don't understand.
There's a spectrum of reasons, but the main reason is that you're coming in there and you're going to upend everything that they have. So the PlayStation guys are like these WNBA players, right? Microsoft is finally, because Microsoft is Xbox is two hands tied behind their back all this time. So then Microsoft has sought in the dollars like, hey, why don't we help them and we make them a part of our, like how we do with Windows or their other stuff, right? And then they got money, right? So daddy comes up, right? You're struggling by yourself, your business not doing so well, and Daddy Warbucks shows up and goes, hey, here, I'll give you $1 billion, right? So that's basically what happened with Xbox. So now Xbox is formidable. Mm-hmm. And what these people see on the PlayStation side that's been dominating this industry for years, how I have no idea, to be perfectly honest with you, because these guys aren't gamers, right? It is what it is. They built a brand, they made it popular. A lot of normies are on that side.
Right.
Their right moves or whatever, and dubious and evil moves at the same time. But it is what it is. They're there. But now you have a person like Microsoft coming in, not Xbox, not Microsoft Xbox coming in. And it's like Caitlin Clark. It's like no matter what you do to this girl, she's going to shoot her threes. She's going to get her points.
Right.
Get rebounds. Mm-hmm. She's going to make passes. She's going to make mistakes. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. You know why? Because everybody, she has the backing of all of this stuff, right? So that's what it is. Right. And these PlayStation, and so these WNBA players, this is my advice to the WNBA players: either piss or get off the pot, because the change is coming, and it's not just Caitlin.
Wow.
You have seriously, you have a generation of people that are going to come in that's going to be better than her.
Right.
Because it's showing that the new females coming in and that are coming up, right? This is a generational shift. So regardless if you hate her because she's white, because she got more money, whatever your reasons for hating her, I'm just going to tell you, check that out the door, because it won't matter. Because when the stuff's in flux, you're going to be the odd man out. So my suggestion to them, like to the ponies, right? It doesn't matter what you do. Xbox has showed you. They bought Bethesda. No, wait. First they bought Minecraft. And that was a joke, right? It's a little kiddie thing.
Yeah.
They bought Bethesda. It's like, oh, Bethesda's on the slide. They haven't made a great game in 20 years. Todd Howard sucked. He lost his mojo. And then they bought Activision. And then they were like, okay, wait a minute. Right? Then they started taking it more seriously. Right? And I hope for later on down the year that we get an announcement that maybe they did buy a Capcom. Maybe that's why they're not sweating the fighting disc, right? Because they're going to own them anyway and stick it in Game Pass. Whatever reasons the PlayStations have to hate Microsoft, it's a new Microsoft, right? It's not the same thing they've been fighting with all these years, right? And so either they got to get with that, like it's my understanding they're all going to go to PC. That's what they tell me all the time. Well, I don't even need a PlayStation anymore. I'll just go play on PlayStation. Well, do whatever you need to do, but the train's coming. Right?
Yep.
Right. Exactly. And
that's what I see. I watched her. Right? Is she the best dominant player in the league right now? No. But at the same time, I have all these girls telling me that she's nothing. She's not. Then I watch them play, and I'm like, well, you need to move your feet.
Yeah.
Obviously, nobody taught you how to block box out because you don't put a body on anybody. You're just like Caitlin, standing there watching a shot, people shooting the ball, which drives me nuts, right?
Right.
Obviously, they need to extend the play clock for these players. because the amount of times, like I watched one game today where they 3 times in a row, the team couldn't get a shot off.
Oh wow. Okay.
They make bad shooting choices, right? Because they only have 1 or 2 options. Look, I can sit there, so I'm watching this and I'm enjoying every minute. Don't get me wrong. And I hate to say this, the reason look, dude, if you love UFC, if you love rugby, if you like a little bit of football, the WNBA got you covered. You just go, you go and watch these games, man, and it is awesome because it takes me back to the time where I grew up. That's how sports were, That's why I don't mind so much. Some of the now it's in the intent with how they go after Caitlyn, which is bad, right? Because she could get really hurt. But on the flip side, man, I see Asha Wilson, man, who's like probably the best player in the league right now, man, getting shot into the face, getting upside the head.
Wow.
These girls are, some of it is because they're kind of clumsy. I mean, I'll just be honest.
Okay.
If you just have somebody to teach them how to kind of shift and move, like one of the girls on the Indiana Fever, I mean, I love her. She's the point guard. I can't think of her name right now, man, but she actually did a move that I used to do. Dude. She did a hook. She did this hook move, right? When the guys are coming over top of you, especially if they're bigger than you, right? And they try to ride your back. So what you do is just pivot and hook. You take your other hand, your offhand that you're not dribbling, right? Because if you should be using your offhand, right?
Right. Yeah.
All you do is you take your other hand, and you kind of hook and turn them because they're gonna ride you. They're trying to body you out.
Right. Yeah.
So all you do is you just do a simple little pivot, and you take your other hand and you hook them, and their momentum it's like a keto, right? So their momentum carries them over, and you got a free shot to the basket, and they called her on that. I was so mad. I was like,
wow, no way.
So and then the referees. Anyway, my point is that PlayStation guys, you guys do not dominate anymore. I don't care how many times you talk about P's, console sales, your great AAA games, which I haven't seen any all year. But good luck with Astrobot, right? You get all this stuff. All of those narratives are dead. Microsoft has gave them no way for them to go, and the only thing they can do now, right, is just fall into line like everybody else and become a cog in the machine that will be Microsoft, because Microsoft is going to take everything over. Because Microsoft did it the right way. Microsoft didn't sit there and say, well, you can only play on console, not PC. Microsoft, you want to play PC? Here you go. You want to play on console? Here you go. And pretty soon, like you said, they're going to be, here, we have stuff for mobile. They do not care. They don't care. They're just going to put it every single place. Now, you guys don't have a problem with that because I'm old school. Well, Microsoft don't care about me anyway. So they don't care about that either. They're like, and of course, they got me, right? They got me right there. I'm like all mad at them. And they dropped the Sandrock game on me. I'm like, okay, I like you guys. I'll let that slide, Phil. I'll let that slide, Phil. Plus, I like the sushi robot game. I'll let that slide. They're just not hammering. They're not Sony. Sony would do that to you.
Yeah.
Sony would force their hand on you. They're the ones that they're proprietary. That's how people know about proprietary, right? If that was Sony, dude. If you had their player, you have to have their disc. If you had their you have to have their cassette, you have to have their player. That's what they were known for, dude. So sorry, Segment. To answer your question, it's just a changing tide. Right, either you got to get used to it or you're gonna get left behind. That's my point.
And Zink, I saw what you put down there. I'm gonna get you for that.
Look, Zink, I'll buy a pair of Caitlin Clark. Yeah, dude, that's what Zink said on the podcast.
Oh my god!
But the way he said it, I was like, I'm gonna buy a pair. I'm like, oh yeah, go ahead, Zink. It was, yeah, but it's like, no, you said 17, Zink.
17s. Oh,
I bet you Zink has a size 17. He's just thinking of 15. Because that'd be hard for them to make that size.
Oh yeah, isn't Zink tall? Like he say he's tall.
Yeah, he's like 6'9" or 7 foot.
Oh jeez, yeah. Goodness, man, he's way taller than me. Way taller.
Oh, look, Realist said, I saw a little girl dunk off of the drop step the other day. She wasn't tall either. Yeah, dude, I'm Realist, dude. It's coming, man. Like Juju Schuster, right? The girl, is that her name? Juju, the one at USC. There's gonna come there's a wave of girls that came into the WNBA. That are to me some next level in a sense.
Oh
right?
Wow! So the new blood is coming.
Yeah, so I feel for the older veterans, and then the people that built the foundation. But let's be perfectly honest with you guys, dude. When it comes to sports, there's been bodies littered that laid the foundation for other great athletes that you have across every single sport.
That's true.
You are no different. The only difference you have now is you have more attention, more media. Social media to complain on, right? The little stuff that you're doing, and this is the sad part. I'm just gonna be honest with you guys, right? It's kind of like the PlayStation guys, right? It doesn't matter to them. They'd see the link. They would like to see some of these people would love to see the league fail instead of it growing. That's the real reality of it. But I think what's going to happen, just like what Microsoft does, money's going to win out in the end, and they'll just kind of be put off to the side, like any other business. And this isn't just professional sports. This happens in regular 9 to 5s every day. So that's the reality of it. So hopefully for Sony, I hope they exit sooner than later. Because
Yeah.
I don't see anything in the future for them as far as gaming, except to be hang-ons and to hold us back. So,
Okay.
oh, Realist, you would buy them, really?
Oh, really? Realist is. Oh, wow.
But I have a feeling they'll be ugly. I wouldn't say they'll be ugly, Realist. I say they'll be kind of cute.
Kinda cute.
Yeah, because so I don't watch The View, but then somebody clicked this, and one of the ladies on The View. If I listen to The View, if I hadn't watched that show, I shoot myself.
Yeah.
But one of the people on there said something about that there's this pretty privilege, and I tell you what, man, I've been watching the WNBA, and I think that's the next big civil war in the WNBA, man. Because there's some cute girls in the WNBA. So 'cause people have this idea that all these people are butch or lesbians and stuff like that. But if you watch the WNBA for a amount of time that I've been like catching as many games as I can. I'll be like, oh damn, dude, there's some really like feminine, beautiful women in this league. Not saying that I didn't think that, but I'm looking at it like a basketball, right? So when I noticed that, I'm like, dude, I'm not the only one, and that'll be like the next big thing because already I saw an interview with one girl, and at some point in time they're gonna have to work on the branding for the WNBA, and I think it's gonna go more feminine, right? Because some of the girls coming in right now, like Angel. Dang, Zink, what's her name, man? I'm sorry, Angel Reese. Jeez, I'm old. Angel Reese, Cameron, the girl from LA, Rakia Jackson, dude. I knew I should have known about her. I had no idea about she plays for the Sparks too. That girl is marketable. Like she can ball, she's pretty, attractive, and she can dress. Like she has the complete package, right? So I could see the WNBA Disneyfying the entirety of the WNBA. I can see the NBA Disneyfying the WNBA. And it's good, man, because people will make money. Unless you don't want to do it, and I'm pretty sure they won't force you. Right? Some people don't want to do that, right? But what I'm saying is that's a market. They need money. And Sony sucks. Okay, sorry. I went off on a tangent. Sorry.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Look who showed up. It's Zobi.
Oh, Zobi. What's up, brother?
He said that Nintendo Direct was incredible. So many turn-based JRPGs announced.
Oh, damn, you play basketball?
No,
Oh.
no. Zeke is because I told him the story when I was 10 and I went to join the boys in football and stuff. He just twisted that up.
He trying to say you play basketball?
I tried football. I tried to. I didn't know any better. I didn't know it was differences between girls and guys. That was my first lesson when I was 10 years old. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That guys are different than girls, like that was my first lesson. I learned because I couldn't keep up in football. They didn't really want me there, but they kind of tolerated me there. They was like, they kind of looked at me and was like, you sure you don't want to like cheer for us and stuff? I said, no, I want to play. I was a little skinny, gankly little girl and stuff, so I was up there trying to keep up, and I couldn't run as fast as they could, and the sport is very physical, so they didn't do that with me. They was just being really light and stuff. They was nice, but I realized it was like, yeah, I couldn't keep up, and I didn't understand. Then I realized, oh, it's differences between us. So that's how I learned. I think I was talking about like how people can't understand this basic premise that women and men are different. I think that's what the point I was trying to get across.
Well, all you have to do is watch an NBA game, then watch a WNBA game, then you'll know.
Very different, yeah.
Very different.
Not that it's worse, but there are differences with men and women, so you got to accept that fact,
Yeah, if you can get past, and that's what it is. I just love basketball so much. I can watch like any basketball.
Yeah, right, yeah.
But like I said, man, they're physical. And dude, I see girls getting taken down, and the ref just be standing there. Girl looks at it with her hands up, and the ref's like, I didn't see no, like I know the ref got to say to them, like, I didn't see no blood. Look. Zink says size 15 feet, 6'5".
6'5". Okay, he's 6'5". Okay.
So, but that's something somebody 6'9" with 17 size feet would say. I don't believe in Zink, dude.
Uh,
They can't make it more feminine. I disagree. Realistic. If it's marketable, they will try to. I'm telling you, dude. I've been watching a lot, dude. Atlanta's entire team is cute. I watched the Dream for the first time. They played Indiana. There's not an ugly girl on the Atlanta Dream. Not one. I was looking at their young team, their up and coming team. Dude, they hustle. They're tough. They're quick. They're just like, it was kind of fun watching Indiana and them play because they're both kind of new teams trying to feel each other's out. So it was kind of funny to watch them because they kind of brought each other down with their play. Sometimes you play somebody and you rise to the occasion. That wasn't the case in the third quarter. It was pretty bad. But yeah, dude. I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that if they want to. Like Angel Reese, man. Angel Reese has a huge following on social media. And her nickname is Bayou Barbie. That's her, that she loves that nickname, so she runs with it. And she has a certain style about her. Her fan base likes that about her. She's supposedly the villain in the WNBA.
the villain, huh?
And she plays it up, the villain part. I wish she played more up with her feet. The amount of times I see these people trying to, because what happens in the WNBA, right, that I noticed is like when they play defense, like the way you're taught to play basketball is you got to get in front of the defender. And they do a lot of times. Sometimes you can't. If there's a defender fast on you, either the coach pulls you or puts somebody else on him. You know what I mean?
Right.
On this one, sometimes I guess they can't do that because that talent pool isn't that wide. I could be wrong. Zink, correct me if I'm wrong. Like you said, this is my first year watching. But there's just a lot of stuff that they do that I see is not fundamentally sound. I don't know if they could correct that. I definitely would. I mean, I actually saw people setting screens today, like real screens. And so little stuff like that, but it's very entertaining to watch. Zoe said that Nintendo Direct was incredible. So many turn-based JRPGs announced. Yeah, Zoe, that's Zoe's game. That's Zoe's thing. That's why he's on Nintendo.
Yeah, he's a Nintendo guy, right?
Now he is, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because they give him the games that he wants, man. I'm not gonna hate on you for that, brother.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Sweet Baby Inc. will be against it.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. As long as you slide, from what I hear, as long as you slide them, that's $7 million. They'll be good.
Man, they something else, man. Like extorting money out of people and stuff. They something else.
I don't know if they'd have a lot of pull against the WNBA, dude. The WNBA is pretty woke.
Yeah, then they probably
Yeah, so I don't think they'd have to worry about it.
Yeah.
It's like with Microsoft. Microsoft actually has stuff that they agree with, but they're just such a big corporation. So
Also, I don't think Microsoft stuffs that in their games the way Sony does. Sony's actually worse. The way they do that, like.
Well, Sony, it shows with Sony because it's not natural, right? When they try and do it, or
Yeah,
Microsoft,
like
it's already kicked in.
you heard like Spider-Man 2, some of the stuff they had in there, right?
Yeah, so the people that probably work at Sony, well, I mean, the developers probably, but as Sony as a company, don't know anything about that, especially on the Japan side, right?
Well, how in
Like
the world are they
Microsoft-
producing so much woke stuff and then they censor and they do a lot of stuff?
Yeah,
over
that's what I
there.
mean. Like Microsoft will never have that problem because it's caked into Microsoft already. Like it's a part of their culture at Microsoft. And I'm not saying that, and I'm not trying to bring. Look, you guys know I love Microsoft. I'm just being honest with you guys, right? It's already there. The one thing I give Microsoft credit for, at least it's not trying to stuff it down my throat.
That's what. Yeah, if they did that, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah,
Yeah. I don't want you stuffing stuff down my throat like that. Like,
they actually believe what they say when they say like we want a place for everybody, right? So then I tested them one day, like their official Xbox thing put the rainbow thing on their thing, and then I just rainbowed them back with a Bible verse. And no harm.
Really?
Yeah, I do that all the time because people do that to me.
And how did they react to that? I'm curious.
No, everybody was fine because other people came in. That's why I don't really hate on Microsoft because they're like they actually lived that. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I'm like, Phil will be on the thing with his little rainbow shirt.
Yeah, I noticed. I see that all the time. Yeah.
But he's not over there like trying to drag me down, to like or steps on me. I mean,
Right.
So
as long as when they say that everybody can play here, they include people like myself and like you and like Sega Man. Like those of us who like people who are of faith and comes from a traditional background like that.
Yeah.
If we're welcome to, then I believe what you say. But if you picking and choosing, I don't believe what you say.
Yeah, this is why I tell like ponies especially. They're like, oh, they're an evil corporation. I was like, oh, I wish to God they were. I really wish Microsoft was an evil corporation because then we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Yeah,
You
they've
guys would
been
be
to
gone.
destroy people. That if they was
Yeah.
really like that, yeah,
I wouldn't. Yep. I wouldn't have even read this comment if they actually were what you said they were.
yeah.
You know what I was hearing Sega Forever, brother. These girls, they're both diehard Switch fans. They have the old one,
Hmm.
and they were talking about the new one, the new Switch that is supposed to be coming out.
That's
But they,
next year, right? It's supposed to come out next year, right? Is that true?
yeah, I think so. But they said that they're not going to buy it because you got to buy the games over again. It's not going to be backwards compatibility.
They know that for sure.
They both told me that. They said that it's not going to be backwards compatibility, and they said that's garbage. They said
Oh wow.
we're just going to stay with our old switches because they're like that's bull crap that this new switch won't be backwards compatibility, which means you have to buy. You can't carry your games over, and you have to buy them all over again. That's a bunch of bull crap, man.
Yeah, that
That's
sucks
bull
because
crap, dude.
they basically kind of step away from their library. If they have to start all over again, that's not good. Not in
Yeah.
today's age,
I tell you what, the only reason why I have a Switch is because it's an affordable on-the-go system. Like the other systems, like a Steam Deck is 10 times better than a Switch, but
It's good. But
it's way
it's perfect for the Steam, but not really for like
right.
everything else,
Right. It's that's the only thing it's good for. It's only good
Yeah.
for like on the go.
Yeah.
I mean, I docked it to my 4K TV. I mean, it looks okay. It's just 1080p. It looks okay, but basically it's just a system for on the go. Basically, that's all it's good for. Like you can get some old school games on there, like on there, like if you want to play some old school games.
Hmm.
But basically, it's just for on the go. It's not.
It's mobility, yeah.
Yeah, but as far as it being like docked to my 4K TV, it's just. I mean, it's okay. You know what I mean? It's just. It's not like. It's not super great, but it's basically better for on the go system.
Yeah, it's mainly for that. Yeah.
Yeah, if I play games, it's gonna be my Xbox, on at home. But yeah, it's a good for on the go. It's good for on the go. Like if you're on vacation or you're waiting to go, if you're at the doctor's or you
Right,
take your kids
something
to the
like that.
dentist or something
Yeah.
like that. Honestly, that's basically a Switch is only good for, in my opinion. Like I said, it has old school games on it. That's the only reason why I get it, because some of them don't come out on the Xbox or whatever. Like, like a certain shoot 'em ups and beat 'em ups that they made back in the day. That's basically the only reason why I have it for, Or I might play a little something on there like Uno with my wife or something because she got one or something. But I mean, that's all it's good for, man. You know what I mean?
Zoe
I'm
says
not saying it's a bad system, but it's not. It's just basically the best affordable handheld system that you could, if you want to, if you're into handheld, for like for the affordable, being affordable would be the Switch. That's about it. It's not good for anything else, in my opinion. I have one, so I can have an opinion about it. So I just think it's a good on the go system, and that's it, And those girls were upset. They were like, they're not getting one. They're diehard Switch fans. They're both diehards, both of them, both of these girls.
Hmm.
Zoe, Zoe, can you confirm? Zoe, are you trying to say that it's confirmed by Nintendo that it will
No,
be?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I'd have to see. I don't believe that. They both told me that they heard that it's not going to be backwards compatibility, that you have to rebuy your games over again. I don't believe that.
Okay.
That's how they are. They make you buy stuff over again. I will not buy nothing over again. That's what they said. They're not going to buy nothing over again. They're just going to stay with their Switch,
It says, when did they announce that the next Switch wasn't backwards compatible? I don't know.
I'm telling you what they said to me. That's what they told me, that the games are not going to be back compat with the new system. They said that the cartridges or whatever, it's going to be different. It's not going to be where you could put your old cartridges into the newer Switch. This is what I'm hearing from these two girls that I deal with at my place where I go. They work at the place called the Game Exchange, and they're into the Switch hardcore. And they said that it's going to be different. It won't be where you could put your games in and play your games. The cartridges are going to be different. So they said they're going to stick with their old Switches. I mean, this is what they said, so that's a no-go for me. The old Switch is fine, that's it. I'm not buying no new Switch or Nintendo or whatever.
All right, Zobi says, what is the Xbox good for? Because people would rather buy Nintendo Switch or PS5. Would they really? From what I heard,
I don't care. I don't care, man. They could buy whatever they want to buy. I like the Xbox. If you want to buy a PS5, if they want to buy a PS5, Zobi, that's cool. If they want to buy a Switch, that's cool. That has nothing to do with me. I'm just saying that's what these girls told me, dude. I don't have nothing against a Switch, dude. I have a Switch. So I'm just saying how I feel about the Switch, man. That's my opinion, man. I don't care what anybody. If nobody want to buy an Xbox, they don't have to buy an Xbox, Zobi. I don't care. It has nothing to do with me, dude. I don't care. If you don't like it, you don't like it. If you like the Switch, cool. If you like the PS5, that's cool. I have a Switch. If I didn't like Nintendo, I wouldn't buy no Nintendo stuff. So I don't care if nobody buys an Xbox. I really don't.
I don't either.
Make no difference to me.
I just say we just get all those benefits, I guess.
Well, I'm just glad Microsoft is rich, so it doesn't matter.
Right? It doesn't matter to us. If people want to sell, I invite them. I say sell your Xboxes, please do. I don't care. I don't care. Just don't change your mind when them games start dropping. They already started with Hellblade.
Yeah, they do that every single time.
Every time. So I'm just like, don't flip flop. Just stay gone. I mean, nobody cares if you sell it or not. They don't care if you play in the games or not. I don't care. I really don't care because it doesn't affect me.
Look, Dea, and Brother Say Forever. Mm-hmm. The Switch has no innovation. They just keep making the same old shit over and over again. The same old damn Marios. The same concept of a damn Zelda. They make nothing new, and they buy it. These guys that are Switch guys, they go out and buy the same shit that just has just a different coat of paint. There's nothing different about the Marios. Mario Kart, yes, they're fun games to play. I'm not saying that Mario is not a fun game to play, but they don't make nothing new. There's not a new Mario. Is there a brand new spanking new Mario game that's ever come out? Brand spanking new from the ground up. It's the same shit over and over again. And I mean that's just dumb to keep and then they want to charge full price for the shit. Just like they do for remakes for the remake Station 5. That's no, I'm not doing it. They have no innovation whatsoever when it comes to
they don't. And Nintendo purposely don't innovate. They don't care about innovating because they don't need to. They can sell their customer base cardboard. So when you gotten to that point, you at the pinnacle of where you need to be.
Right? That cardboard bullshit. Remember that?
If you can sell somebody some cardboard, you don't need to innovate. You just keep doing whatever you're doing.
That was the dumbest shit they came out with, that cardboard shit. That's crazy.
And all I'm saying is that the Nintendo knows who they're selling to, and they know what they can get away with, and they're gonna get away with it. I'm never going to ever expect Nintendo to push gaming industry forward. They're not going to do it. They're not going to innovate and all that stuff. They'll update when they need to, only absolutely when they need to, and that's it. And you're going to get the same games over and over. You might as well have like a template, like a stamp, and just like had the same thing, just stamp that, push another paper on there, stamp it. That's what it is, and that's okay. I always said this. There's clearly a market for the same game to be released over and over and over again. It's okay. They ain't got nothing to do with me. I like the different games. I like the South of Midnights. I like the, Hellblade wasn't new, but my experience with it was, I had, until recently, I had not played Hellblade. I put it off. So to me, that experience was new. I like Starfield. Starfield is unique and different. It is not No Man's Sky, by the way. I own both. It's not. Okay. So people who say that don't know what they're talking about. Starfield truly is an RPG, whereas No Man's Sky it's more like exploration. It's like procedural and stuff like that. It's not the same. So I'm just making that clear.
The last good system that they had there was the GameCube. The Wii was a gimmick. It came out, it did well because of exercise, different things like that. The Mario games, whatever, it came out. But after that, all they did was bring out a bunch of shovelware that came out on that system. The Wii U was a complete disaster. They almost went belly up. If it wasn't for the Switch, and they stick with the Wii U, it would have went belly up, in my opinion. You know what I mean? The last good system they had, honestly, and I have them. I have a Wii. I have a GameCube. I can talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
My kids have a Wii U. I can talk about it. It's the
Right.
last good system that they had was the Nintendo GameCube. The Wii was cool for a while because they got you with the nunchucks. The old people were playing it in the old folks' home and Wii Sports and all that. But after that, it was a bunch of shovelware. It was a bunch of shovelware like phone games on the Wii U. It was a bunch of shovelware after that. And then here came the Wii U that was a complete disaster. That system was a disaster. There's a lot of people that say that it was.
Mm-hmm.
It just wasn't that great. It really wasn't. That big ass screen thing you had to hold and stuff like that. I mean, you know, the Switch saved them. I think the Switch actually saved them.
It did, yeah.
You know what I mean?
And like I said, it's a I don't have a problem with different markets out here.
Right.
What I have a problem with is when people act like it's a one-size-fit-all thing, and it isn't. Nintendo could never satisfy all of my gaming styles. They just can't. They could never do it. I don't care what they come up with. It's too. I like stuff to challenge me and stuff, and I don't think I get that off a little kid's game. You know, I just don't think I would. I think Minecraft can be more challenging than that. Like some of the some of the systems and stuff you can build in Minecraft, for instance, to make a world run off of those little red blocks. I forgot what they call those things. I forgot it's a term, but I've seen people build elaborate stuff and make it work, and it has a physics system and everything, like how it works.
Oh, the switches and stuff. Yeah.
You know, so like if it was doing stuff like that, maybe, but you know, that's about the most I would expect out of it. But I ain't got no problem with it being for kids. I don't have no problem for it. With it being for people who just want to relive their childhood over and over again, because it is 40, 50-year-olds who are doing that. I at some point grew up and wanted to try adult games like Fear and all that other stuff that I was telling you guys about, how I learned how to play FPS games and stuff like that. I outgrew stuff like that, and I could play stuff like that every now and then. But I couldn't imagine being on a console where that's all you being fed. Like I can see myself strapped to a chair, being force fed that stuff every day and over the, to the point you want to puke. And that's what I get. Now maybe other people can do that, and I've said that. I said, hey, clearly it's a market for it, so I'm not going to complain about it. It can exist along with everything else. But where I draw the line is where people act like that's that all like Microsoft got to conform to that. Like PlayStation got to conform to that, or that Xbox got to conform to PlayStation. No, it doesn't. I want Xbox to remain American. I want it to have that Western sensibility to it.
Right.
I want that to still be there. I don't want everything to be JRPG.
Right.
I don't want everything to be like that. And so I like that we have variety. And honestly, we need more of it. So that's how I feel about that. I could care less how many people buying a Switch. I just don't. I just don't care about that. So and Zobi, all I can say is about the people who don't want to produce anything for the Xbox. Go ahead and keep that up, because you know what Xbox is doing, don't you? They're building their moat. They're making sure while they're waiting, while this time is passing, they're building up their studios and they're building up their games so that they never have to ask nobody for anything ever again. That's what they're doing. This is what those actions like that has done. It's taught Microsoft that this is what they have to do moving forward. Yep. Just as Nintendo learned from PlayStation not too long back. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to be just like Nintendo, but they have all their own stuff. Who's the only console in the market making brand new IP? You tell me. Who's making brand new IP, Zobi? If you say Nintendo, I'll darn near slap you through this screen, because you know it ain't them. They're not innovating. They're not doing anything.
Xbox has not been showing the same games for 5 years, Zobi. You don't know what you're talking about.
And they got legacy IP. I consider Halo legacy.
Sorry, brother,
I
but you
consider
don't know what
Gears
you're talking
wonderful.
about, man.
They do all it. They balance it. They do all it. They still give you your nostalgia.
What
right?
new games has PlayStation Switch been showing you, Zobi? I would like to know that. What's the new games that the Switch been showing you, brother? I'm just being honest. What's the new games you got coming out, man? Is there anything good coming out right now on the Switch, bro? I mean, I would just like to know that, man.
Oh, look at Remake Station put. Nintendo fans going crazy over Power was the weirdest stuff I've ever seen. Yeah, Remake Station, dude. That was that
Nintendo
cut him deep.
Direct was
I got a
boring.
what?
That cut him deep. That Power cut him deep.
Yeah, it did. Power, yeah, it did cut them deep.
I have no choice. That's the last one. Wait a
Xbox
minute.
has no games to
You
consider.
telling me you used all of that up?
Zobi, there's this thing called Game Pass. You should check it out.
Yeah, really.
Seriously, brother. You just go Game Pass. Game
I mean,
Pass,
there's
like,
not,
it answers both your question. It says like
brother, Sega Forever. I have a Switch, and there's literally nothing on there that's exciting to be excited for because they show you what's on there, what they showed on their show. There's nothing to be excited for, dude.
I had a Switch as well.
There just isn't. It's okay. Like I said, it's a good for on the go system, and that's it. It's and they never. And the thing about Nintendo, the Sega Forever, they never drop the prices of their shit ever.
Yeah.
If they do, it's like maybe $2 or something like that.
Yeah. I always joke
games
about
are always
that.
expensive.
I always joked about that on Twitter. I said, "Oh yeah, it's on sale. It's like instead of $59.99, it's like $58.47."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw that again. So I was like, "You gotta be," and they know that, and they feel that that's what their game's worth, and that's more power to them. But Zobi, that's why their market is a certain type of gamer, right? So like you said here, developers said they refuse to put games on Xbox because the fan base refuses to buy the games. Yeah, the media says a lot of stuff, though.
They do. That's not true.
That's not true.
I mean, every time Phil brings out evidence, he says it over and over again. What did he say this last time? That they like he was trying to tell people we're making huge profits and stuff. He's repeated that several times, but nobody wants to believe what he says. Nobody ever believes what they say. Doesn't matter if it's him or Sarah Bond. I'm sorry.
Damn, he sounds like a damn pony bot. He said, Game Pass is a flop, bro. You're just trolling right now, dude. You're crazy, bro.
He
You know
does
what you're talking about. It's a flop. Get out of here.
But I mean, to your point, Dale, I would say maybe a fair assessment is that maybe they're not where they want to be. But that but what that doesn't mean is that they're not making money, right? So that's what everybody assumes. You know what I mean?
I believe Phil when he says that they're making money. I
Yes.
do. I don't believe he's lying to people. He said this repeatedly over and over again. He's been asked this 100 times, and he keeps saying the same thing. Yes, we're making money. Well, how can they not make money? They got a service that just rakes in money every month. They're using that to help fund it, and they still have money left over because it's funded their studios. You don't think that every game they put out there is that it's just relying on the sales, do you? It's not. It's also relying on the money that they earn from Game Pass.
You listen to too much social media, dude.
I mean, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine if you think that way, Zobi. I don't,
you can think, that's fine.
It doesn't matter at the end of the day, right? Because at the end of the day, it only matters what, and I learned this. I learned this really fast. It only matters what Microsoft does, not really what anybody says. Because if it wasn't, Microsoft would deal with that, right?
Here's where I have a problem, Zobi. When you make up stuff and when the people who actually run the company are telling you something completely different. Now, I have a problem with that because you either are being dishonest or you're trying to flat out lie to our faces because you can't prove your position, but Phil can prove his. Sarah Bond can prove hers.
He said it didn't grow.
You're asking us to believe what you're saying over the people who actually run it. Who else do you want to ask? They've told that on Bloomberg. They've said that on IGN. They've been all over the place saying the same thing, that they make money, that Game Pass is profitable. So why should I believe you over him?
Yeah,
over
right.
her?
Do you work for Microsoft, Zobi?
That's my point. Like that's the problem I have. Like if a person's going to say this is just my opinion, okay. But if you are going to come on here and try to act like you have the knowledge or the information, and that somehow we supposed to ignore what Microsoft themselves are saying, then where are you
Right.
coming from? That at
Right,
that point,
come
you're
on.
lying to my face, and I don't appreciate that.
Yeah, come
At
on,
least come
Zobi.
with some hard evidence with
You gotta
something.
do better than that, dude. Come on, Zobi. You gotta do better
'Cause
than
at
that,
that
bro.
point, he's sitting up here lying on the show. I don't want that. Like, that's something that like me and Unlimited do not like. We don't like that. Like, it's okay to have a conversation, but we're telling you that he has said this a million times over. Okay, prove it then, Zobi. If he's a liar, prove it. That burden falls on you. He works for the darn company. So unless you can show me some hard evidence, then you're lying. And how should we treat you?
So Zobi going in for the setup, like how he got me that one podcast.
Yeah, he needs to prove it, man. Shoot.
Play.
Look what Zach wrote.
Strapped to a chair to play Nintendo. Yeah, if it's like the millionth time, like, shoot. I get bored with the same game over and over again, man.
Yeah, they don't have no innovation. They don't have no innovation, man. Who wants to keep playing over and over and over again the same Marios, Mario?
Yeah, it's if they were doing something completely different with the Marios every time, I'd be okay with that. But
let me read Remake Station's comment.
Okay.
PS is sinking and Nintendo is in dangerous waters. You know it's true because the youth aren't in love with Japan as much, except anime. The games they don't care as much for. Yeah, that's true, Remake.
That is true.
Yeah.
I've said that young people are not playing on Nintendo Switches.
They're not. They're on their phones.
They're on their phones or PC. And the people who are playing on that are old Nintendo people who want to relive their childhood every day, who's getting it for their kids, or they got casuals who don't know anything. They just see that a little kid Mario thing on there and they buy that. That's who's playing it. Okay, that's who it is. But that's not going to sustain them well into the future. That is the truth. So Nintendo is going to have to do something, because I'm going to tell you who's ahead on that. And I think I know Microsoft is in for the kill. It's them. They know that mobile is where you have to be for the next generation. That's where you have to be. And yes, they have a little handheld console, but that's not where people are. They are on the phone. They have to be on the phone. And they have to do well.
You know how I know? You know how I know? And I could tell the chat this. My daughter and my son both have Switches. Guess where they're sitting? They're docked. My son is either playing his PC, playing Roblox, or he's playing on his phone. My daughter also has a PS4 and she has a Switch. My daughter is if she plays a game, it's mostly on her phone. It's not their Switches. Their Switches are docked.
Right.
So
okay. Oh, Zobi, I'm gonna spank you. You keep talking this nonsense.
Look, Remake Station ABK alone made more money than Sony, Xbox, and Nintendo some years.
He said they said it in federal court. Oh, he's talking about Zinc. Yeah. He's talking about the Game Pass. Yeah, I mean, they done said it a million times over though.
He said that nobody's playing Xbox. Man, you're trolling. You're just butthurt, bro. You're just a dire Nintendo fan. It's cool, Zobi. You're Nintendo fan. That's cool, bro.
I'm not even against Nintendo. I like that it's there. I like that Nintendo's there. I like that it's other. You can't just have one console floating around.
Oh my gosh. Look, Zobi, he's so bad you bought Realistin.
Oh my
now I gotta listen to him talk about Nintendo and the WNBA. Thanks, Zobi.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man, we got the realist on here, man. What's up, realist?
Zink, I sent you a link, Zink.
We got the realist on here.
No, Zink knows you sent a link. He must be busy. I was in the shop. I couldn't be just sitting in the shop, waiting for them to finish my vehicle and sounding like a nerd. You know, it's quiet in there. I mean, that dude, what talking about video games? Anyway, no, I ain't coming here for Zobi, man. Zobi trolling y'all.
Zobi is trolling. I know
he is.
Because look, because the whole thing, y'all letting the same pony narratives bother you, right? He said it's not profitable. How many times has Phil told y'all it's profitable?
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. That he said it a million times over. You know, like goodness.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I mean, no business is where they want to be because they all want more money. They'll never have enough money.
Exactly.
So, like, they don't tell us how much they make from Game Pass. You got a whole lot of analysts telling you that they have a budget of this and they only spent that.
Yep.
Like if those numbers are accurate, that's crazy.
Yep.
You know, seven billion allocated for games and they only spent 2. It's like,
Right.
that's crazy.
Yep. They're not stupid people, you know. They know how to make a profit. And what did Phil say? He said that he cannot run his business without what? Making a profit. He said that multiple times too. He said that.
Mhm.
And people still think that Game Pass is not making nothing. In other words, Phil is saying I wouldn't even be sitting here talking to you if I wasn't making a profit. That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he'd have been out the.
Oh, now Zobi wants some link, yeah.
He wants
You wanna make
control.
something?
Zoe
Hold
better
on.
be glad I be spanking him right now, like just wearing him out, man.
Zobi, you got time, man? You on your Switch and stuff, you know? Make sure you make sure you got some time, man.
It ain't like you playing. It ain't like you're on Discord through Switch.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Didn't PlayStation just get Discord or something like that? I heard or whatever. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah. They were talking about it for like 2 years.
They took their sweet time doing that. That's so
Zobi, I
lame.
sent it to you on Twitter. Zinc, I sent you the link on email. I mean, just a reminder. I know what Realist said, but you know,
Yeah,
because at some point in time, Realist is going to talk about the WNB.
No, I'm not because I don't agree with y'all. Especially what's his name? Zink saying that she's the GOAT, like Cynthia Cooper, Cheryl Swoops, Tina Thompson.
Oh no, I said she.
Candace
Oh, that was
Parker.
you.
That was you? Yeah.
I said she the GOAT, and the rest of the
you know,
WNB.
you know what? I'll let you have it because you knew. but I wouldn't have tolerated that from Z. He said he'd been watching basketball for 50 years. So.
He has. Yeah, he's hardcore.
Yeah,
he's
all right.
hardcore.
Hey, Zobi, what's up?
Hey, gangster to the core.
Oh, there you go.
All right, everybody, just gotta get fun.
Hey, what's up? You guys have been y'all been talking nonsense, man. I gotta come here and set y'all straight.
Oh, here we go. The big troll. He's gonna set us straight now. Like
Y'all been talking nonsense.
What part?
Well, the part number one saying I'm a troll. That's just not the truth.
oh, come on. When you ain't got no evidence.
You trolling when you say you're not a troll.
I'm as serious as a heart attack. Now, Phil Spencer is a known liar. You guys do know that, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what
What do you lie about,
say.
VR?
Well, he lied about saying that a lot of those games were not going to be coming to the PlayStation and Nintendo Switch. Remember that?
Hey guys, hold on
No.
1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys. I gotta step out, but I'll leave the podcast on. And you guys can continue. All right. I'm gonna mute my mic, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Yeah. Sorry, Zob. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
What games did he say we're not going to other platforms?
Well, he was talking about the Hi-Fi rushes that came. What's that?
No. What games did he say?
I'm naming the games right now.
But he never said that game. So you're saying that he said those games were not going.
Yeah.
But he had a whole little podcast saying that they were.
They were. Yeah. He never said they wasn't going to go over there.
No, he said that when it comes to the Xbox, he is fully developed. He's making games personal for the Xbox. He said this is way before in the beginning when he says if you buy an Xbox, you're going to be getting access to exclusive games for the Xbox.
I don't remember him ever saying that. When did he say that?
He said, the thing he did say that the Bethesda purchase was about bringing exclusive games to the Xbox platform where Game Pass exists.
Right. He did say that. I remember that. Yeah.
Well, not even that. I'm talking about when the Xbox Series first came out. He was talking about that because there was a rumor going around that games were going to be coming over to PlayStation. Xbox was going to be developing games and bringing them over to PlayStation and Nintendo. And I remember you guys came out and said, when the rumors came out, you guys were the first ones to say that it was bull crap. How dare you say that? None of the games are coming over. And then as soon as those rumors came out, the following week we had PlayStation Directs, we had Nintendo Directs of PlayStation and Xbox, Xbox games coming to PlayStation and Nintendo. I remember you guys specifically were talking about how the gaming media was messed up. PlayStation gamers are stupid. I remember full-heartedly that you guys were doing that.
Wait a minute. What show are you talking about? And I don't know what you're talking about because you're
Not
mixing up time.
this Nintendo Direct, not this Nintendo Direct, but the one previous with and the PlayStation State of Play, where they were announcing the Xbox games coming to PlayStation, and that was Sea of Thieves.
First off, I don't watch PlayStations do anything. I don't watch anything that I don't own. So
that doesn't take away from the fact that
I don't talk about what I don't see. So I did not talk about that.
But
so
that doesn't take away from the fact that those games that you guys were claiming that the rumors and the leaks were wrong, it was true. Hi-Fi Rush, Sea of Thieves, and a host of other games that came over.
They also said Xbox is dead.
If you think 4 games is a host.
No, but you guys said no, that was not going to happen, but it did.
Who is you guys?
I know.
It doesn't matter if it's 4, 3, 2, or 1. 4 is more than none that you guys were claiming.
Who is you guys? Something? Sure.
The Xbox fan base.
First off, look, when that stuff first started coming out, and I can only talk about myself, all right, because I know what shows I was on. I know what I said. The one thing that we were saying is, number one, you can't say anything definitive until Microsoft comes out and confirm it. And I still stand by that because we saw where rumors went. Number two, that what Phil said before was that wherever Game Pass exists. So this is what was confusing me. So I said, well, they can't put games where unless Game Pass is going in. That was what I was trying to figure out. What is going on? What he ends up saying after the fact is that because he said these 4 games, you will understand why these games are going over there, which we did later. We understood that there was problems with every single studio that, Roundhouse didn't have a game, and Roundhouse Studio didn't make any game. They didn't have anything. They weren't earning any money. ZeniMax couldn't continue to fund that studio without them earning any money. So they got folded into ESO. As far as AlphaDog, I don't know what the last game they made, so I don't even know what they were earning and what they wasn't. Keep in mind, this is at a time where the economy is where it's at now, and inflation is terrible and everything. You got all this stuff going on, so everybody's cutting. This ain't just Xbox, by the way. So ZeniMax is the one we reported by Bloomberg went to. This is reported by Bloomberg. They are not a gaming site; they are a financial site. Okay. They got the information from Microsoft that ZeniMax went to the Xbox leadership and said that some had to be done because they was overwhelmed with the number of studios, and they couldn't continue to have certain studios, let's just quote, that was in trouble. And I think they meant Arcane, Austin, and Tango. Roundhouse again wasn't earning any money at all. I don't know what they were doing, and neither was AlphaDog. So those two made sense to me. And they didn't even Roundhouse didn't even get fired. They got folded into ESO, right? So then you leave with Tango and Arcane Austin. We know what happened with Arcane. And if you look at the history of Arcane's games, they wasn't earning money. Okay, so they were a troubled studio. So with Redfall, there was no way they could redeem Redfall thanks to the media and thanks to the ponies. So they just pretty much destroyed Arcane on that end, and the other thing is that we found out that Arcane was gutted before Microsoft even completed the purchase of them. Many of their developers left because they was forced to make Redfall. This happened before Microsoft even owned them, so they was basically stuck in a situation where they bought that studio and they had to rebuild it. And that is what Arcane went to ZeniMax for, saying they wanted to rehire and rebuild, and they wanted to work on all these new games. But that would have meant a big infusion of money into Arcane. How could they justify it? Did they have any games that they could recoup that money from? Anything? No, they didn't have Redfall. You couldn't use Prey. They couldn't use any of the games that they made to say, okay, it's a good investment for us to do this and build the studio back up, because we can have them publish this game and we can earn more money back off of it. They had nothing. So this is why Arcane was in the situation they was in. Then let's look at Tango. Well, Tango also was in that situation. Though they had good games, okay? You can have good games, but they don't sell. So they had what was that game, those horror games, those 2 horror games? They had
The Evil Within.
Thank you. Evil Within 1 and 2, they did not sell. Okay, I think part 1 did a little better than the second, but that's it. They did not sell. We know Ghostwire, that came from Tango, that didn't sell. It went to the ponies first, and they didn't buy it. Okay, they did say it sold a little better on the Xbox, but at that point in time, it was already too late. It had came like a year after, and anytime you wait that long with a game to come to a platform, it typically, I'm not saying all the time, but typically the games would never make what it would have at the time of launch. Everybody knows that. Okay, so that's what happened with Ghostwire. Then you have Hi-Fi. For the life of me, I do not know why people didn't buy Hi-Fi. I actually did. I got that game when it launched, but I did not know that the majority of people didn't buy the game. Maybe it was too niche or something like that. So Phil, in one last ditch effort, tried to bring it to other platforms to save it, because I think he was trying to save Tango, to get a good reason to reinvest in Tango, because he was going to have to do the same thing there. Because guess what? Shinji Mikami left the studio. He lost what he wanted, because he even said when they first acquired him that he looked forward to working with Shinji. Didn't last long, because Shinji, after Hi-Fi was done, he was out of there. I don't even think he lasted the full thing, but he was gone. And then the woman he was training under him also left. I think that woman might have been the one who worked on Ghostwire. But the person that he was training left, and then Tango got emptied out, similar to what happened to Arcane. So they would have had to be, that was in that same situation again, where they would have had to rebuild Tango. So if Hi-Fi could show that it was a viable IP, maybe that would have saved it. Like, it was really up to the ponies. But that's my assumption, because I think that was the last ditch effort from Phil to try to save it. And it didn't work. Nobody bought it over there either. So I think that was it. And that's when you realize that they had to shut the studios down. And that's what happened there. So this is what we learned about those games going there. When he said it would make sense, it made sense when I saw everything play out. So if you have anything other than that, that's not console war batter, because that's actually things that happen and things we later learned through articles and stuff like the Bloomberg stuff, and all, that's what happened. So I don't know. People,
I have plenty of games that have been that were on the Xbox, and Phil Spencer was stern about how if you buy an Xbox, you're going to be getting access to Xbox exclusives. None of your IPs are going to be going anywhere else. And
he didn't say anything about none of your IPs will go anywhere else.
No, he didn't say
yes,
that.
He did. Yes, he did. Man, I'm telling you, it's right before the Xbox Series came out.
He never said none of your. There was nothing to even discuss. Why would he even bring that up?
No. Trust me, it was. I've done podcasts. You guys done podcasts where the gaming media came out and said Phil Spencer Xbox is going to be going third party, and you guys not you guys, but the Xbox fans got upset. I was here. I watched them all.
You're talking about the four games, yes. Initially,
it doesn't matter if it's four. It doesn't matter if it's four. It was supposed to be zero.
So look, it does matter, and it never was zero.
No, it does not matter.
I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you to say something that's true, because Phil has always said case by case basis when it came to
guys. Just Google it. It's right there.
I don't need to.
Right there. What are you talking about? Right there. What's right there?
Hey, listen. Just Google it. It's right there.
No.
Why not?
Because it's not true.
Dude, it is true.
Okay. This is the thing. If you're a fan, right? like you're this. So to my understanding, you're a new Nintendo fan, right? Don't cut me off, because if you're a fan, you're plugged into what's going on with whatever you're a fan of. I don't need to look up anything that you say.
I'm a fan of gaming.
It's not true. It's not true.
I'm a fan of gaming. I'm a fan of Xbox. That's the reason why I know.
But it's not true.
Google it.
I don't need to.
Just Google it, brother.
No. Because I don't need to. because you haven't said anything remotely true yet.
Yeah, no,
all I said was Google it.
The only thing that you're accurate about is the Xbox fans were in denial about it. Yes. That's the only thing you said it was true. But as far as quoting Phil, you haven't made an accurate quote yet.
Phil, I'm paraphrasing. I don't have the the exact quote, but I know.
You should at least know where your source is. Who reported it and where? What?
I'm just saying
Nobody.
Google's my source. Go ahead. It's right
Okay,
there.
that's all right. That's all right. That's all right.
Look, dear, you Google that crap, you're gonna pull up Reddit.
No, I'm not. No, I'm Googling.
Man. If he can't even cite where he's getting something from,
I'm saying
there's
Google.
no citation to make.
Guys, Google it. Come on.
No.
Just Google.
No.
Okay, if you're not gonna Google,
because if you were talking about, you said when the Xbox Series X first came out, that was never a point of contention that games were going to go to other platforms.
yes,
when the Xbox
yes, there was.
first came out.
There was
He always said case by case basis.
No, there have been rumors of Xbox going third party.
There's always rumors because PlayStation fans want Xbox.
Yes,
no, but the rumors are true. But the rumors are true. The rumors
Xbox dead, Zobi? They also
No,
said that.
No, but the rumors are true.
So is
The
Xbox
rumors-
dead? They also said that.
The rumors are true, though. Xbox is porting their games to other consoles.
Xbox is dead. So do you believe that?
The rumors are true that Xbox is
Notice he won't answer that. He won't answer that because you can't believe rumors. Rumors are not fact until they're verified. You do realize that, right?
Technically, Xbox is dead. Yes, technically.
So why are you a fan of a dead console then? A dead brand? I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm a fan of gaming, and Xbox is a part of gaming.
You can't be a fan of something that ain't there no more, Zobi.
I'm a fan of the Sega Genesis. I'm the fan of Sega.
Well, Sega's gone too. Sega ain't here. So why?
But that doesn't happen. Something is dead doesn't mean I'm not a fan. I'm a fan of Sega.
So why are you here then? Why are you messing around with a bunch of adults talking about a dead brand then? Why are you here?
Because I mean, the CD and DVD player is dead, but that doesn't mean I still don't love it. I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
I'll be chasing him, man, with a paddle.
He's not giving me anything to work with. He said nothing.
I'm saying I've said everything. You guys just are refusing to accept it.
I mean, you did better last time, saying that Sarah was a diversity hire and all this other crap.
I remember that.
But this right here is not true. So there's nothing to combat.
It is true, but you refuse to do the research. It's right there. I googled it.
It's like okay, Xbox is a dead console. How many times have I heard PlayStation fans say that? That's a boring debate to have. If it was dead, why are you still talking about it?
I'm talking about the Sega Genesis.
No. You talk about the Sega Genesis and Sega of the past. You're talking about Xbox now. PlayStation fans don't have a podcast without talking about Xbox now.
No, what is Xbox doing now? I talk about Xbox in the past with the Xbox 360, my favorite, and the Xbox One as well. Those were two great consoles.
They were great. Why?
Because of the array of games that
was you even watching that showcase? Do you even know what games are coming out for Xbox?
Yes, I do.
And see, this is what I was waiting for him to say. He said the array of games. So you're talking about these third-party games. You're talking about these turn-based RPGs, right? That have abandoned Xbox. Instead of looking at Xbox
there you
now
go.
and acknowledging, I don't care about JRPGs like you, but instead of talking about that and now acknowledging the 17 games that they just showed off in a showcase.
You're proving my point. That's how Xbox is dead. No, that's how Xbox is dead. No third-party support.
What do you mean no third-party support?
You just said there was no third-party support. You just said it. There's no third-party support. So what?
You're botting there a bit, Realist.
You said what, Realist?
Okay.
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, that's a little better. Okay.
Okay, no, I'm driving through the trees on the freeway. So anyway, the only reason why those developers favored Xbox is because PlayStation priced themselves out of the market. And then after that, who was it? Don Matrick. Those games don't sell. So that further hurt their feelings. But what made the Xbox 360 so great is they had all the games. Same thing that made the PlayStation 2 great, right? That's why everybody loves the PlayStation 2 because they had all the games.
Not only
But
that,
but
it was
they had,
it was not only that, the technical aspects of the Xbox 360 with the cross game chat and the party chat, that was phenomenal for that time. And the
that
online
still exists.
Yeah.
well, it's not revolutionary
It's
anymore.
not
After
new.
we saw,
Well, you know what? With
it's not
Xbox
it's
and
not
the
it's not
AI,
it's not it's not a game changer anymore.
well,
It's not
that's
moving the
coming.
needle.
That's coming
Because
because Xbox has AI, and I do believe they're going to integrate that somehow in
Oh
their
God! If AI is Microsoft's focus, then it's totally dead. It's out of here. It's done.
no,
If
Okay.
AI,
it's gonna be in everything but Nintendo.
Probably
yeah,
so.
yeah,
Yeah, probably
yes.
so.
That's the reason why Nintendo is selling like gangbusters compared to the
But
Xbox.
then again, with Nvidia being
That's the reason why
their
Nintendo
partner,
is selling.
no, that
That's
has
the
nothing to do with it.
No. That's the reason
Okay,
why Nintendo is
the reason
destroying
why
the Xbox.
Nintendo is selling is because the Game Boy has always sold. So what they did was
That's
take
the
away the Game
reason.
Boy
That's the reason. That's the
combine the
reason.
both of them.
It doesn't matter what you say.
Oh
Xbox.
shit!
No. It doesn't. No. Don't laugh. It doesn't matter what excuse you make up. It's not selling.
It's not
It's
an
not
excuse. There's a reason.
selling.
Look,
It's
you
not
you
selling.
just said that the
It's not
Nintendo was selling like
selling.
gangbusters. I just told
The
you why.
Xbox is not selling.
The Xbox sells less. What do you mean it's not selling?
It sells 10 times less than the PlayStation, and then Nintendo is destroying the PlayStation.
Oh my God! You got half of their audience that's still on a PS4, yeah, you think these things are
Right.
No,
It's still outselling the Xbox. Whatever excuse you make, it's still outselling the Xbox.
There's no excuse.
No matter what excuse you make,
Look, dear.
no matter what
We've been
excuse
doing
you make,
we've been doing the sales bullshit.
no matter what excuse you make,
There's
it
no
is still
excuse.
outselling the Xbox.
Who cares?
It's still,
Next.
what do you mean who cares? What do you mean who cares? What do you mean who cares?
Fine.
What do you mean who cares?
Both of them.
What do you mean who cares? Everybody cares. What do you mean who cares?
Well, tell me this: how is it the one system that's not selling, the one brand that you claim is dead, making more money than both of them put together?
It's not making more money. It's
you think King and COD don't make more money than? Get out of here. And then you talking about you add in Game Pass and all that stuff. Their revenue is darn high for it to be competing with the Windows. I can tell you that.
We know that their profits were more than Nintendo's before.
Call of Duty's numbers are not growing. Call of Duty's numbers are not growing, guys. It's about growth.
Who cares?
Yeah, I'm just talking
No,
about
I'm just saying it's not growing. It's not doing.
You bring up the goofiest rebuttals.
Yeah.
Before Activision, before Bethesda, Microsoft was making bigger profits.
No, but this is about growth, guys. This is about growth.
Why do they have more profit than Nintendo?
Nintendo has more profit because Nintendo is making more money than
Nintendo does
Xbox.
not have more profit.
Nintendo is making more money than Xbox.
No, they don't.
Yes, they are. They're making more of a profit than Xbox. Xbox.
No, they don't.
Xbox makes more money.
Xbox is spending. Nintendo isn't. Nintendo's making more money.
Look, Nintendo hasn't made more money than Xbox forever.
Nintendo is making more money. They're dominating Xbox. Yes, they are. They're making.
I'm gonna tell you this.
Microsoft.
I'm gonna wait for your next bogus rebuttal.
No, Microsoft
the reason why Xbox out earns Nintendo is because Nintendo has a weak storefront. Lack of third-party games on the storefront, lack of service games on the platform. That's why they make more. That's why PlayStation was number one, because they are the biggest storefront.
No, Xbox is not making a profit. Okay, they're making money, but they're not making a profit because it's too expensive and they're buying. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with Netflix. 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 They're making a profit. They're the number one streaming service, but they're not making any money because they're spending more than they're making.
Have a profit. Do you know what that is? Revenue and profit are two different things.
Well, okay, revenue. Excuse me, revenue. Xbox is not making any revenue. There you go. They're not making any revenue. Microsoft, Xbox has been coming out for years saying that they have not made a profit with the Xbox.
Never said that.
Google it. Just Google it. Just Google it. Just Google it.
They don't make no profit.
Are you guys gonna just Google it and prove me wrong?
No.
Just Google it and prove me wrong. Google's your friend. It's right there.
You got stock in Google because I'm starting to get suspicious.
No, I'm just it's the #1 search website when we want to get information. It's right there.
You want us to go on Google so bad. I just
I just want you guys because you guys are calling me a liar and I'm saying I'm not lying. It's right there.
You're going against what has been officially reported by reputable
Xbox has not made a profit since its beginning, but they've confirmed this.
There you go, Xbox All In. We use Bing. That's what he said. He said
we confirmed this, guys.
Bro, are you really like playing the part of a pony right now?
I'm playing the part. I'm playing the part of the researcher. Google it.
Because this is the thing. This is what PlayStation fans and ignorant ones, right? So I mean, I'd like to think that you are an intelligent person. You don't take pieces of a conversation and make a whole narrative around it, right? When they say that they don't make profits on consoles and they make the money on peripherals and video game sales, and then you take that and say they're not making a profit.
No, I'm just saying that this is what Xbox has confirmed.
No, they haven't.
Never confirmed that.
I'm done.
Just Google it, guys.
No. I would Google it if I was unsure.
I ain't gonna Google none because I already know he didn't say that.
Guys, trust me.
When I heard him say it, why am I gonna sit there and have to Google it,
Guys, trust me, Xbox is in trouble. And they've been in trouble for a long time, man.
Xbox is in trouble and they just spent $75 billion. They're about to put the biggest game on the planet every year in a service. Despite everybody saying they're going to lose so much money, and they're in trouble.
It's over. It's over.
It's over. All right.
It's over.
I can't.
Whenever you know how I know it's over? You know how I know it's over? Their games are on other platforms.
You know what? So is Sony. So what does that mean?
I think the same thing.
It's over for them. It's over for them too. So
yes.
and then the minute that the Nintendo has trouble selling consoles,
and
they'll put their games on other platforms too.
They will.
No, they
because
won't.
I'm telling you the generation that's coming up, and me and Google has
Nintendo's never been. No, that's not Nintendo. They won't do it.
They will. Nintendo, if they stay on that little handheld thing forever, first off, they already get competition. But second,
Nintendo's a Japanese company. They don't believe in the state of capitalism in the way that Western developers think, where I have to make money no matter what.
So you think they'll just go out of business?
No, they won't go out of business.
What is it, seppuku?
Nintendo's not going anywhere. Nintendo's not going anywhere. Nintendo will be right here. They're stronger than ever. This is the strongest I've ever seen them.
They are pretty strong, but they just had a successful console run.
They're not pretty strong.
If you look at Nintendo, they are the weakest. They're the smallest.
No. Nintendo has
the most fragile position.
No. Nintendo has a full grasp on the gamer. They figured out what the gamer wants.
The grasp of the 40, 50-year-old gamer that's still
they have a full grasp. Nintendo has it. When I saw the Nintendo Direct, that's what
Nintendo caters to, okay? The people can't, they still wearing their Mario hat.
But listen, whatever you say, it doesn't matter. It sells. It sells. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It sells. It doesn't matter. It sells. It doesn't matter.
Now, I'm talking about Nintendo better not get comfortable in their laurels because there's no one size fit all forever.
No, Nintendo's fine. Nintendo will be fine.
Are not playing on Nintendo. I am telling you that now. Anybody with half a brain understands that it's mobile. That's what they need to be dominating in. If they were dominating there, I would agree.
If Nintendo was making and selling the way Xbox was, then yes, it would be in trouble. But it's fine. Xbox needs to improve their who they need to cater to, because it ain't working.
Who do they need to cater to?
I'm curious.
They need to cater to the Nintendo fans that you guys claim that Nintendo caters to.
Only buy Nintendo games. They don't even buy third party, so they don't.
Honestly,
no. They do buy third party. They buy third party.
Hey, bro. Look. I shut up and let you talk. So I'll agree with him. I'll agree with him on that part.
You didn't shut up and let me talk.
Even Phil Spencer acknowledged that they needed more E-rated games.
Yeah,
and that's the one thing that he envies about.
And he's
Nintendo.
going to do that because Phil is slowly but surely closing up all these loops that he knows he needs. Just like when he made that new studio. Guess what they cater to? Story narrative driven games. He's built his own studio on that. That's
not going to work. That's not going to work. It's not going to work. Story driven games are not going to work. This new future, they want gameplay, man. They want games. They
already got the multiplayer on lock. They already got the MMOs.
No, that's over. That's over. That's dead. The multiplayer is dead. It's over. It's dead.
What are you talking about?
It's dead. It's dead. It's dead. Everybody rather play Mario. It's dead. It's over. Everybody rather play Animal Crossing. Everybody rather play Minecraft. It's over. This multiplayer stuff is dead. It's over.
Talk now,
you guys are old school, man. Y'all old school. Y'all, the way y'all think is old, Joe. Y'all think that old shit. That shit dead, yo.
Look. You say that when Fortnite is number one on every platform it exists.
Yo, Fortnite, but that's the only game. What else is there? What else? You got to give me more proof. COD is dead. COD is out of here, man. COD is dead. It's out of here. Did you see the scores of the last COD game? It barely got a 3.
Who cares? And it sold more than it ever sold before.
It's sold like shit in comparison to what it's supposed to sell. It's sold like shit.
Okay, so they're lying too.
It sold like shit and the way it was supposed to sell. That COD game is a flop in comparison to what COD is supposed to sell. That franchise is going downhill and fast, and y'all know it.
Oh man, how is it going downhill when it's the number one game every year?
No, it don't matter. It don't matter. It's supposed to sell better. That's Call of Duty. It's supposed to sell better. That Call of Duty is out of here. And you know it. Did anybody here? Did anybody here buy it? Did anybody here buy it?
Honestly,
whoa! I got a question. I got a question. Did anybody here buy Call of Duty? No. It's garbage. It's garbage. That's why. It's garbage. It's out of here. Nobody here bought it. In the case story. It's out of here.
Call of Duty that Microsoft just showed. How you gonna buy that?
It's out of here. It's garbage. It's gone. The number one selling game right now is Dragon Quest 3 HD on Amazon. Google it right now. Google it.
No.
No, I know.
This dude wants me to look at Amazon.
The number one selling game right now is Dragon Quest 3, a JRPG. Google it.
Man, every game that gets announced is gonna be number one the first week it drops.
Not Call of Duty. It was announced on the Xbox Showcase. Nobody cared. Nobody cared.
You telling me?
Did you pre-order it? Did you pre-order it?
I don't play Duty.
Stop bringing up Call of Duty. Stop bringing up Call of Duty. It's garbage. Call of Duty is garbage.
I prefer conversation.
Call of Duty is out of here.
You acting
out of here,
bro.
Out of here. The Call of Duty is out of here.
Well, how can you say that?
What else you got?
You have no basis for saying that.
What else you got for multiplayers? Call of Duty and Fortnite. That's it. It's out of here.
Do you feel threatened by those games?
You just said multiplayer was a.
It's out of here. It's dead. It's out of here. The only multiplayer game that's popping is Mario Kart. It's out of here.
Oh please, man.
He's trolling now.
Yeah, Google Mario Kart. Google Mario Kart.
I guess games like CS:GO, Dota, Valorant, they don't matter.
Google the Mario Kart sales and let me know if I'm trolling.
I don't understand.
Google the Mario Kart sales and let me know if I'm trolling.
That's what he's saying, bro.
Google the Mario Kart sales and tell me if I'm trolling.
I don't need to.
Google the Mario Kart sales. It's outselling all of your Xbox exclusives. It's outselling all of your Xbox exclusives. Combined. Google it.
I don't need to.
I dare you to Google it, coward.
But you just look. You're so loud, right? And you.
I dare you to Google it. I dare you to Google the Mario Kart sales right now.
Look, you're trying to be an irritant, right? But you just said the multiplayer games are dead. Now you bring up Mario Kart to make your point.
Out of here. It's out of here. Call it multiplayer is dead. Y'all old school, man. Y'all ain't up to date. Y'all ain't up to date.
So is Splatoon dead too?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it is. I don't know anything about Splatoon. But who cares? You're proving my point.
This boy out of here. This boy out of here. Look, man, Mario Kart sold approximately 65 million units, and they've been selling it for about 10 years.
Wait, what's that? Mario Kart?
Yeah, Mario Kart 8.
Yeah, so give me a game that's on the Xbox Series X that's outselling that. All your games combined are outselling that.
Now you want to create a whole new narrative. Call of Duty comes
okay, Xbox One and Xbox Series X combined. Give me it now. Let's go. Google it.
Look, why would I need to Google that? Like
because there's no numbers. Because there's nothing there. Because there are no games that are outselling Mario Kart.
Last time I did what you were doing, you're like, you're loud. Okay, you're loud. Yep. There was never an argument on how well.
I'm not loud. I'm not loud.
Now you won't let me get a sentence out, and we're gonna get irritating.
No, you're saying I'm loud. I'm not loud.
There was never an argument on how well Nintendo games sell.
No, the argument is that the argument was that you guys said multiplayer was going to be the Xbox's saving grace, and I'm saying no, it's not.
I said
okay. I'm done for real now. This dude, no, he just completely put words in your mouth.
He did,
and you still gonna defend that? No, I'm done.
I said that Xbox has multiplayer on lock. They don't need to feel that need. They filling in areas of where they need.
What I'm trying to say is that Microsoft multiplayer is dead. It's gone. It's finito. It's finished.
Say something that don't make it real, Zobi. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you. I'm up to date. I'm actually in
Harry Potter. You don't have a here. Wave,
It's old school. That's old school stuff, man. Running around shooting people, that's whack, man. That's garbage. It's trash, man.
If you want to race around on a car with little toy miniature.
Yeah. 65 million, 65 mil, 65 mil, 65 mil, 65 mil, 65 mil, 65 mil.
All right, whatever. I don't.
What's the new Halo game? What's the new Halo game?
Be on repeat.
What's the new Halo game?
Console that's releasing the same game.
What's the new Halo game, guys? What's the new Halo game?
I'm sorry, I just saw that last Nintendo thing. It looks so kiddie and unchallenging to me. And no offense to people.
You guys are crying. You guys are crying because you didn't get Marvel vs. Capcom collection. That'll be exclusive to the Nintendo Switch, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Go ahead and play it. I don't care. You know what we got? What you just saw in that showcase. That's what I'm looking forward to.
What? You don't care about the Marvel vs. Capcom collection?
No, if it's not available for me to I can get it if I want to. I have PC.
Oh, no.
I don't
care. Marvel vs. Capcom collection is lit. We got Marvel vs. Capcom 1.
I played those before.
Why do I want to go? Why do I want to dig into the well and play that game when there's Street Fighter 6 out?
You guys are constantly breaking up backwards compatibility. You guys are constantly bringing up backwards compatibility.
And that's great when
you guys are constantly bringing up backwards compatibility.
I don't care about the game that didn't come to Xbox.
Now you guys don't care about the old games anymore?
If a game is not on the platforms that I play, then I don't care about it. That's as simple as that. I don't care.
This is the reason why developers can't bring games to the Xbox. Look at your attitudes. Your attitudes are poor. Look at your attitudes. You got a poor attitude. You guys don't want to buy games.
Listen, developers, if you do not want to bring any games to my platforms, I could care less about you.
Look how they act. Look, guys, look, developers.
I'm being consistent. I've always said that. If they
developers, look how they act. They don't want to buy your games. I guess it's true.
If they don't want my money, then I will put my money elsewhere, and somebody will be glad to take that money. And
you don't have to worry about that you can buy on Xbox. You don't have to support these people.
I don't have to support no company.
Yeah, you can support whoever you want to. And when they go out of business and they're scratching their head, why?
Again, they will.
Wait, Capcom's going to go out of business because of Xbox?
saying Capcom's gonna go out of business because there's a bad economy. Yeah, that's why they made deals. That's why we're getting that game on Game Pass, dude. Because Microsoft.
Yeah, they are still bringing games.
They need the money.
Wait, you guys think that developers are going out of business for not putting the games on the Xbox?
Okay, you wanna know why?
No, I didn't
Because
say that. I said they're
Xbox
gonna go out of business because it's a bad economy.
is.
Stop it! Stop!
But
No,
guys,
they're
just
not.
quickly, sorry to interrupt, man. Riveting conversation.
Thank
I
you,
was
thank
listening to it as I was driving, but I have to go.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Yeah, I'm
appreciate
so
it.
sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. That's good. We're wrapping this up anyway. Zombie has gotten his fun out of this, and
Yeah.
hopefully people in the chat has learned something from this conversation. What not to do, what not to say.
Nintendo, 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 Nintendo.
Sucks.
For real, guys. I'm sorry. So just really quickly.
Oh, and y'all. And one more thing before we go. Yo, and this is not even the Switch 2. Oh, when the Switch 2 comes out, it's a wrap.
Microsoft ain't got nothing to worry about.
Bro, the Switch 2 didn't even come out yet. Y'all done, man. Y'all done.
You better pray to God that the Switch 2 is backwards compatible, dude. Because I got this thing reserved. It better be backwards compatible.
Bro, the Xbox is not even 100% backwards compatible, so we'll be fine.
But you're saying they're backwards compatible. You told us.
Well, the Xbox is not 100% backwards compatible. We'll be fine.
I did Google it. I Googled it, Zobi, and that was not confirmed. It's
What's not confirmed?
That it should be there's no official. I Googled
What's not official?
That is backwards compatible.
They haven't even.
What's not official?
They haven't even mentioned the Switch 2 yet.
They haven't.
They haven't even called it a name yet. So they haven't spoken on whether things will be backwards compatible.
What's not confirmed? I didn't hear. I'm sorry. What wasn't confirmed?
Nothing's been confirmed. Don't worry about it. It's time to go.
Okay. See you guys later.
Okay. Bye, everybody. Thank you for joining.
Nintendo.